greatest cyclist that Ironman has ever seen. And, you know, he holds just about every bike course record that, you know, the races that he's done. So, you know, just be patient out there. And if you go too hard too early, you know, it's one of those things that'll come back and bite you. You know, nutrition will take over. Second part of the bike course, you know, second lap normally. And that's where, you know, the body after around about 3.5 hours is sort of crying out for, please, you know, the muscles are, please take care of me. Keep feeding me, and I'll be nice to you. If you don't, then there's going to be, you know, caloric loss. There's going to be energy loss, and you need to keep on, you know, storing that nutrition in there as well. So, yep. It's going to be an interesting race here because, you know, some of our notables, we know that they're great cyclists. Justin Metzler, you know, Troutman's a great cyclist. And then on the women's side of things, Heather Jackson. So you see what Heather Jackson will do today. She'll come, you know, from about 13 or 14 minutes down out of the swim. She'll just chip away all day long. She'll chip away at, like, you know, Sarah Trude, that's going to be about 12 minutes ahead of her or more, and you know, just chip away all day.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And I do think, you know, I think Sarah True sometimes is a little underestimated in her bike riding. Not that you were pointing that out at all, but I do think, you know, depending on the gap with Heather Jackson, you know, it's not going to be a foregone conclusion that she catches Sarah True. That'll be a real race for probably both laps of that bike ride to see who's able to come out on top. But these athletes here, these men, have probably about 3 minutes on the nose till they get out of the water. As we see our athletes in the front, I don't believe that's Caporal. I believe that right there is Pamphile Perrin, who's looks like he's now pushing the pace at the front of this group. So group of 6, the last time we saw, we haven't really seen it. It's hard with these overhead shots going through the age groupers. I'm not sure if it's still all 6. It might just be 5 at this point.
Yeah, 5 or 6 at the lead of our men's. They've got about 200 metres to swim as they exit Mirror Lake today. They'll be making a right-hand turn. They'll go down the street at a very steep incline across the road onto the Olympic speed skating oval. They'll do a half a lap of the oval after going through the tent. Rush up through transition. Their rack will be the closest to the exit, so they won't have to run with their bike through the transition area. Once they grab their bikes, they go to the mount line. On the bike, they got about half a dozen tricky turns before they hit the downhill section to head on outside of Lake Placid. And the important thing here, Matt, is that once they go out of transition, they're very, very steep downhill, about 100 metres or so. And then they have a U-turn, like a hairpin at the bottom. Are they going to put their feet in the shoes early, or are they going to wait until they get onto the flat roads?
Yeah, that's a tough one. And I would say probably with that downhill, with that hairpin, probably not try to put your shoes on before then. Or if you're worried about it, I mean, honestly, I spent plenty of time putting shoes on, like, right at your bike. If you know you can do it quickly, then you can be confident and really attack. But I bet we're going to see most athletes with their feet on their shoes when they get through that section. Then
well, they're going to have to take it very, very carefully and cautiously as they go down. Very steep road, half, you know, it's going to be a U-turn there, about a 180-degree turn. All right, coming up to the end of the Roka swim here. We're coming up to 49.5 minutes on the race clock right now. Our women are 47.5 minutes as we see a swath of athletes here just going one way and some going the other on the other side of the course here. But this is our age group race. 3,200 athletes were lining up this morning for the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, the North American Tri-Club Championship, and also a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series. So the Roka swim course coming to an end.
Such a cool shot, Greg, and you can see how really crystal clear and beautiful this Mirror Lake is. It's really a treat to be able to swim in that lake, but always love these overhead shots. We could see the pro man in the upper left-hand side of the screen passing our age group athletes, with some of the pro men chasing it. So I do think there's a split. I think maybe we had one of the pro men get dropped off the back of the group, but we're going to see here in a second, I think. Yeah, there we go, going around the little dock, a little pier here, and we're going to see athletes coming through. Just looks like about mid-50 minutes.
Yeah, mid-50-minute swim here, and we can see that now in the blue cap there, in the blue suit on the right-hand side of things. That is our race leader. They're going to be standing up and running outside of transition momentarily, and there we go. We have our first athletes out of the water here. That's Caporal just coming in, and the swim time today, 50:25 that we do get on the clock. Justin Metzler coming in second place. There goes Blazes Schelke. He's out of the water as well, and there's Peyran coming in from Belgium. Cody Beal Beals is in there, and Sioki's in there as well in 5th place. And look at that, Hunter Lucy at 14 seconds has snuck into the back of the group there. So we got 6 leaders now heading to transition.
Yeah, and I think, and this is Pamphile Perrin at the front actually was able to get out of that swim first, but Ballast Chioke and Hunter Lucy, I would almost guarantee that those athletes were just slowly getting separated. That separation was them swimming through those age groupers, right? Like it's hard to stay focused near the end. You don't really want to have to swim hard at the end because you know there's a long bike ride coming. But great work by Pamphile Perrin to get himself at the front, remembering to get that swim skin down. It's one thing I've seen a lot more recently is in a lot of these races with swim skins, athletes have been forgetting, because you don't feel it. Like, you're never going to forget to take the bottom of your wetsuit off, but often you'll see these athletes leave the bottom of their swim skin off. So you have to remind yourself, get the swim skin off, get the swim skin off.
Well, there you go. Justin Metzler now has arrived 2 meters back from our early swim leader there, Pamphile Perrin from Belgium there. So the tall US athlete right now, Metzler, hails from Boulder, Colorado. He loves training in the mountains. So this race here today, no different to the surroundings that he trains in. So he did mention that at the top of the show that it's going to look like home. So I think he's pumped for it. He comes from altitude and coming up here to Adirondacks. There's a little bit of altitude, around about 1,500, 2,000 feet, but nothing like where he trains at 5,500.
Certainly not, no, but I do think it is going to have that feel. And, you know, I agree with Justin. It does feel like kind of the mountains of the Rockies to a certain extent. And more so than anything, I think he knows it's challenging, and that's what he wants, is a challenging course. As we see Pamphile Perrin running through the oval here, getting up to his bike. You know, as you said, being the smart person, has that helmet in his bag to give him, you know, if you're running for 45 seconds, might as well have something to do during that 45 seconds. So
Metzler was overtaken in the tent there in the changing area, but now that we have our leader out there, look at this. There goes Big Metz. He is ready for this race today. You can see that they're carrying their bags. They're going to have to put their swim skins into the bags, their goggles and their hats into the bags, and there they go up the end of the transition area, and they will be collected for later on. Women's leader out of the water. Rachel Zelinkas has had a great swim today. 50-57, only 32 seconds down from our men's, and she did it all of herself.
Yeah, no, it didn't take much time for Rachel to get over there, right, as the men were getting through transition. So she's going to have, you know, some time by herself to be able to get through. But right now, just as you were talking about, Greg, Cody Beals getting his feet on the top of those pedals as these athletes take this hard left hand, almost 180-degree turn. And it's steeper than it looks. And you see Justin Metzler going right through it. He already has his feet in his shoes. So that's why he's able to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't know if he did that in transition or is just super, super fast. He's clearly been practicing that. And often the athletes, you know, seeing a course like this or seeing that, oh, hey, there is this hairpin early, they'll make sure they practice extra doing that. And for those that don't know, most of these pros in the summer, they don't take their shoes off their bike. They practice, you know, you practice that transition. Every time you get on and off your bike, you're just putting your shoes in and out, so it becomes second nature. So that's one of the reasons those guys are so quick there. But Rachel Zelinskis coming through transition all alone. Nobody through the swim yet behind her. Sarah True is going to be at least 2 minutes behind Rachel Zelinskis at this point. So great swim by that athlete, as we have a great shot of Cody Beals. I believe that was Cody Beals as we're chasing to get up to our leaders.
Well, as our lead men get out onto the race course on the bikes, we did call it back in the swim. We said that it's going to be a very fast and a very furious exit out of transition area today. And the man that got the better of it is this man on screen right now, Justin Metzler. He was third out of the water, but he did rush into second place as he made his way into transition area. He had a great transition. He overtook the lead at the very bottom of the hill, and after the fourth turn on the bike course, he has the lead. Sole possession right now. Cody Beals in a chasing position, but 3 of them out of the lead 6 have dropped off the pace already.
Yeah, no, we see a gap opening up already. It is Justin Metzler pushing the pace up front, but he looks super comfortable. Like I say pushing, but I think he's just riding steady. I don't think he's putting in an effort necessarily to try to get rid of people, because it's, in the end, if you're not like a transcendent cyclist, and you know, not to say that Justin's not a great cyclist, but if you're not like a Cam Wurf or somebody that's really dynamic, you're not going to be able to break anybody in the first couple miles anyways. So all you're doing in trying to do an effort is really tiring yourself out. So Justin's just going to the front, pushing a steady pace, maybe making people that didn't have efficient or good transitions work harder to bridge up to him. So it's more about making the others work to get to you than trying to get away from the others.
Early swim leader on the pro women's side of things, having it all of her own way right now, is Rachel Zelinkas from the USA, a former top swimmer and Olympic trials athlete in the 400 and the 800 meters freestyle, now switching sports over to triathlon, a second-year pro athlete, and Zelinkas has a very healthy lead on second place getter, that is Sarah True, an Ironman champion, an Olympian herself, but now the pace setting is going to come down to this young lady here as she mounts her bike on the downhill section over the mountain line, and then she's got a hard left-hand turn, half a dozen corners to negotiate before she heads out on the road that exits Lake Placid.
There you go. You saw that
straight into the shoe.
50-57. Yeah, she went straight in. There's no messing around. Straight to it, as we see some of our age groupers finishing their first lap of the swim. Some of our other athletes finishing.
Matt, just while we had that shot, just want to ask you, the athletes, in the age group showing absolutely no signs of rushing around and keeping the heart rate low. Just take it easy and don't panic and get the job done?
Yeah, I think so. It's a long day, and especially if there's an opportunity even for aid, for some water on that swim, take your time. Don't rush. If you rush, again, maybe you'll have a cramp or something like that, or just get that heart rate up. For most of these athletes, the gaps between their competitors, at the end of the day is 10 or 15 minutes. So looking at the middle of a swim and being like, if I run this, I'll go 5 seconds faster. It's like, that 5 seconds doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't.
So let's take our time and be comfortable until it really matters.
In the grand scheme of things, that's right. As you can see, Zelinkas now making the right-hand turn. There's Sarah True just coming out of the water right now as Zelinkas is already a mile down the road on the bike course as she rips that swim skin. She's going to try and undo that zipper, get it down to the waistline and run into transition area. We know what Sarah True's capable of doing on the run course, but she's also a very, very strong cyclist, and coming back from having a baby just recently and being married to Ben True, our famous Olympic, track and field runner in the 5,000, 10,000. Now he's going up into the marathon. There we go. Sarah is now putting on her race suit, which was also underneath. So Sarah, very experienced in transition as well.
Yeah, and sometimes that what you wear will actually be determined on the course and the transition and that run in between. So Sarah sees that distance and say, okay, well, I can actually wear the swim skin, and I can, not only do I have my suit underneath, but I can actually make it more efficient for the swim by not having the sleeves out, by tucking it underneath. So she's got all that time to make that happen.
Matt Troutman, having a pretty average swim by his standards right now, has come out in 7th place out of the water here today, and a long way down. As a matter of fact, he is behind our race leader on the women's side, Rachel Zelinkas. Now, getting back to Sarah True, I wanted to ask you a question.
Please.
Saw her, just pulling the race suit up, from underneath. She decided to have that down underneath the swim skin. Why is that?
Yeah, and that's something I would do as well.
Don't want to have 2 layers up top?
Well, I mean, it's that material isn't as smooth through the water. It's not that's not what it's made for, and
not as flexible.
It's not as flexible too. But yeah, exactly. It's made to be in this aero position that we see Rachel in now. It's made to be as aerodynamic as possible. It's not made to be hydrodynamic. And it's generally pretty tight in this position. So to have a material that's both good at putting your arm over your head and being really aerodynamic here isn't really possible. So the athletes, the smart ones, or ones that think they have time or are comfortable with it, will tuck it under their suit. But it's a challenge. You try putting on a tight fabric when it's wet, it can be a challenge. So you got to practice that. But Rachel Zelinkas at the front of this course, moving right along.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
The Roca swim course is behind us right now, 2.4 miles of swimming as we see the beautiful Lake Placid Olympic Games ski jump in the background there. We got the 90-meter and the 70-meter ski jumps there, and that is going to be a part of the World University Games coming up in January of 2023 next year. But today, Lake Placid is the host to this beautiful ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, the North American Tri-Club Championship, a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series, and we are rocketing through the bike course right now here, Matt. We can see that the horse grounds off to the left-hand side. We've got the downhill and, the jumps off to the right-hand side. And then we will be making our way down across the bridge. And then it is uphill. We go past Mount Van Hovenberg. And then we'll be getting out on the way to Keene as we go past the beautiful Adirondack Mountains, past our lakes, down toward Keene there. But it's a very, very outward, very, very fast outward section of the course. This is the River Road coming up on the left-hand side where the run course goes.
Yeah, and a beautiful section of the run course as well. But yeah, I think great point, Greg. Super, super fast section. And another reason to not really push the pace early. The harder you push, I mean, you're going to go a little bit faster, but you want to use those efforts on the challenging portions of the course, not the fast sections of the course. And worth pointing out, Greg, Sarah True came out of the water 4:38 behind our women's leader, but then after transition was just 4:10 down. So she made up 28 seconds with that efficiency and her running ability in that period of time. And then coming out of the swim in third place was Melanie McQuaid with she was at 7:05 with Jessica Smith right behind, Katie Morales and Dee Dee Griesbauer all in the same group.
On screen right now, that is Peyran Peyran from Belgium right now. As you can see that he's leading our men's race. And also Justin Metzler is sitting right up in the lead group, as well as Cody Beals from Canada. But on our women's side, Rachel Zelinkas having it all of her own way right now. Like you say, a 28-second pickup, in transition. That is absolutely huge, and that just, pays to be experienced and know the ins and outs of the transition area, what to do. Put your helmet on as you run toward your bike. Get your shoes on before you get started on the bike, and it's important. And I think that 28 seconds is a lot of time, but let's not be too hard on Rachel Zelinskis, because we're talking about an athlete that's been a pro triathlete for a year and a half, 2 years. And Sarah True has been on the Olympic cycle for, the last 12, 15 years. So she's an athlete. Like, that discipline was very dependent on quick transitions. So she used that ability there. But yeah, 28 seconds. And riding out on the left-hand side of the lane. But nothing said anything bad about it, Matt. Don't be so sensitive at this early stage. And I'll get you a coffee or something in a minute.
We're just going to get emails from her parents,
Yeah, anyway, the rules are, stay across to the right-hand side unless being overtaken. But anyway, she's in the lead of the race. She's got plenty of room out there. She's going to be overtaken here pretty soon by the likes of, Matt Russell and Matt Troutman and, some of our pro men, as she really did a fantastic swim today. Now, 32 seconds down out of the water behind our pro men. That was a box of six. Six athletes are leading our race out there. And now you can see that Rachel Zelinkas in, what is appearing to be a very, very good lead, a very healthy lead of just over 4 minutes heading out of transition. So well done to the almost rookie.
Yeah, I mean, you talked to, she's got 7 minutes on the biggest group of chasers. That's, 2.5 miles? And that's a lot of time to be able to settle in. And what those athletes that are behind her don't have the luxury of, with those 4 athletes or 5 athletes coming out together, is they don't get to settle in. Unless they're smart, you should let yourself settle in and race your own race. But when there's other athletes around, it's really hard not to try to keep up and to push the pace with them early. So she's able to let her heart rate come down, get really comfortable, and ride this bike ride as a time trial as she would ride it. Where when you come out of the group with multiple people, no matter how smart you are, you always adjust your effort just a little bit.
Someone new to the front of the race right now. This is Hunter Lucy, and this is the Morton transition times right now. Look at Justin Metzler. He was absolutely smoking hot in transition down there today, and that is men at T1. That was 53.19, leaving first, Justin Metzler. Pamphile Piran was in second place at 1 second down. Cody Beals at 4 seconds. And that's where the gap, started to build there. Caparel wasn't able to, hold the pace. And then look at Lucy. He was 46 seconds down, leaving transition. But he now looks like he's on a mission to get to the front of the race.
He really is. He really is. And he is working hard. And I will say, it's a tactical move. He wants to get up to the group. But making those 46 seconds up in the fast portion of this bike course is really, really challenging, right? Everybody's fat, everybody's fresh, everybody's obviously tapered, fit, ready to go. They're excited to race. And if you've got guys like Justin Metzler and Cody Beals at the front of this course on a fast section where they're going 28, 30 miles an hour and you bring back 45 seconds, it means you are working really hard. So we'll hope that pays off for them.
Out of the water in the women's pro division, we can tell you that Sarah True in second place, Melanie McQuaid in third place, Didi Griesbauer Morales were up there in fourth and fifth places as well. Didi is sitting 7 minutes and 11 seconds down on our leader at this point in time. Cody Beals right now of Canada, he had a fourth place swim today at a 50.34, which was great. He sat there in the middle of the pack there, just, stroked along there and saved his energy. But now this is where the work is going to have to be done for Beals. The Canadian, Lionel Sanders, Cody Beals, they had a good little tussle a few years ago in Mont Tremblant, I remember. And, Cody, he is a great racer. Let's see if he can get up into the front of it today. And my imagination is that he will.
He certainly is an athlete that has the capability, and will do his best to get there. And just worth noting, apologize for some of the picture quality. Just as we said earlier, remote nature of this course, and part of the reason we're on tape delay is it's just so hard to get the feed and reception out there. So we'll see that come and go, but we'll probably be on our live section of the race coverage here shortly. But right now, we have Perrin at the front of this race, actually in second place right now, cruising through here, but very comfortable in that aerodynamic position while he sits behind Hunter Lucy.
There we go, back to the lead of the race here. This is Justin Metzler, and Justin Metzler is doing very well at this point in time. He is one of the strongest cyclists in this field here today, so we look forward to seeing a very good effort, from our Justin Metzler from Boulder, Colorado. He is also the husband of Jeannie Metzler, who was in the top three, second place in the World Championship 70.3 in St. George. And that was an amazing race. And Justin was there, cheering her on as well. But Justin was in the Ironman World Championship in St. George. But today he's out there in the lead of this race. He's a strong cyclist, and I think that we can expect to see him up the front all day.
Yeah, I think so. And I think maybe I think his attitude was great at St. George, but he did not have a good race in St. George. He was really far off the back, and that's not something an athlete like that wants to do. And I'm certainly, he wants to be able to get back out on course and do his best to kind of erase that result.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our tape delay. So now we're going to cross to the live action right here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid North American Tri-Club Championship, a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series. So we're joining live action right now, and Justin Metzler has broken away from the field. He is now enjoying a 1 minute and 38-second lead over Cody Beals from Canada. And then you've got Pamphile Piran from Belgium. He's sitting at 1:38 down. Michael Weiss has climbed up into the fourth place at 2:33, and Hunter Lucy hanging on at 6:15 in our men's race. Now, getting caught up with our women's pro race at the moment, Sarah True has gone into the lead of our women's race. She has a 3:48 lead over Didi Griesbauer. Rachel Zelinka's our early leader at 5:27 down, and here comes a storming Heather Jackson. She's at 6:37 down. Melanie McQuaid from Canada at an 8:04. So things have changed on our women's side. Heather Jackson is on a tear.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Greg. I mean, you have athletes like Didi Griesbauer, Sarah True riding well, but You've got Heather Jackson went from 10 minutes down for Sarah True to 6.5, and they're only through 89 miles of this bike ride. So, 86 miles through this bike ride. It's impressive, and I think we're going to see Heather Jackson continue to make her way through this field. But I see Justin Metzler pushing the pace up the climb near the end of the course. You know, Greg, I think, obviously we were talking about he's got something to prove, and he's doing that. He does have some time on the athletes behind him, but 138 on 2 athletes when you've broken away is not that much, right? So it's not like this elastic has like snapped yet. Generally, when we see a good cyclist break away near the end of the ride, maybe he just broke away as we saw this, but we'll see that grow and grow and grow and grow. So I think we'll know a lot with how much momentum Justin has as to what this bike split is at 108. If it's gone from 138 to 4, then I think this race is looking in Justin's favor. But if it's 2.5, something like that, these other athletes are just pacing themselves.
Justin Metzler cruising downhill right now. He is just taking on some nutrition as we see the links course here at Lake Placid. Lots of things to do in the summer time up here in the north and in upper state New York. The Adirondack Mountains are absolutely gorgeous. It is a playground, recreational playground, as we see Metzler now taking it on in his stride. He is not too far away from the finish line here. Michael Weiss is jumping up into that second spot here, up into the top 5 area here. You can see him now pushing very hard as he overtakes a lot of our age group athletes in their first lap of the course. And there is Michael Weiss from Austria. He's in his second lap of the course. He is getting after Justin Metzler right now, and he is giving it a good crack.
Yeah, he really is. You can see the power that he has as a cyclist as he goes past these age groupers here. So we'll see if he's actually in second position or not, but we see Justin Metzler here cruising through kind of one of the flatter sections of the course. Honestly, Greg, I was a little surprised to see Justin coasting a lot.
He's coasted a lot, Matt. You know why he's coasting? He's getting ready for the run. There's the penalty box there. You'll have to go in if you've incurred a penalty over the course. He's going to make that right-hand U-turn. He'll make a left-hand turn back up onto the other side of Mirror Lake, and we won't be waiting too long to see Michael Weiss coming on the other side of the road in the opposite direction here in any minute now. So Michael Weiss has really made a big push, Matt, on the way back into town. So he goes... here goes Metzler back out inside of the last 1.5 miles before he gets off the bike and heads out on the run. There goes Michael Weiss on the other side of the road. So it's going to come down to about a minute getting off the bike in first place today. So this is our leader, Justin Metzler from the USA.
Yeah, going through, he's actually gone through, Greg, 108 miles. So he has about 4 miles left to do, and 4:18. And again, we'll mention that this course was just 3 miles short for some construction for the World University Games. So these times will not be like quote unquote course records, as this is a short course going in here. But the important thing is what the competitors behind him are and what their gaps are to Justin.
We're at about 3 minutes to go until we see our athletes getting off the bike on the full gas bike ride. They're about to hit the Hoka Run here in upper New York State. This is the Adirondack Mountains, and they are the beautiful golf courses. If you love a round of golf, all the athletes are out there. If you're spectating during the week, that's great to go. There is Michael Weiss. He's just made that U-turn on the full gas bike ride, coming to a close on the other side of the break. The Hoka 26-mile marathon awaits. The beautiful and very scenic bike course is about to come to a close here. The full gas bike ride at 112 miles today is only clocking 109 miles. Unfortunately, with the University Games, World University Games coming up, a little bit of road work and repairs are happening in and around Lake Placid. So unfortunately, not being able to make up the full distance. All right, we get back to the action now with our men's pros. And this is USA's Justin Metzler as he closes in on the full gas bike ride right now with a 124 lead at the 107-mile marker. That's going to probably come down to about 115 or so. And then we got Pamphile Parrain from Belgium coming in at 253. So they've really separated themselves from Beals, Lucy, and Russell.
Yeah, no, I'm real curious to see how far Beals is back, seeing Perrin come through there as we look at Justin Metzler going over one of the last little rollers coming into the finish of this bike course. And, you know, Greg, by watching the style of Weiss versus Metzler, I wouldn't be surprised if the split is actually under a minute by the time they get to the end, because you see Metzler is like coasting through some sections. The way Weiss rides as an ex-professional cyclist, you're always trying to get everything out of every second you're on the bike. And to say he's obviously a really good runner as well. But I think you might see him break into Justin's lead even a little bit more, although he's already taken almost 5 minutes out of Justin.
Yeah, there you go. And I think that's pretty well said there, Matt. I did see a little bit of soft pedaling going on, but a superhuman performance by, Michael Weiss as well. He's really rocketed through this field here on the bike ride today. Not too much of a deficit coming out of the water. Mickey Weiss, when he did start triathlon, was a long ways back in the swim, but he's learned to be a better swimmer. But he's always been that, superhuman, super powerful, cyclist out there for more than a decade now. And then you can see on the women's side that Heather Jackson is making her mark. She was over 14 minutes leaving the transition area. So now at 89 miles, it's only 6:38 for Heather Jackson. So the American is coming right here, and it's for bragging rights today. Sarah True, Didi Griesbauer, and Zelinkas, the other three Americans, are in front.
Yeah, and Zelinkas is having a great race, but you look at Heather Jackson has made up almost 14 minutes on her through 90 miles. So like Heather is definitely on it. She's been spending a lot of time riding her bike and enjoying the summer. And that's certainly clear as we look at these splits. But, the thing that's standing out to me right now is where's Cody Beals? He was 138 behind at 89 miles riding with Pamphile Parrain. So either he's come apart, to be frank, or he's had some sort of mechanical or something, because for him to lose, it looks like going to be over 2 or 3 or 4 minutes from Pamphile over the last 18 miles. That's a ton. That's not an athlete that's moving forward. That's an athlete that's going backwards.
Yeah, the big gaps, Matt, you and I know it very well. They always come in the second lap of the bike ride. As we go past Mirror Lake, ladies and gentlemen, we're about 1.5 to 2 minutes away from transition area number 2. But I just wanted to point out your brother, Chris Lieto, was always the master of the second lap of the bike course, and I saw him do it time and time again in Kona. He would wait to the 60-mile marker, the 65-mile marker, turn around at Harvey, put the power down, and on the way back he would make 3, 4, 5, and 6 minutes on the rest of the field as he made his way into T2, saving his energy on the way up, riding well within himself and letting his efficiency of Chris Lieto take over on the back end.
For sure. Well, he had some good coaches early on in his career, Greg, so.
Yeah, not bad. Anyway, all right, so let's get over to the finish of our bike course here. The full gas bike ride coming to a close for this man here, Justin Metzler.
So Cody Beals did go through that split now, 6 minutes down from Justin Metzler. And I will say, Justin Metzler, when he comes out of transition and he maybe sees Cody Beals, that's going to be like a wipe his forehead, phew. Right? Because Cody Beals is one of those athletes that you're like, oh man, he could be on it and I'd be chasing him all day. If Justin sees that he's put 6 minutes on him on this bike ride, he's going to feel a lot more confident about his race today.
See, Justin, like you said, he's been soft pedaling here for a little bit and just making sure that the nutrition goes in, just getting the blood flow happening, easing up on those quadriceps.
Yeah, and I don't think, just so people know, we're not being critical at all. This is something he's doing on purpose, and it's smart. It could be a sign that he's tired. I do not think that is what it is with Justin, but he's getting ready for a run, and I guarantee you Justin has a run split he wants to hit today, or that he knows he has to hit to be able to win this race, and that's what's important.
This is a part of the strategy, Matt, and you and I, we're reporting now, and that's what we do.
Yeah.
As you can see, Lake Placid High School in the background, all the flags up there, and you know that they were there for the 1980 Olympic Games, the 1932 Olympic Games, but today they represent the countries that are in the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, doubling up as the North American Tri-Club Championship and also being a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series as well. This is Justin Metzler now as he makes his way past, the center here before we go down into the track, the T2 area. But as you can see, why we don't have a full bike course today. Lots of construction happening in and around Lake Placid for the World University Games coming up next year in January. All right, so Justin Metzler as he comes in. Matt, what do you got for us?
Yeah, he's coming in, and even we had another split at 109 miles. So just in 2 more miles, Michael Weiss has brought back another 10, 15 seconds. So he is definitely closing in. He's pushing his pace as the athletes go around the oval through this kind of tight section. Justin gets off his bike, running beside his bike as he throws it to a volunteer that's there to catch. Bike catchers, what we call them. And he, this is when we can see a lot, Greg, and he looks good. This is how Justin looks when he's running. His right foot comes out a little bit, his knee comes in a little bit, but that's how he looks when he's running great. So we can tell that he's not overcooked. Sometimes, you mentioned my brother, so I'll mention him again. You see Chris and you'd be like, ooh, you rode too hard, buddy. So you can tell right now, Justin did not overextend himself, and what we were saying, he was taking it easy so he could get his run legs ready and be aggressive early.
I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was absolutely brilliant the way that he come in over the last 2 miles. Justin Metzler today, he's ridden a 4:26.44. It's a very, very tough bike ride here in the Adirondack Mountains, high up in New York State here. They call it Upper New York State, and it's absolutely gorgeous. You can see the beautiful green grounds of the Olympic speed skating track here, and this is the home today of 3,200 bikes as they bikes in the bike racks, and now the 3,200 athletes are now out onto the bike course, and swim course obviously is closed right now. 2 hours and 20 minutes, the cutoff there in the Roca swim course. The full gas bike ride is finished for one athlete, Mickey Weiss. He'll be next to come into transition area, but it will be Justin Metzler who goes out first. Okay, so a 4:22.13 for Michael Weiss today, so around about 4 minutes and 30 seconds faster than our leader.
Yeah, there you go. That's a lot of time. We can see Mikey Weiss kind of gingerly running, looking for his bike bag as he grabs it himself and continues on there. Grabs, again, you want to use as much time as you can. If you're running and you got something in your hands, do something with it. As we see Justin Metzler leaving with a bunch in his hands. And another smart move to show the age groupers, you don't have to put everything in your pocket. In transition, often I'll put stuff in a Ziploc bag so I can just grab one thing and then kind of sort as you go. So you can see Justin Metzler right now kind of sorting through his nutrition, maybe even has his watch. See, he's got a Ziploc bag in his mouth. So it's efficient. He could be standing there still doing all this stuff. So this is kind of the little things, the marginal gains that we talk about. But Justin Metzler looks really good, and he's putting all this stuff in his pocket. He's running with a Ziploc bag in his mouth, and he's still probably running a 6:15 mile.
All right, so our first, about 5 miles or so are going to be in the downhill direction here. Actually, about the first 3.5 to 4 miles, Matt, as we very well, know this course here. So, as we can see, Big Metz, as he's known throughout the triathlon world, he's under the tutelage of Julie Dibbins, an Ironman champion herself, and second place in the Ironman World Championship. Big Metz leads the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, the North American Tri-Club Championship, and a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series. It's Metzler in the lead.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a Hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyperice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And we're back out on the Hoka run course with an overhead shot of Mikey Weiss chasing down Justin Metzler. Justin Metzler got some of that time back that Mikey got at the end of the bike course with what we were talking about, that very, very efficient transition. Wasn't messing around with getting everything, in his pockets and sorted. He was doing it as he was running, as Mikey seems to be doing a bit as well. But starting the run, Justin Metzler, as we see here, rolling really smoothly, Greg, down this hill with a 133 lead at the start of this run course. But Justin looks super, super smooth. And a course like this, Greg, is great for a strength-based athlete. But Justin, there's a reason he refers to himself, and we refer to him at times, as Big Mets. He's a big dude, and running down a hill, that hill looks, it's steeper than it looks. And he looks so efficient as he's running down. He is in a great, great spot right now.
Yeah, and, noticing Michael Weiss just heading down that hill, he's around about half a mile into the course already, and he's still, digging deep into that shopping bag. And I don't know what he's looking for in there. Like, there's no pot of gold down there at the end of the rainbow here today, Michael. But Big Mets is getting stuck into his nutrition. Now, this is the one uphill part that you do hit on the way out on the run course. Then it's going to be flat past the horse grounds, and then you dip very steeply down, past the ski jump after the horse grounds and then onto the river road there, Matt. And then it becomes a beautiful winding, little bit of an undulating course, a couple of red barns off to the side of things. Gets really pretty down there.
No, it's awesome down there. It's a great spot. It's really pretty, and it feels good to leave the run on this course because we know it's going to be really challenging on the way back. But great point about those guys, and Mikey with his little lunch sack. We'll have to ask him what kind of secrets he has in his bag when the race is done. But these two athletes running well early on, and we did have Pamphel Perrin leave transition with a 3:14 deficit, so just a minute 40 behind Mikey Weiss.
Yeah, so there we go. We got our first three athletes off the bike right now and onto the Hoka run course. Yes, it is time to fly here with Hoka today. 26 miles, 42 kilometers. The distance in our third discipline today. This is a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series, and Justin Metzler is showing absolutely no urgency whatsoever. He just wants to get into his pace. He's not going to be looking for a 245 or a 250. I think that he's going to be in the mid 250s, if anything, today, maybe 3 hours, right around there. But his turnover right now, it needs to be where it is, and that's how he's going to, be efficient right throughout the day. Just got to get stuck into the Gatorade endurance formula found out on course, and also the Morton gels, and he'll be just fine.
No, for sure. And Greg, I won't disagree with you, but I do think Justin Metzler, he's had in the last 2 years this ascension in his run ability that I do think he might be searching for that sub 250. And I think he's capable of a 245. We look at what he did to win Ironman 70.3 Oregon and Salem just a few weeks ago. He ran a 1:11.45, Greg. That's super, super quick. An Eagleman, a 1:12.35. So this is a huge jump up from last year. So this is an athlete that really learned to run.
I agree with you. I just don't see it, on this course.
Yeah.
But I see it in the future for sure. All right, you're watching the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Yeah, and there we go. We see Cody Beals leaving transition, Greg, and he looks okay. I haven't seen enough of him yet to kind of see if he looks himself or not, but he did come out a fair bit back and a little bit further back than we'd expect. So he's 6:45 down from the lead. Podium still definitely within reach for Cody Beals, excuse me, and the win for that matter. If these athletes in front of him mismanage and Cody is on a day, then he has the possibility to win. The only thing that makes me think maybe he's not is that he didn't have it at the end of the bike ride. But Greg, I feel like sometimes if your body doesn't give it to you on the bike, then it just wasn't able to go there and it's still in the tank. Sometimes it means it's a sign that your nutrition was off or you just don't have it. But sometimes, like some of my best races were when I just couldn't ride hard for some reason and then I still had it on the run.
I'm seeing that with Cody Beals already. What I really liked about, the first 100 meters or so of Cody Beals is that he had himself situated. Justin wasn't situated until he got himself on the downhill. Michael Weiss, he was not even situated at half a mile into the run course, but Cody was situated straight away. He had everything tucked away. He had all of his nutrition on board and he was stuck into the run straight away. He did look a little ginger, going in and out of transition area, but I think that he's going to come out just fine. I think that he's going to make up a lot of time in that transition today, from Michael Weiss at least. And I think that he'll be able to put a little bit of pressure on Weiss, on the river road when we see the athletes, not overtaking, but passing one another when they do the turnaround.
And I think one thing that Cody has for him too is that he's going to be kind of stuck in the middle of a few athletes. And again, as your point on this course, with the corners, with the hills, you can always see the athletes in front of you, and then some of these out and back, so you can see the athletes behind. So Cody is going to be in between for a while, Pamphile Perrin and Matt Russell. And Matt Russell is one of those athletes that Cody says, okay, if I'm not putting much time into him right now, that's fine. Matt's a really good runner, so Cody will be able to stick in. And I think it is a good point that you made, Greg, which is kind of counter to what I was saying with Justin using that time to get everything sorted. There is a difference, right, where Cody hits with everything done. He hits the run course, blinders on, I'm running. There's nothing else I have to deal with. I'm just attacking, where other athletes are trying to get things done, as we see.
Yeah, Matt Russell just, getting off the bike and heading out onto the run course as well. So Matty Russell was just over 8 minutes, down on our athletes. But look at the urgency in this running style here, Matt. This is the fastest athlete that we've seen going out on the run course so far today. That's Matt Russell. He's over 8 minutes down on the leaders. Is it too much to get back on the Hoka run course here? It's a very hilly, a very challenging run, and you know that Metzler is going out there looking for maximum efficiency today, not a negative split. He just wants the positive split, the run course, and, good enough for the win. This is Michael Weiss. He is looking pretty good as he gets himself stuck into his pace now, looking down at the heart rate. Very calculated athlete and wants to go according to heart rate, wattage output on the bike ride today, but now he's getting stuck into it. And then in third place, Perrin from Belgium is only at 3 minutes down on the course at this point in time. So we've got a good race coming up for you. And then, just heading out at half a mile into the run course today. Let's get caught up on splits. It was Michael Weiss at 1:34 down and Perrin from Belgium at 3:08. So Perrin lost a little bit of time on the first, half mile or so, but it's early days on the Hoka run course.
Yeah, absolutely early days as we see Mikey Weiss running through early sections of the course, trying to loosen things up, have the ability to, get himself settled as he starts this run. And, he looks okay. I wouldn't say he looks amazing, but it is an athlete that just put in a bunch of effort to try to get to the front of this course. And, he's an athlete that has had results. He's had some unreal performances in the past, and you never know when he's going to have another one.
Metzler just loping along in the lead of the Hoka run course here in the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. He's enjoying a 1:35 lead over Weiss. And then Perrin from Belgium at 3:10. Then it was Cody Beals, Matt Russell and Portman heading out onto the run course next. So we've got our top 6 athletes out onto the run course right now, going through our Gatorade hydration station today in the Morton gel station as well. So making sure that they pick up, all of their nutrition. Pretty important today as they go past the horse grounds there, Matt, and now they're going to click it into another gear as they hit their next downhill section.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is one of the most, I think, one of the prettiest sections of this run course. Generally, you'll see some spectators out here. It's a little bit further away from the course, but I don't know if you agree with me, but it's almost, you get more, or I do at least, you get more out of the spectators when they're kind of spread out. When it's just a big crowd, you hear the noise, and that's nice. It gets you excited. But when there's like groups of 5 or 10, you actually hear what they're saying, and like kind of means something, right?
Constantly, I totally agree with that, Matt. And the one thing in Kona is that, the course is open to, traffic. It's very, very well organized, but it is very, let's say, for instance, at the World Championship, they've still got, people from resorts going out to the airport, and that's why they restrict, the amount of, spectators to get out on course. But anyway, it is great to see, intermittently, people instead of just all at once and then you're gone. But it really, brings up the speed, and it keeps you, your hopes up and everything. All right, we're going to go off to a short break, and then we'll be right back. Metzler leads our men in Lake Placid.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Metzler passed the horse grounds, and now he's just going past the ski jump here at Lake Placid. He'll hit the river road. He'll make the left-hand turn, Matt, and that's where the pretty part comes. This is the early part of the bike ride when they go across the bridge. It's uphill after that, but they're going to hit the river road, make a left-hand turn, undulating course out there, and absolutely beautiful. Just stunning scenery to come.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, again, Justin, you wouldn't look at his build and say, this guy's a pure runner. This guy's made to run, and especially made to run downhill. If he wasn't efficient, it would have looked really bad running down that hill. Coming off a 109-mile bike ride, really hard. And he looks really smooth. Like Justin, I'm so impressed with what Justin has done with his running in the last 5 years, especially the last 2, just big jumps. And it's, again, as a professional athlete, he got pretty good early in his career when he was young. Once you get to the point where you're like podium in races and 70.3s and Ironmans, it's really hard to make improvement from there. And he's just been clicking away and like chopping it down. It's great.
It's best to have a steady progression instead of a sharp rise and then hit the plateau, right?
Yeah.
So, what you're looking at right now is Justin Metzler working with his coach and working diligently on those brick runs. What we call a brick run is getting off the bike and running, 3, 5, 10 miles or whatever it is. As you go through your training, the brick run gets longer, right? So you've got to start somewhere. Don't go out there and, if you're 12 weeks out from an event and do a 10-mile brick run, that comes, with 4 or 3 weeks to go before you go into your taper, and that's about how that goes. But as what you're doing, looking at Justin Metzler right now, again, he just wants to get out there and do a positive split today. It's almost impossible to do a negative split on a course like Ironman Lake Placid because of the nature of the hills here. So what you want to do is just get into that efficiency rating early on, find something that's working for you, and stay on point with your nutrition, and that is Gatorade Endurance and Morton Gels, and that will get you home. Look in the background there, absolutely so gorgeous, cool. With our 90-meter and 70-meter jumps there, the ski jumps that are available for our pros to do all year round. This is the U.S. home soil and training center for the jumping team, for the Olympic team, so that's where they train.
Yeah. And I will say, Greg, this section of the course is beautiful, obviously, and it's rolly, and it's a nice place to run. It can feel a little bit muggy when you're back in here with all these trees, but it's the second lap. It gets really lonely out there. There's nobody out on River Road, and I've been out on course, myself in some battles, but also watching, I think, it was Hoffman and Tolixson back in the day. I can't remember what year.
TJ.
Yeah, really battling out there.
Right.
And there's just them out there listening to each other breathe and like pushing each other. And it's brutal down there. So I think the second lap, you can see things happen because you get in a race because there's this out and back. But when you're done with River Road, oh man, those hills. And then at the end, what people forget about this course is going back to that lap. You have to run past the finish and then back, right? So it's a really brutal run course. But Mikey Weiss looks like he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, it looks like Michael Weiss's turnover has stepped up a little bit. He's got his tank full of gas now, and he is ready to rocket down the River Road as we see Justin Metzler just getting into his pace as well. So, yep. Looking at Justin Metzler right now and doing a great pace. And there we can see this is a shot that we wanted to have when we were looking at the front on shot. It really wasn't a good indication of like how fast this guy's running or how long his stride is. This is, break it down for us, Matt, here, because I love the way that his arm carriage is. He's using those arms, he's throwing those legs forward, and he's got a really nice long stride.
Yeah, no, he really does. And I think, it's smooth. He's mid-foot striking for the most part, very efficient. He does have a lot of upper body movement, which I think will probably maybe slow a little bit as he gets later in the run, or if he gets fatigued, it'll go more. But I think he looks super efficient, and he's doing a great job. Mikey Weiss chasing him. We're going to have a lot more action on this run course on the backside of this break.
Welcome back to our live action right now here in Lake Placid for the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid here in the Adirondack Mountains, upstate New York. And this is an absolutely gorgeous day to be watching this incredible race, one of the oldest standing races in North America. And Boulder's Justin Metzler right now is leading Michael Weiss from 135 down. This is Bahrain sitting in third place, Beals in fourth. Russell is now into fifth place at 9:22 down. Portman at 10:02, but Portman has the fastest running pace happening right now, and Hunter Lucy at 15 minutes down right now. But Justin Metzler running very, very nicely. You can see how long the stride is. He stands at about 6'3" tall, almost as tall as Jan Frodeno, and pretty much the same sort of frame as well. Long, lanky, and lean, and by the look of it, he's got a stride that's about 16 feet long.
Yeah, no, he absolutely does. And, you can see definitely different running styles by these two athletes. And, we haven't gotten a split on this 3 mile yet, but I believe in what we had from that first split, these gentlemen are running about the same pace. And Weiss is getting a little bit more of that pace from that quicker turnover. Heel strikes a little bit more, you can see, where Metzler has that really long stride and really doesn't. The heel's hitting, but only as the midfoot strikes too.
He
right?
gets out in front of it. You can see, look at that, Weiss's heels are coming right underneath his body there, just right in line with the chin. And as you can see, Metzler, his forefoot is landing way out in front of the chin. So you know that the stride length is going to be a little bit longer for Metzler, but Weiss has definitely got the faster turnover happening here right now, and he's trying to bring down, that pace and bring down that deficit ever so slightly.
Yeah, but you can see his posture too. Weiss looks like he's in the back seat a little bit, a little bit bent over, where Metzler just bounds. And I do think these two styles will both get it done. I think Metzler is a little bit more efficient, but if he fatigues, Metzler's type of style will degrade quicker than Weiss's.
All right, the Morton moves here on the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. Justin Metzler was the fastest through transition there, and Peyran was in second from Belgium, and the Austrian Michael Weiss was there in third. So it was Metzler by a mile, 16 seconds and 45 seconds in third. Wow, that is a big, big loss of time there.
Yep, absolutely. We do have a split through 3 miles, and it does look like our second place athlete has pulled back about 20 seconds on Justin Metzler. So really pushing again in kind of this faster part of the course. So whether or not Justin is doing a smart move and really just trying to run through these faster sections and then really try to work the hillier sections, or if Mikey is just on a better run form. But it's a little too early for us to tell, but there's 20 seconds between those two athletes. And then Pamphile Perrin went through the first half mile the quickest, but has now lost another 20 seconds to these athletes in the front. So I think we'll see Pamphile fall out of the top 3 here somewhat soon. Looking at his results, he's got some good solid runs, but nothing, in the 240 range or under 115 really much on the run, where these athletes in front of him have that 112, 111 pedigree.
We were talking about the River Road just a few moments ago, how it was twisty and turny and winds through, some of the beautiful farmland here, past some red barns on the left side of the road, the right-hand side of the road. We've got some brooks and streams, as you can see. It is absolutely gorgeous and undulating too. It's not all flat out there. It's undulating. You've done this course before, Matt, and it goes all the way out just before the turnaround, almost to the bike course, as, the bikers will be going up Baby Bear, Mama Bear and Papa Bear. Yeah, they call them the 3 bears on the way, the 3 little climbs back up into town, where you either start your second loop or you get off the bike and start running. So we can see now that Justin Metzler going uphill over one of those little inclines over this beautiful undulating section of the early part of the Hoka run course.
Yeah, and this is one of those little rollers that might not look like much, but when you're out there fighting, it feels like a lot. As we see Justin get rid of maybe a gel pack he was holding on for a while, right as he enters the aid station. You can get rid of your trash when you're within that distance of the aid station. If you do so outside of that, you'll get a penalty. But Justin doing all the things right. Just the 3rd aid station on the course, and he's getting water, he's getting that Gatorade Endurance in, and getting that Morton in if necessary, and just doing all the things right now. He does a little stop. I think he did stop something or drop something, and the rules are you got to pick that up. So
and look who's lurking in the background. Yep, that is Michael Weiss. He's cutting the lead of our leader Metzler. Don't go away. It's getting exciting. Welcome back to the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid here, the North American Tri-Club Championship and part of the VinFast Ironman US Series. And yes, lurking in the background just a few moments ago, we saw second place Austrian Michael Weiss. He's taking time out of our leader right now, Justin Metzler, but only a little bit at a time. And this is what we were talking about at the top of the Hoka run there, Matt, is that Metzler just needs to get out there and run his own race today, and he's doing just that. He's just in the groove. He's got his nice little pace going, and that's good enough.
But I really do think, Greg, that Mikey was pushing the pace, and just as I said about Hunter and Lucy earlier in the bike ride, to make up time on a flat or a slightly downhill takes a lot more effort than to do so on a tougher section of the course, right? And sometimes you can burn these matches that you don't need to. Like you're worried about a guy who's a minute and a half in front of you, with a marathon to go, it's not important yet. If he's a minute and a half in front of you with 5 miles to go, yes, it's important. You need to run. But looking over these rollers, like Justin's going up and down these really, really well.
Mother of one and an Olympian as well, and an Ironman champion, Sarah True from the United States. She hails from New Hampshire. She doesn't live too far away from this race here, is leading the women's part of the course here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. This is the full gas bike ride, and Sarah True has done a magnificent bike ride today, now in the lead over Didi Griesbauer. Zelinkas has now dropped into third. Heather Jackson continues to make headway on the rest of the field. McQuaid is still sitting in sixth position, and here comes Jody Robinson as well. Angela Nath is still sitting in there. Smith is there. Alberts Morales and Watt are all inside of the top 10 at this point in time. Not too many miles to go, Matt. Sarah True looks great.
No, dude, she looks awesome. Looks very, very smooth, not a lot of movement. And again, this is one of the tougher little sections of the course, or after some of the tough sections of the course. So she looks really smooth as she navigates some of our age group athletes, making sure she lets them know she's behind. A perfect way to cut through those age groupers. Nicely done, Sarah. So what I'm looking forward to, Greg, so she's 107 miles through, and she's gone through in a total time of 4:46 so far for the bike ride. I think second place at this point, is it going to be Heather? I think it might be, because at that last mark at 90 miles, this is before a fair bit of climbing, it was Didi Griesbauer 350 back, Rachel 530 back, Heather Jackson 630. So Heather, can she make up 3 minutes on Didi Griesbauer? We'll
Absolutely.
see.
There is our co-host, Didi Griesbauer from Ironman Now channel on Facebook. And Didi Griesbauer, over 50 years of age, is continuing to be one of the top pros in our female division. But I do agree with you, Matt. I do know that, Heather Jackson is definitely the woman to watch when it comes down to the run outside of Sarah True today. As we now approach, Mirror Lake for the last time today, our athletes here, like Sarah True, she only has a couple of miles to go before she heads off onto the run course, but definitely Heather Jackson is sitting in a very, very good spot at this point of time. On October 15, revel in the seaside splendour of Portugal's Atlantic coast on Ironman Portugal, Cascais. With its sandy beaches and stunning coastline, Cascais makes for an incredible venue. The bike course enjoys views over the Portuguese Riviera, amazing visuals of Sintra, and the unique experience of riding in the Estoril Formula One circuit. Hugging the coastline, the run course will continue to provide picturesque views. Get your engine racing in Cascais, registered today at Ironman.com. Are you going to join up?
I would love to.
I think you should. I can see you doing like a Formula One course there, Matt, just ripping it up and tearing those tires up.
That's my style.
Yeah,
back to Didi Griesbauer, who, I wouldn't ever say it if she's sitting here next to me. I would, but she is so impressive. As you've said, she's over 50 years old. She's still at the front of these races. She's riding in second place to athletes, a lot of the time half her age. It is so impressive and inspiring to us aging athletes.
Yeah, and look at her go, Matt. She's in great shape. I know she's been training with the coach, Julie Dibbins, training very hard with the likes of Marinda Caffrey and all of those, top-line competitors, out of Boulder, Colorado. It seems to be, the what can I say? It's the hotbed of, Ironman racing or triathlon racing for a number of different reasons. It's beautiful up there. It's altitude, and you've got some great terrain. Let's get back to New Hampshire's Sarah True right now. She's an Olympian. She was fourth place in the 2012 Olympic Games. She cramped up in 2016, but now she finds herself as an Ironman champion. And also, she is now leading the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid as she's in the final miles, closing out the full gas bike ride today. She was in second place coming out of the water, but she got the lead in the latter part of the bike course today. And now she is sprinting away with it as she makes her way past Mirror Lake for the last time on the bike course today. We're just 2 miles away now, Matt, from the transition area.
Yeah, no, she's getting close for sure. We had Didi Griesbauer go through that 108-mile mark just 5:39 down, so she has lost 2 more minutes to Sarah True. So again, kind of what I said earlier, I think a lot of times people underestimate Sarah and her cycling ability because she's such a good runner, but she's a fantastic cyclist, and she's showing that out here today.
Showing a clean set of heels at this point in time. Sarah True is just overtaking a lot of the age group athletes there. You can see the special needs bags there lining up for the run course a little bit later on this afternoon. But it's Sarah True from New Hampshire that makes her way in first place in our Women's Pro Division, getting after 2 of those spots available to the 2023 Ironman World Championship coming up next year. And you can see now that Sarah's got that right-hander to make. She'll make the left-hander back onto the main street, a right-hander back on past the event center of the ice skating arena, and then she'll make that left turn into transition area. So about a half a dozen turns just stand in the way of her, and getting off the bike in first place today, Sarah True on the right-hander past the swim start, uphill for about 125 more meters, and then a hard left-hand turn down onto Main Street.
Yeah, let's talk about execution, Greg. Sarah True, was down and lost a fair amount of time to Heather Jackson up through 90 miles, has even split Heather Jackson the last 20 miles, which are the hardest 20 miles of this course, but also the last 20 miles of this course, which are extra hard, right? So Sarah's definitely, she played a really even pacing game and was able to, 3/4 through this bike ride, put her hand on the throttle a little bit and open it up and at least increase the effort she was putting into the bike ride, and has done a great job of keeping Heather Jackson on her heels.
Hard left-hander down onto Main Street. The right-hander is coming up in about 100 meters' time. You'll turn right with all the flag poles, and then it is across the rough section before hitting transition area. So here we go, down to the 10. She'll make that right-hand turn. She's already reached down, and she's undone the shoes into the comfortable position. She'll throw those feet up on top of the shoes once she gets onto the downhill section. There goes the right-hander up past the construction. Another 100 meters, she'll make the left-hand turn, and only 150 meters away from transition area. Sarah True is leading our Pro Women's Division today in the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid North American Tri-Club Championship. And I tell you what, whatever club that she's representing today, they're going to have a leg up on their competition.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's well said. As Sarah goes through this kind of construction zone, and it's important to be heads up. You can see Sarah doing her best to get around the other athletes in the potholes and kind of that construction as best as she can. Right now, she reaches down, gets her feet out of her shoes, puts her foot back on the top of her shoe. And some people might ask why you would do that. It's just efficiency. It's something you don't have to do. Running in your bike shoes is a little bit more challenging. But again, this is something these athletes practice probably every time they ride a bike. Sarah getting up over her bike, getting off right before that dismount line. You get a penalty if you jump off after that dismount line, hands it to one of our bike catchers, and is off in transition.
5 hours and 54 minutes into the Lake Placid course this year. Our pro women's leader is Sarah True. She hails from New Hampshire in the USA. And there we go, dropping the sunglasses, going back and getting them. You cannot litter. You cannot leave anything out on course. That will be a penalty, and they will have to go to the tent and serve quite a few seconds in there. All right, making that turn into the transition area, grabbing the bag there. You can see that in no hurry whatsoever. So there we go with a 4:55 on the bike.
I'll tell you what, Greg, her disposition, she looks super relaxed, not stressed at all. You can just see the way she was looking around, looking for her bag, not panicked at all, taking her time. Again, even after dropping sunglasses, if you're a little bit low on energy or you're tired coming into transition, you drop your sunglasses, it feels like the end of the world. And you go back and oh man, I dropped my sunglasses. Sarah doesn't care. She's totally fine, looks relaxed. Her turnover's quick. She's on for a good one.
I don't know what you feel about this, Matt, but, over the last, couple of races of, Sarah's Ironman career before the baby and everything, or before her baby, giving birth to her baby with Ben, Sarah struggled, in the last part, in between 30 and 42 kilometers of the run. So I think that, by seeing her going into transition using a very, very, slow, efficient style, just, calming the heart rate down and just, coming back and settling back and then just, giving herself the chance to actually run out and get into a good pace, using good nutrition throughout the first part of the run course, being 2 laps, you obviously know what you got to do. You're going to see your competition 3 times today. When you're on the out and back on River Road, when you're on the out and back on Mirror Lake Drive, and when you're on the out and back again on the River Road. Actually 4 times, and then up on Mirror Lake, depending on what lead you have.
Or how close it is.
What lead you have. So, I think that she's done the right thing. And now, as you can see that she's going out now, she's got the backpack there. I mean, the pockets in the back look like they're wiggling around. So she's got all of her special needs in the back there. So Sarah True is on the way out on the run course, starting the Hoka run course. And Didi Griesbauer is finishing off the full gas bike.
Yeah, Greg, I mean, it's hard for me to say how excited I am about how good Sarah looks right now. She's an athlete that, as you said, gave birth not long ago and has really been like selective about coming back. Like, she's an athlete that's like, okay, I'm not going to come back till I'm competitive. And she was able to come back and win her first 70.3 back this year. I believe it was Eagleman 70.3, just won in great form over some Tamara Jewett, a very, very good runner. She had a great run herself to do so. And she waited, and she's like, Lake Placid's far. I think it's the right distance out to have a good race in Kona, but it doesn't give you a lot of time to like try again if you don't, right? So she's like, you know what? I'm going to wait till I'm ready. I'm going to go hit Placid. It suits me well. It feels like Vermont, where she's from. It's not a long drive, not a long travel. And I'm going to put all my eggs in that basket. And she looks so good. And, Heather Jackson, great athlete. She's coming up. She has stalled a little bit at the end of the bike ride, but I don't see, we're half a mile into this run, but I don't see anybody taking this away from the way that Sarah looks right now.
Yeah, well said, Matt. And, being about 10 weeks out of the VinFast Ironman World Championship on October 8, I think she's got plenty of time. A couple of weeks of, decent recovery, not too much on the gas and, not too much, concentration on the wattage and everything like that. Just allow yourself to get rested, a couple of build weeks again, and then you start, making your way back up into the progression inside of 8 weeks.
I think you're right. And for me, it's like this race and the past Ironman Canada was a little bit closer, but to me, it's almost perfect because if you rest into it well and then have a 10 days to 2 weeks recovery after, your body actually absorbs this and you're better because of it. And then you have a full 8 weeks. And as far as I'm concerned as a coach and an athlete, if you go into 8 weeks, like just fit as a triathlete with some aerobic work and like some good volume, that's more than enough time to build for an Ironman, especially a professional.
Yeah, 8 to 3 weeks to go is the big volume and hard section of it as well. So give yourself a couple of weeks of recovery, rest and recovery, and hopefully for this lady here, Didi Griesbauer, her husband Dave, leaves her alone. Dave gets out on the bike, the golf course, and Didi can do a thing. All right, Didi Griesbauer, she's in second place, and she is going to be in arrears around about 3+ minutes once she gets off that bike today. So Sarah True has already made her way out onto the Hoka run course, and for Didi Griesbauer, this is the end of the full gas bike ride for her. She now makes her way steadily in toward transition. There hasn't been any urgency to reach down and get those feet on top of the shoes just yet, but the experience of what Didi Griesbauer brings to the table here is nothing short of amazing. There it goes now, up onto the top before making the left-hand turn. The right foot goes up on top of the right shoe. The left foot now out of the shoe and up on top. And Sarah True is on the uphill section running out of town at about a mile and a bit into the run course right here.
Yeah, no, she looks awesome as she's gone down kind of that steeper downhill section. Now she's on one of the slight uphill rises, really focusing on her form as we see Didi go up this steep section into the bike course, which was part of that
Did you see the
downhill.
Flexibility of the young lady?
Sarah did the same thing. That's such I never could I do that.
Man, they must do yoga.
They must be cyclocross racers.
All right, Didi Griesbauer now getting off the bike and gingerly running into the transition area right now. This is our co-host, our co-anchor of Ironman now. Good luck to you, Didi. Get out there and have a solid run on the Hoka run course today. And that's it. She's just going to take her time. She's going to get into transition. She'll probably sit down, put some socks on, get those shoes on, take the helmet off, and then jog out onto the run course.
Yeah, and what's amazing about Didi is that she could do this race again tomorrow at the same pace. Like she goes all day long, all the time. Like she has the endurance to do this. You know, some of the younger women, you know, she'll admit have a little bit more pop, have a little bit more speed over this distance, but she could do it for days on end. And love seeing her out there. She's such an inspiration. So maybe she'll give us a shout out when she runs through. But
just a few years ago, she won an ultra, you know, triathlon, so double the distance of an Ironman. So she was amazing doing that, and you know, she's out there doing a thing again at over 50 years old in the pro women's division. But we're going to go back to the front of the course right now. Sarah True, she is just over 6 hours into her race today at around about 1.5 miles to 2 miles into the run course right now. Didi Griesbauer sits in second place, and there she is. Heather Jackson has now moved into third place on the bike course, and Zelinka's now relinquished that third place into a fourth. Melanie McQuaid remains in fifth. Then it's Jodie Robinson also making her way up. So too is Angela Nath. Smith is as well. Alberts, Morales and Watt are sitting all inside of the top 10. And that is at half mile into the run course right now. So Sarah True is leading our our pro women's division.
yeah, no, absolutely. She's doing a fantastic job. Looks really smooth through the end of the bike ride. Yeah, Heather Jackson made up a little bit of time the last couple miles, so she's now 6.5 minutes down. But that's just 15 seconds closer than she was way back at mile 90. So she hasn't made a bunch of movement, but that movement made just in the last 2 miles. So we'll see what Heather looks like. She'll probably have some big smiles. This feels like a hometown race for her. So I think, you know, we'll see her. We've got bib number 1. That means something. And she's out on course right now. Let's see what she looks like.
Heather Jackson now has made an electric transition right at this point in time, and it looks like Heather Jackson has overtaken Didi Griesbauer in transition area there. So Heather Jackson has come home like a steam train on the full gas bike ride today. An amazing ride from an amazing competitor. Heather Jackson hails from the East Coast, so she's using this as a local race for her as well. You know that she's got hundreds of supporters out on course at the moment. But Sarah True leads our race right now on the Hoka run course. Didi Griesbauer about to go out, losing 1 spot in transition as we return to Lake Placid right after this.
Okay, we're back here on the Hoka run course behind one of the fastest runners in the sport, Heather Jackson, and she is unloading the early section. Okay, and we're first thing, she's got 2 bananas in her hands so far, guys. We know she likes running with bananas. She's eaten a little bit of that already. She's got one in each hand. She claims it helps with her form, gives her something to focus on, but she is rolling this first section of the course, Greg, and I think we're going to see her take a little bit of time out of Sarah True on this section. We'll see, again, like as we were talking about the men's race, if the tough sections of the course are more important. But I will point out, Greg, you know, I said she didn't make up any time between 90 miles and 109 miles. This is how important it is to take time when you can, when it's easy time to take. Between 110 miles on the bike and the end of T2, she brought 30 seconds back. So that's an efficiency of getting out of your shoes, an efficiency of like making sure you're really focusing on getting everything out of that bike course, and then on that transition, just not screwing around, just getting right to it.
This young lady here has really put on a performance and a display of professionalism here. As you can see that coming in off the bike and through transition, she was amazing and she was so fast. And now, you know, we can see that she's going to take it out in the first part. She's putting plenty of time onto Sarah True, but that time that she put on Didi Griesbauer, that is going to add up for about a minute and a half in transition. But joining us, another one of those fast people through transition. She's fast in life itself. She's an incredible triathlete. She was second place at the Olympic Games in 2012. She was top 5 in the World Championship in St. George in 2022. And Lisa Norden, how are you today? Hey, Lisa, you're there. First place in Ironman Lake Placid last year. We're glad that you're joining us right now. Lisa, can you hear us? All right, we'll get back to Lisa in just a few seconds. Just having a few audio technical difficulties here. So, Matt?
We've all been that on Zoom calls,
Oh, yeah.
you know, in the last couple of years, so we know how it is. But we'll get back to Lisa. Yeah, no, she won this race last year, had a battle with Heather Jackson and was able to come out on top, which is a pretty hard feat. But, man, Heather didn't really look – I don't remember her looking this good last year. No, not taking anything away from Lisa. Lisa had an amazing race front runner last year, but Heather Jackson right now looking really good and has that, like, attacking mentality. Like, she wants to win that race, or like she's just come off the bike being like, you know what, I feel good. And she has been riding more. You know, as we said, you know, she did a 5-day gravel stage race, you know, that I was at just recently, and having all that volume really helps you not feel like you rode hard when you start the run of a marathon.
All right, let's go back and check in with Lisa Norden. Can you hear us there, Lisa?
No, I can hear you.
She's there.
She's there. The 2012 Olympic silver medalist and the 2021 Ironman Lake Placid champion. And this year's been another good one for you today, Lisa. So glad that you're getting back into the sport. You know, it was a couple of rough years there with injuries and everything, but this year in St. George, you were amazing. So congratulations and welcome back. How does it feel?
Oh, it's amazing. You know, I love this sport. I think like Didi is a great idol to look up to, really, and that it's never too late and you can keep on going. And everyone talks about age being a big factor, but I think I have the complete right sport where I don't need to worry about not being 23 years old anymore and going under the drains. And also to be able to like reinvent myself in this sport is amazing. Like I spent a few years with road cycling, in between deciding what to do, and then moving into Ironman was like being reborn. Basically, it's really cool.
Well, before Matt gets to you, I just want to say that, you know, during the years where the injuries, you know, sort of come in before the pandemic, you did switch over to cycling. You became the Swedish national time trial champion, and, you know, just using that strength to your, you know, your ability when it come back into Ironman racing. Did that really help?
Well, I think when you're forced to go out of your comfort zone, and with cycling, when you line up, I actually did two world championships cycling, road race and time trial. And you're up against like true professionals at the best of this sport, and girls who only do one sport and they do that really, really good. And that forced me to become better. It was a big challenge, and I had to really pull myself together. Like going into a world championship road race, it's something that was completely out of my comfort zone. But I'm learning and I'm getting better, and you line up into a triathlon and you feel like you have a lot more in your bank and you have more experiences, you have more strength. And I think as a professional, you have to keep exploring those difficult things. Like you can't just keep on doing the same thing all the time. You have to like find new things that kind of makes you better and brings you somewhere else.
No, I think that's smart. And am I right in thinking that not a break, but that move to straight cycling for a little bit gave you maybe a little mental refresh, like a little break about like not worrying about necessarily being full-time triathlon for a little bit?
Well, to be honest, cycling is a little bit like a part-time job if you're just a cyclist. And you walk up to a race and you have, you know, a mechanical and you have a masseuse and they like bring out snacks for you. And like the only thing you need to do is to walk up like with your shoes in one hand and your helmet in the other hand.
Yeah.
And it's like a holiday. And
you
you're
don't have
done
to
after
go
the
for a run
bike.
off the bike.
Exactly. So in one way, it's really refreshing. but it was also nice to come back into triathlon again and to get back into, like, that's really what I love to do. And the challenge of bringing three sports together is, it's a great challenge.
Yeah, no, and that's awesome. And I think one thing that we noticed when you went long course is, at times you struggled a little bit with injuries, and it seemed like coming out of that little block with cycling where you didn't necessarily have to worry about run volume, is it seemed like the injuries, or at least that focus on always trying to recover from an injury and making sure you're good, has been a little bit easier. Is that right?
True. Like, I had some really difficult years, and I was actually a training partner of Sarah True leading into London. And we had a few years where we pushed things really, really hard, trying to maximize everything. And it went well. Like, I became the world champion 2012. I got the silver in London, won Des Moines. So it was like this amazing year, but I paid for it. My whole hormone system, my energy system, nervous system, everything was really struggling. And then I got another injury after another and after another. So I needed to take a break and to freshen up. I joined Philip Sipe, the coach of Laura Philipp and Sebastian Kindle. And basically the first half year, he reduced my volume a lot, and tried to get me a bit fresher. With my age, not being 23 anymore, also need a bit more recovery. And then we took a steady but quite careful approach to running. And it's been working really, really good. And I'm starting to feel like my old self again.
Love how you switch those numbers around. 23, 32, young 30s. Last time I checked, you were 29, Lisa. Lisa,
I gotta stick to 29.
You were second place at the Olympic Games in 2012, and this lady on screen right now, Sarah, was fourth. And that was a great battle that day. Nicholas Spirig, just out-chested you. The rules, like in track and field and triathlon, it's the chest that gets across the tape first, and it was a photo finish. The closest finish in triathlon history ever. But now today, how do you see the race unfolding now with Sarah out in front? She's running about 14 seconds slower than Heather Jackson per mile pace right now, but she has a 6-minute lead over Heather Jackson, who ran out really, really quickly out of transition. How do you see the women's race breaking down?
I think Sarah looks great. She looks really, just steady, which is approach to Ironman. She's under control, her form under control. She looks like, she has dialing in her pace, and it's a long game, right? It's not about the first 10K. I think we actually had a very, very similar position in the race when I was racing last year, because I had Heather, I think it was 5 minutes after me.
Yep.
And I was being chased. Like, I knew she was coming. And then she ended up cramping, right? With, 10Ks to go. So in Ironman, it's like you can't take anything for granted. Like, you just have to keep on churning and keep on putting one leg in front of another and see what happens and just focus on yourself. And I think she's doing a great job with that right now.
Yeah, no, it seems like she is for sure. And I think one thing to note, and to your point, like, you kind of never know the effort that an athlete has had to put in. But I think Heather Jackson last year was only 5 minutes behind you out of the swim. And today she was 10 minutes behind Sarah True at the end of the swim. So what difference does that make on, like, what the athlete is doing in their execution and trying to chase down?
Yes, obviously she would have gone harder on the bike, or she had to go harder. I'm not sure how fast. It's difficult to know the pace because, of course, what I reckon is a bit different. But she's under pressure, and she's been under pressure for the full day. And it's never nice to hear. I think last year she actually had a really good swim, and she was very happy with the swim. And this year she come out and you start like a little bit of a negative turn where you get like, oh fuck, did I lose that much? Sorry, I didn't say a bad word there. And she'd be like dealing with just pulling back time. So hopefully she's got like a nice headspace and, staying positive within, she's now only 6 minutes behind. And she also knows that, a lot can happen, and it's a long run, and her running is, amazing. So, she's just going to keep on churning too to catch up. And I know she loves that race, and I'm sure she would like give her right hand to win it.
Yeah, I'll translate some of those words later on in Swedish anyway, because you taught me some of those Swedish words. All right. Thank you very much, Lisa, for joining us today. It's been a great pleasure, and love following your career, and just so happy that you're back on track again. You took some time out, got your system going again, did some different things, and it's always great to do something that's fun outside of, the normal everyday thing. So it's given you a resurgence back into triathlon. We cannot wait to see you in Kona this year. You have a great Sunday evening from Sweden. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Nice
Lisa.
to speak to you. Cheers. Bye.
Bye, Lisa. Lisa Norden joining us there, and what a great athlete she is. I was so bummed for her, in the Olympic Games in 2012. I just wish that they could have given out 2 gold medals that day, because when you go back and look at those, photo finish photos, it was very, very quick. But this is Sarah True. She was 4th place that day and not too far out of the medals. She is now leading as she runs past the beautiful red barns of the River Road in Lake Placid as we are coming back to the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
The ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid continues onto the run course. Justin Metzler is our leader on the run here, as we can see that Sarah True on the women's side, our women's pro leader. She is running down the River Road right now as we see Metzler now climbing back into town, Matt. This is where the race starts on the run course. He's already gone past the ski jumps. Now he's heading up to the horse grounds, and then he will hit the flats. And then one decent climb back up to Country Club Drive and Mirror Lake Drive, and that's where they'll turn around and head out for their second loop on the run.
Yeah, Greg, and just as I maybe presumed, Justin has, he took that first part of the course easy or steady, while Weiss was pulling him back and pushing the pace. And the difference between, 5.5 miles, he was 120 in front of Mikey Weiss. 2.5 miles later, he's 220 in front of Mikey Weiss. So as soon as it started going uphill, Justin was like, okay, this is where I start going hard. Or this is where I start pushing the pace. And, he's, maybe he was, spurred on by the fact he saw Mikey on that turnaround a little bit close. But he started pushing that pace on the hills. He's a strength-based athlete. He wasn't stressing himself on that downhill. And Justin is showing experience beyond his age, and he's putting Mikey on the back foot.
Putting Michael Weiss on the back foot is always going to be a difficult thing to do, but you can see that Metzler, he ran out at this pace. He's still in that pace, and he's running a very, very smart race right now. He's come off the incline. He's up onto the flats, just going through this point of the course, and he knows that he's got a job to do. He saw Weiss at the turnaround. He saw all of his competition. There was Parrain, there was Beals, and there was the fast-flying Portman as well. Maddie Russell is not out there giving up. An early swim leader, Caparel, and Lucy, they're still in there. And Balazs Sjoki from Hungary is also in there as well. So it's Big Metz from Boulder, Colorado, who is really shaking it up here right now.
Yeah, he is for sure. Cody Bills is running well, a little bit faster than those two athletes up front, but not a ton faster. But he's putting a fair bit of time into Weiss, 20 seconds a mile in that last 3 mile section. So it's clear that Weiss is either starting to fade, or he definitely went out a little bit too hard. But these gaps are still quite small. But what to me is telling is Justin looks his stride looks the same running up this hill as it did down the hill, right?
Yeah, it really does. And when you see it from the front, you know, you can see that right knee sort of buckling a little bit as Mikey Vyson just looking down at the shoes, just doing up those shoelaces a little bit. He's really working hard, trying to use those arms with those legs that don't look like they're turning over like they did in the first part there, Matt. But getting back to Justin Metzler, like you said a little bit before, you know, he's in some very good form at the moment. Just a couple of weeks ago, he was first place in the Ironman 70.3 Oregon in Salem, and then also a month before that, a second place in Ironman 70.3 Eagleman. But look at his run times. They're becoming really, really good. A 1:11.44 and a 1:12.35 in both of those races, respectively. Just announcing that his running is getting a little bit better as well. So he is coming to the fore here, and he's doing great. And Metzler is leading on our men's pro side, but on our women's pro field right now, this is Sarah True after taking a little bit of time out with, with Ben, her husband, who's also he is a world-class runner, having raced at many Olympic Games in the 5 and the 10,000, leading our women's race right here. So great to see you back.
And this is a great shot. Look at her feet bound. Like, look how smooth she is as she hits the pavement and moves forward. She's such an efficient runner. And as you point out, like, that's just the household, like, it's a culture of running there. And, she's so efficient. You know, Heather Jackson also looks very, very good as she's running down this course. Sarah True goes through 3 miles in 20 minutes and 11 seconds. So 6:55 pace. And again, it's a little slightly downhill, but we don't know what kind of effort she's putting in, if she's holding back like Justin was, or if she's pushing like Mikey was. But right now, Heather looks good. She's composed. You can see, she's kind of, she's got the soft lips. She's trying to relax her face and her mouth to ease the tension a little bit. But she looks great. She's out here. She's been out here pushing the pace for a little bit, and having a great race. Some other athletes out here, a part of the Ironman Foundation racing as well. Become a Team Ironman Foundation athlete. Ironman Foundation athletes are guaranteed race entry and a low bib number. Always like a low bib number. There are opportunities for members to race in the World Championship in Kona and the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in St. George this year. The Ironman Foundation has given back a total of $55 million in charitable donations. To date, over 10,000 communities have been supported, just like Lake Placid here today. Race for more. Join Team Ironman Foundation. Go to ironmanfoundation.org for more information.
Heather Jackson really enjoying a good run at the moment. She's certainly the one with the pace setting at the moment on the run course here. You can see that the turnover is magnificent. You can see that on her face just puffing a little bit. You can see those lips and the cheeks filling up with oxygen. She's having a great run so far. She came into the transition area in 3rd place. She had an electric transition overtaking Dee Dee Griesbauer, and now finds herself on an average pace of what, Matt?
6:57. So she's actually run just a tiny bit slower than Sarah True. So 3 seconds in the first 3 miles, negligible. But this points out to how different running styles and the appearance of an athlete can be different, right? Just like our cameraman has a different running style. Does pretty good keeping up. But quick turnover, short stature, Heather Jackson, but she moves through efficiently. She does a great job of it, and she looks good. Again, holding things in her hand kind of gives her something to focus. But doing a great job clicking along 3 miles into this run course at 6 minutes and 12 seconds behind her leader.
We always say it comes down to, time spent on the ground. You can see those Hoka running shoes there, not spending a lot of time on the ground there at all. They're just absorbing the ground and giving the athlete the best opportunity to have a great run today. They are the title sponsor of our run course today, the Hoka run course. It is time to fly, just like Sarah True right here. She's got the fastest average pace heading out on the women's course at the moment. She is on the River Road. She's going to return to Lake Placid in a few miles' time. Don't go away. We'll be right back with halfway on the men's and women's side of the marathon.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, This is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Sarah True has a 6-minute and 12-second advantage over Heather Jackson. Both of these ladies hailing from the east coast of the United States, calling this race their home Ironman. Sarah True today, she's an Olympian. She's 4th place in London in 2012. She's an Ironman champion. She's also coming into great form, winning Eagleman just a few weeks ago, and now finds herself in the lead of this race here, the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. We're coming up to about 8 miles on the run course right now for our lead pro women, and on our men's side we're coming up onto the halfway point, coming up to 13 miles in just a few minutes time. But looking down at the Wahoo watch right now, she knows that she's in control of this race. Now it is about executing the second half and getting the job done. She took a little bit of time out, having a baby just a little bit ago there, Matt, and now she finds herself back in great shape and running in first place.
Yeah, and she looks so good and so comfortable. Like, her stride is so efficient, and again, just so light on her feet as she runs. And here we go, a nice side-by-side of the men in the lead of the race. Justin Metzler on the left, Mikey Weiss on the right. And I will say, I don't want to call it too early. I like being dramatic, you know this, Greg. But Mikey, he did not look good going up that hill. And he lost a minute of time going up in that hill, and that was before we saw him stop and tighten his shoes. And a lot of times, just kind of what I was said about how relaxed Sarah looked going through transition. She dropped her glasses, but she was fine, didn't notice it. All those little things, if you're running great and you feel great and nothing feels bad, you're not going to stop and tighten your shoe by like a half an inch, right? Like, everything feels off when you feel off. And he looked out of sorts running up that hill. He did not look comfortable to me.
Yeah, a little bit of grimacing going on right now, but you know Michael's, attack plan, and that is on the bike. He gets after it. He's always going to face a deficit in the swim, and then today, just made that all-out effort to get to the front of the bike ride, and you can see what he's doing. In his tactics, obviously, is to get to the front and lead from the front, but he struggled. He got off to a very, very fast start, after getting himself situated in the first half mile. He was trying to sort out his nutrition, and then his pace was way better than Justin Metzler, and now that is a telltale.
Yeah, it is.
When you're asking about where is third place or where is the person behind me, he's struggling.
Yeah, you're done. You're done. You're not like done, but you've succumbed. You're 10 miles, almost 10 miles into this run, and you're worried about how far the person is behind you. And whenever I see an athlete do that, I say, don't worry, I'll tell you when you need to start worrying. You keep worrying about the guy in front of you.
Matt, you know exactly and precisely what I'm about to say here. He already saw him on the River Road. He's about to see him on Mirror Lake Drive.
Yep.
So if he's asking, he knows that I have slowed down quickly, and is that other athlete coming up fast?
Totally. And I think maybe even more than that at this point, it's kind of what I was saying, where you're out of sorts. It's a panic, right? Like, when you're low on calories, you haven't gotten a Mortongellin recently, you're like, everything's stressful. Everything's a panic. Like, where is he? Where is he? When an athlete's in that sort, it's like, okay, you either need to slow down their pace, or you need to increase your nutrition or your hydration, because something's not in the right spot, right?
And talking about pace there, Matt, this is not just a Metzler slowing down. This is the steepest part of the run course. This is exactly where you make the right-hand turn coming out at the first quarter of a mile into the run course today, Matt.
Yeah, and you can see, look at the angle of the sidewalk.
And look how fast they're running downhill.
Yeah, and look at the buildings, right? Like, that's a steep angle. I know exactly this portion of the course. It is brutal, and it feels like you're walking, and Justin is holding a great pace. Mikey is going to look very different in that section.
Yep, he's now up onto Main Street. He's got about 250 metres to run before he makes his right-hand turn onto Mirror Lake Drive there, and then he'll be going past, I think it's Country Club Drive, and then he's going to be going past where they swam at the early part of the day, getting away under just after 6 a.m. this morning here East Coast time. But you can see that Big Metz is now hurrying up to the right-hand turn. Once he gets to the right-hand turn, he's got about another 150 metres on the hill, and then it flattens out for quite a few miles. Then he will start his second lap here on the Hoka Run course, and then he will have about 2 miles downhill, a little uphill grind, and then all downhill again to the River Road. So now he's past the hard part of the course, and he's going to get into a little bit better rhythm. And also in about a half a mile from now, Matt, he'll get the opportunity to get into his special needs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Greg, it's important to note that Justin clearly is a smart athlete and has a smart coach. And you come to a run like this.
Well, that's debatable.
You come to this. Julie Divis dig right there.
Oh, you had to say the name.
Yeah, you had to.
Thanks. Now I'm in trouble. Officially in trouble.
You were in trouble anyways. Is that you don't look at an Ironman and say, okay, I'm going to get off and run a marathon. When you're a professional athlete and you're trying to win a race like this, they probably broke this run into like 6 to 8 segments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Justin, just run down this first hill. Get your feet about you, get your nutrition in, get a good rhythm going. And then, you know what? Mile 7.5 through 10, work. And then after you get 10, go easy and like get that rhythm again. Out by Mirror Lake again, get your rhythm again. And then just like it's, you use the effort where it's best used. Don't run hard down a hill, run hard up a hill. And that's what he's doing.
Past the hot corner where Mike Riley will announce all the names going around the run course at the moment before he sets up at the finish line. It's Justin Metzler coming up to Mirror Lake right now. He is just about a quarter of a mile away from picking up his special needs bag, and I absolutely love what you just said, Matt, about that, those comments, and it's brilliant. Break it up into about 6 or 8 sections, and this course is absolutely brilliant for that. You've got the first part, which is downhill. Then you've got the River Road section. Then you've got the uphill back into town. There's 3 sections like that. Yeah. Run your 3 sections and then just focus on the next 3 sections. And there you got 6 sections over the whole marathon course. Well said.
And absolutely. And it's doing it well is one thing. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody here, but if you do it poorly, it really shows, right? Like in that last, 4 miles, Mikey Weiss has lost 1 minute and 45 seconds. Just in that last 2 miles, he lost another 45 seconds. So if you go into those hilly sections tired because you worked hard before, then you lose even more time if you were running it even, right? Where Justin obviously running at a nice pace and then drilling up, and you will see, I guarantee you those 2 women in first and second place are going to be doing that as well.
A moment ago, we had a special guest online. That was Lisa Norden.
Yep.
And, she's got a lot of experience in triathlon as well. And she was saying, this is a long haul. It's not a short haul at all. So you got to figure out what's best for you and manage your time on the day, right? So you're a coach. You know exactly what's going on. You're a former professional athlete at the very highest level. You know exactly what's going on in the race. And those words that you put together were brilliant. So back to the action right now. Justin Metzler going through his special needs bag. We're just over 13.1 miles into the course right now. And he will be turning around momentarily, heading back down into the main street of Lake Placid. He will be met with a roar of the crowd. The spectators come in there, thousands here at Lake Placid, and it'll be electric all the way up until the midnight hour tonight, where we welcome in over 3,200 athletes to the finish line today. But Justin Metzler has a firm grip on the race at this stage, and you can see that his pace has not altered one little bit.
No, it certainly hasn't, and that's how whoever can have their pace alter the least over a marathon is usually going to be the one that comes on top. But Greg, another thing, noticing like how great or how much Justin has worked clearly on his biomechanics. When you saw him go through that special needs, he grabbed his bag and is going through stuff, but every time he could, he lifted his head and tried to get square and put his head straight where it needs to be. Instead, sometimes athletes will be like looking in their bag and shuffling a little bit. He's like resetting that biomechanics are clearly something he needs to do. And, Didi Griesbauer, someone who's also worked on that and has done such a great job on keeping efficient as she ages and just keep grinding and getting out there, doing everything she can to be the best athlete that she can be. And we chatted with her a little bit earlier this week. Let's see what she had to say.
Sharing the local knowledge with Cody Beals. He's never been here before. Had to tell him what's what about the bike course.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited to be here. I love this race. This was my first pro Ironman, so it's good to be back here. I had a great race here last year. It's a challenging course. It's fair. I think it requires smart pacing, because if you don't take the first half of the bike smartly, you'll pay the price for it. I know a lot of folks come up here just to cheer, so I feel like I'll have a lot of support out there. It's gonna be a good day. I leave the commentary booth every race I get to call, and I'm excited to go train and get better myself. So it's a real blessing. I love our team. I love being able to do it. I coach as well, and that's inspiring. I'm a fan of the sport. I'm a huge fan of the sport, and there's days this sport has kicked me to the curb a number of times, but I keep getting back up and getting back out there.
What if you qualify for Kona here this weekend?
I feel like maybe my time in Kona is done, but emotionally, being a 52-year-old pro and qualifying for the World Championship, I mean, that's history. That's historic. Practically, it would be hard for me to take a spot to Kona because Lovato wouldn't know what to do without me in the commentary booth. Just kidding, Michael. But again, I'm not going to waste time worrying about hypotheticals at this point. I'm just going to find a finish line.
Cheeky words from Greasebauer, having a dig at our co-host Michael Lovato as well. But Dee, we're glad you're out there running around the beautiful Adirondack Mountains right now, because that's where you do your best work. So if we ever see you back in the commentary booth again, great. If not, no, I can't say that. All right, so Dee Greasebauer, she continues on in third place, Matt. She's had a great race so far, just moving along nice and steady, and steady wins the race.
Yes, she certainly is running well. You know, she's only lost 3 minutes to Heather Jackson, which is not a lot of time for one of the best runners in the sport. You know, holding strong up against, she's got Melanie McQuaid running behind her, so she's got her work cut out for her. But right now we see Mikey Weiss running through the arch here. Again, he seems to be slowing a fair bit. Now that he's in a flatter section, he might be able to hold it together. But look how long his feet are on the ground. That is very different, Greg, than what we saw him on River Road when he was chasing. This athlete, mark my words, he's going to be out of the top 3 in the next 3 or 4 miles.
Well, as we head out on the turnaround point of the course here, he'll be going past Justin Metzler going the other way, so he'll be able to gauge on what his time losses are as he makes his way out. We'll be right back.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Okay, and here we are on the Hoka Run course. These athletes crossing paths, no high fives, no acknowledgement from either of those two athletes. And, I think Justin is in the driver's seat at this point. These athletes are all going to look at their watches right after they pass each other. And Justin and Mikey both knew exactly how far they were apart on the River Road out and back, and they know now how far apart they are. That buoys Justin Metzler, and that crushes Mikey Weiss, who is already clearly struggling. I mean, Greg, do you notice as well as I do, like just as you were saying, time on the ground with the feet looks very different.
Yeah, look, there's not even an argument you're going to get out of me. I mean, it doesn't look like, Michael's enjoying, his run at the moment. I mean, he's got to hang in there if he wants to, stay in this race for a podium finish or get after one of those two, Ironman qualifying spots. And, the thing is, with Michael, he's a big-time racer, but you can see just going the other way there, heading out in the other direction. That was Bahrain from Belgium. And then Cody Beals. There's Cody just heading out as well. So very, very close race for third and fourth, but that might be a race for second and third coming up here very, very shortly, as Justin Metzler now has got a firm grip and a firm hold on a good lead here. It's going to be good enough for about 3 minutes or so, and then Michael Weiss will turn in second, but he'll have the other two athletes that'll be able to see just exactly what's going on with Michael, which is going to be detriment to Michael, but it's going to really help those other two athletes. They'll see him struggling. They'll pick their pace up a little bit on the flats. Then we've got a downhill section for quite some time to go. So the downhill section is going to really be advantageous to these athletes right at this point. But the last part coming back into town is going to be a grind.
No, absolutely. And it is going to be a different tactic probably the second time this downhill. Justin will probably work it a little bit more to get that pace. But I guarantee you on this out and back, athlete that Justin's looking at is Cody Beals. Right now, as far as I'm concerned, Cody Beals is in second place. Like, that's where things are going to go eventually. So in my mind, it's Justin asking, can I hold this 6-minute gap to Cody Beals? That's his job.
2 weeks ago, we had an incredible race in Ironman Vitoria in Gasteiz in Spain, and it was just absolutely incredible to see two Australians going head-to-head on the run course, but it took Nick Castellane, the eventual winner, right up until the very last point of the course to snatch the victory away from Cameron Worth from Australia. But Nick now joins us online right now, the 2022 Ironman Vitoria Gasteiz champion. In first place, Nick Castellane from Australia. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, Greg. How are you?
Mate, I'm not too bad. And I should have said, how are you, mate? Or g'day, mate. But anyway, Nick, how's the recovery coming off Vitoria Gasteiz? And that was one of the most exciting races that we were able to call a couple of weeks ago. Well done.
Thank you. I'm actually recovering in the Dolomites right now, so it's quite perfect. But I'm looking at Justin at the moment, and I'm still feeling a bit of pain in my legs, to be honest.
Well, if you were looking at Michael, you might say that you're feeling a little bit more pain because Justin Metzler is running along just nicely. And, Big Metz, he's a tall guy. He's a little bit taller than you, but, he's loping along just nicely at the moment and enjoying, this lead. But I think that second and third is going to change here momentarily, with Raymond and then also Cody Beals coming from behind as well. But all this section here is downhill for the next 5 miles or so. Just one little grinder coming out just before the horse grounds, and that's about it. But the last part is all uphill. So while we're on the race, just talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite lucky because 2 weeks ago, Ironman Vitoria was quite flat. We had a lot of stop-start turns, but up and down these hills, Greg, I've been there, and you just feel every step, don't you? And I'm not sure what's better, going uphill or going downhill. And especially with these guys, they've got, an hour and a bit to go. And it's the worst part of the race, isn't it? It's just, you just feel every step.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Nick, Matt Lieto here. Great to chat with you. Appreciate you coming on. So Mikey Weiss just went through, actually, we had a 1.3 mile split where he lost another 45 seconds to Justin Metzler and those athletes behind. I'm sure at some point you've been in this position, or what it's like to be in this position. When you don't have it and you're trying to, where do you go in your head to try to get something back and push through? You're like, man, I got 14 miles left to run and it's not going well.
I mean, every Ironman athlete knows that you're going to hit that wall at some point, right? And I think you just, before the race, you just mentally prepare you. But when it comes, I don't know. You guys know best. You you don't know how to deal with it. You just put one foot in front of the other, I think. And we saw in Ironman Victoria where Cam Worth actually went through a pretty big hole early on in the race, and he got in his nutrition, like Mitchie is there, and actually got himself out of the hole. And I think that's a really smart thing to do if you can do it on course.
Yeah, Michael looks a little bit better now that he's done the turnaround. He made his way out there a little gingerly, if you ask me. Let's go back to your race a couple of weeks ago, because it was one of the greatest races that we were able to call, because things were changing by the minute. We had, Cam Worth out there. We had the Spanish guy out there doing his thing. And then all of a sudden, he blew. He was cramping and it was going sideways, but he went out extremely fast on the run. You were there. You saw it. And then you actually headed out there pretty well. You had a very even keel, run time out there, I thought, Nick. So well done for that. But how was it like when you were running down Cam? And I actually thought that you were going to catch him a lot earlier than the latter part of the race. Is that what you thought as well?
I wish, Greg. No, I started my race, like I knew splits, quite early on, and I was actually worried about the Spanish guy, Emilio, and Cam was coming back to me quite steadily, but he's also a fighter, and it was the first time I've actually negative split a marathon, and I timed it to perfection. Like, I was getting stronger throughout the run. And I was doing the splits. I was getting the split to Cam, the other, trying to find, okay, at kilometer 40, I'll catch him. And if I have my legs, then I can pass him. It worked.
Nick, we're just having a little technical difficulty, just breaking up a little bit. But what I wanted to ask you, this is the $1 million question that every athlete wants to know out there. How do you negative split a marathon in an Ironman race?
I mean, in my case, you go out quite slow. I was right.
Well, that's the $1 million answer, Nick, but it's not always what everybody does. And you know very well in Kona that everybody goes out at a 450, and by the time that you get to Palani Drive, it's all over. So how do you control yourself to stay back, run that slower pace, and stay even and steady, and then, unleash the hounds?
I mean, for me, it was just knowing my body in training. And I started the first, 21 kilometers, 13 miles, just under my limit. And I thought that if I go above my limit, then, I'm gonna blow up. And that was always key for me, is just to play with that threshold and just to stay under it until I needed to empty the tank in the last 2 kilometers.
Sarah True leads the women's pro race here at Lake Placid as she is just rocketing through the field. Looks absolutely brilliant. Nick, you can commentate on that in just 1 second. I got a question for you, and I think that I can answer, what I just asked you that you failed to tell me, is that, okay, yeah, I see a smile. You said in a fighting chance in your interviews there that you did a lot of your long runs at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the hottest part of the day there. And that's amazing, because that is hard to do. Hard to hold back on your day, how to set up your day and adjust your training to that time of day to do your long runs in. And that was the heat of the day. And that's where I think that some of your answer is going to come from. Do you agree?
Yeah, I 100% credit, my run to those long runs in the Girona sun in Spain, because, I would run slower. But, to me, it felt like an Ironman run, and you have to think about nutrition, hydration, and all of these things. And if you can survive those training days, then they say train hard, race easy, right? It's not like that exactly, but
it's something like that, right? So my big question for you, Nick, is your plan now, are you just going to run negative split the rest of your marathons, including Kona this year?
My next race will be Kona, and if I can negative split it, we'll be in for a good race. But look, I had a great race. I was fortunate, and negative split. I never thought I'd use that word in an Ironman. So I'm not going to say anything else about it.
I'm waiting to see the day where actually someone runs really, really cruisy out on a lead drive and then all the way back in and then takes control halfway out to the airport. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, because I think that someone can unleash a 235 in Kona. You know, the course there is not too hard outside of, Palani Drive. So I think that, that can be done. Anyway, Nick, thanks for joining us today. And we really appreciate your time. Congratulations on your 2022 Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz win in Spain. We really, really cannot wait to see you race at Negative Split Kona.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. You
Cheers,
take
mate.
care, mate. And it's always great to catch up with Nick Castellane. He's a great racer. And I tell you what, he had a couple of, years where an injury and a pretty serious bike crash. And now he's back to the top. And it's great to see that Nick is going to be in Kona and doing his thing. Another one of those athletes you need to watch out for on the run. It's going to add to that dynamic. It's going to come down to, people like Eden, Christian Blumenfeld, Patrick Langer, Jan Frodeno, all those guys. They're all going to be chasing Cameron Worth. But now let's get back to our pro action here, Matt. And this is Sarah True, and she looks great.
Yeah, she certainly does. And Greg, this is kind of that meat of that lap of the course where it's going to start to get hard, and this is where it's going to be telling as to whether or not these athletes have paced it well. We saw Mikey Weiss struggle a little bit last year when we saw Lisa Norton versus Heather Jackson. Both of them had times where they struggled on this hill, or these hills, excuse me. So I think this is where we're going to see who's really got the legs on the day.
Well, you know what? She ran out so, what can I say, deliberate. And the deliberate, slower pace is, I think, really going to pay dividends, when it comes to the halfway to the 3/4 of the way mark through this marathon. You will be able to tell exactly what Sarah True is going to have for that last part. Now we see Justin Metzler here. We can see that an athlete is trying to come up on the back. Looks like Metz is just losing a little bit of time here, rocking from side to side. You can see he's losing a bit of speed to the ground, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Cody Beals, or Raymond was going to be one of those athletes that really catch up with the pace that they were setting today, because it was, those athletes that were running quite a bit faster, than Justin Metzler, and that was Cody Beals. So I do believe that Cody Beals is on the hunt.
I think he is for sure, and it's going to be interesting to see. I think that might be one of our athletes starting their first lap behind Justin Metzler, because he did have quite a gap. Unless he stopped, we didn't see it. But I think you're right. There's a little bit more side to side. Like you can see his feet landing outside the center of his body mass. But again, he's running fast. It's tired. It's an Ironman. Things like that happen. But here's the man we wanted to see, Cody Beals, driving. You can see him leaning in to this hill that he's on right now. And he's an athlete that he's chasing. You'll see that stride really open up when we go down this downhill. But important to note, Mikey Weiss lost a little bit more time through 13.5 miles, 3:51 down. Cody Beals moved himself into third place. So this is third place on the screen right now at 5:45 down. So just 2 minutes behind Mikey Weiss. Cody Beals here trying to get the win. Let's see what he had to say about that.
Nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. Quitting was never an option.
I love to see all these athletes in town, and I know on race day there's going to be a lot of sport and energy out on the course. I've been stoked for this race for a long time. It's really close to home. I was on the start list last year and got sick the week before the race. So I feel like I have some unfinished business here. I've done well on hilly courses like this. I hear Mont Tremblant is pretty similar. That course has been good to me. So I was expecting really big things from this race. I've adjusted my expectations a little bit this week. Yeah, it's been a real heck of a week. Last Saturday I was out for just an easy recovery ride and got hit head on around a blind corner by another cyclist. Kid lost control. On top of that evening I found out my grandfather passed away, and that was a lot to process. It's just, it's ironic that a block can go so smoothly and you can feel so good up until 7 days out and then get hit again and again. So I've been a bit of a mess this week, and I'm trying to get my act together. I haven't found how to use this energy yet. I need to clear some quiet time over the next 24 hours. This week's just been go, go, go. I drove myself down here without any support person. I've just been figuring out logistics in a totally new city. So I need to clear that space to figure out exactly how I can tap into this energy in this difficult week and channel it into something useful that I can use on race day. I'm here for the win, always. Despite any hiccups during race week or the lead up, if I pick an Ironman like this, I'm racing for the win.
Do you work out?
A little bit. Light yoga a couple times a week.
What do you do for a living?
Silicon Valley Tech, you know, typical triathlon story.
One of the great personalities in the sport, Cody Beals, love it. And, you know, nobody likes to hear the challenges that he's been through in the last week. That's brutal for sure. That'll shake even, you know, the most mentally tough athlete when you think you're at the finish line, you know, which is the start line of races, and these things happen to you. Certainly a familial death like that's got to be brutal. And I love his ability to be real about it, right? And be like, you know what, I don't know what I'm doing with this energy yet. Like, I don't know how I'm going to use this energy, because he knows that he needs to get past that, and like that his grandfather would want him to do what he could to be able to race at his best. And you know, he's trying to use that, and right now he's rolling. You know, he's running similar pace to Justin, but he's the athlete right now with the momentum. He's catching athletes, and this is great. He's here to win. He's chasing down this line. Let's see who he catches on the other side of this break.
Cody Beals from Canada, not too far away. He drove down here on his own, no support crew. Doing it on his own is always going to be tough as a professional athlete, but now he is getting after this course. Now he's running out at the 14-mile mark in third place. Michael Weiss is still 2 minutes up the road. This is a lapped runner coming up on the left-hand side of screen there. As you see, Metzler is still out with a 3:52 lead. Then it's Cody Beals at 5:46, and then Peyran from Belgium at a 5:50 right behind Cody Beals, and then Matt Russell is a little bit further back again. So Cody Beals, he's down here. He wants to get after the win, and he's doing precisely that. It's just that Justin Metzler is running very, very efficiently right now and steady.
He certainly is, and it's a decent gap. You know, 5:45 with a half a marathon to go. That's a lot of time, but it kind of depends on what the momentum is of each athlete, right? Like we saw Justin Metzler the first time showing some like little tiny kinks in his form, right? We see he's running a little bit more side to side. He's holding together very well, but we can see it because that's what we've got here is we have the ability to see just little differences. Cody Beals looks very relaxed, and I've seen him run a bunch in person, obviously racing him, but on camera, he has another gear left, right? And clearly most people during a marathon have another gear left. But if he gets to 10K to go and he sees that the time is coming down, he's got another 15 to 25 seconds a mile to give. You can just tell the way he's running, he's got more. So Justin Metzler just needs to hold well. He's got a huge, like he's in the driver's seat clearly with a 5:45 lead. He just needs to hold it together, not lose a bunch of time, and this race is his. But he knows just as well as we do. You show a weakness and Cody's on a day and he has the ability to get to that accelerator a little bit, the last third of this marathon, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, look at Justin again. He looks like he's got a touch of foot speed back again. And look at the shoulders. They're not rocking as much, from side to side as what they were up on, Country Club Drive there in Mirror Lake right there just a moment ago, about 2.5, 3 miles ago. So Metzler looks like he's just found his groove again. And, it's one of those things when we talk about the marathon, which if you're doing a straight-out marathon, they call it the wall, right? When you hit about 30, 35K or around about, about 18 to 20, 22 miles on the run course, and you're starting to, sort of things are falling apart a little bit. Well, in an Ironman triathlon, it's a little bit earlier than that because you've got to talk about a 2.4-mile swim and a 112-mile bike ride beforehand. That's tough. Look at the guy on the left-hand side of the screen right now. That's an age group athlete. Look at the turnover. Now, if you were to take a freeze frame, look at the hips down, you would say, wow, the guy on the left-hand side, he's running way faster than Justin Metzler. But look at Justin Metzler. He stands at about 6'3", 6'4". The other guy on the left-hand side of the screen was about 5'8". So you have to look at it from a side and just see the length of Justin's stride and the efficiency of a tall guy. And right now he's doing everything that he needs to do for his race to advance himself toward the finish line at the best average pace that he can.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. And I will point out that age grouper has a little bit Luke McKenzie style run going there, when he's running good. I hope you're listening, Luke. But yeah, no, absolutely. I think great point. Worth noting, kind of as we thought might happen between that 5.6 mile mark and that 8.2 mile mark in the women's race, a story is being told, right? Heather Jackson has lost 45 seconds to Sarah True. Both running well. Heather's running great, but that shows who spent more energy either late on the bike ride or early on the run. And at this point, and as far as we were talking about Justin, breaking up the course in segments right now, Sarah's doing a better job.
Sarah True, and she may come into that conversation with the rivalry that we were talking about, with Heather Jackson and Sky Munch, and also Jocelyn McCauley, who is the best in the United States. Well, we're going to have to wait and see when we get toward, the VinFast Ironman World Championship coming up a little bit later this year on October 8th. That'll be a great indication to let us know who is doing that. But here goes Sarah, just going through the aid station, making sure that she stops and gets what she needs, just taking a very, very slow, short break. There was only about a 5-meter walk there and straight back into the pace. Looks great.
And she's done that at every aid station we've seen her go through where the camera's been on her, right? So this isn't like a sign that she's struggling or anything like that. That's why she's running well. She's holding back.
And Matt, when somebody goes through an aid station like that, you get your cup and you sort of squeeze it to the side and you put it up into your mouth. So a lot of the time, you put it down too fast and it's like, well, you sort of cough and it goes down the wrong way. So anyway, Sarah True, she is looking great. And the Heather Jackson, she is also in second place here, looking very, very good. But one of those beautiful races that I love to attend is Ironman Oceania.
Experience a whole new world of racing in New Zealand and Australia. Toe the line in Taupo at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Ironman New Zealand. Soak up 35 years of history in the National Storage Ironman Australia. Race in paradise at Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, or chase a Kona slot at the GWM Ironman Western Australia. So when you're planning your season, why not head down under and race Oceania style?
There you go. Yeah, always looks like an event I'd like to be at one of these days. I'll get out there for sure. Heather Jackson here pushing the pace. Again, looks great. She's rolling on these flatter sections, on the kind of rollier sections of this course and doing well. And you brought it up, Greg, the rivalry between Sky and Heather, who, up until 2 months ago, that would be news to Heather, right? That there was a rivalry. But if anybody watched the great coverage of the 2022 Ironman World Championship at St. George, there's a little piece on these two kind of, I think it was Sky more than anything, like, hey, how come Heather's, known as the American one? And I think, they're battling, talking back and forth a little bit. I wonder if Sarah True's in the background going, excuse me. Like, I got something to say about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sodaro?
I was just going to say that, Matt, because I actually watched that yesterday on NBC, and it was a great coverage of the Ironman World Championship, the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship in St. George earlier this year in May. But like you said, you threw in, the name of Chelsea Sodaro. I want to throw in Jocelyn McCauley as well,
For sure.
and just say that there's 5 American women right now that are very competitive on the world stage. And there's going to be more, coming through, in the future. I would imagine that Taylor Knibb will be one of those that come up in about 3 or 4 years' time that is going to be one of the women to watch. She's already got a medal at the 70.3 World Championship at the age of 23.
Yeah.
So, she's going to be one of those ladies that comes to the foreground as well. Sarah True's she's hitting the late 30s in her age right now, but look how great she is. She's doing fantastic. She's just coming back from having a child not so long ago, and she's getting the job done.
For sure. And I will say, I think Heather has the ability to be that top American for sure. Obviously, she's top American at Olympics a few times, well, one time, and had a great result there at 4th place. She has the experience. And I think a lot of this, who's the best tends to be generational, right? I think it was a Lindsay Corbin when Heather came around, and maybe there was a friendly competition there when that happened. And, now it's Sky seeing that it's Heather. But let's not forget the woman on the screen here having a great performance, Sarah True. In my opinion, she hasn't really had a clean run, so to speak, over the Ironman distance for 18 months at a time. She had that race in Frankfurt that was, really challenging for her, ended up passing out just within miles, and this was in front of Sky. Let's not forget how far she was in front of Sky when that happened. And, she's had some, trying to chase back to get Kona qualification after that. So it's kind of chasing her tail to a certain extent. And then, obviously, the pandemic was something that altered that. And then, planned, and a jovial pregnancy, and changed her life that, she appreciated and she's better for it. But point being, in a long-winded manner, that felt like Lovato there for a second. She hasn't really had that smooth run. And I think kind of this time of her building back from the birth of her child gave her the ability to be patient with it and to build correctly. She won a race first off. Now she's coming back, and she's well in the lead of a race against some great competitors. And I think there's no reason to think Sarah True couldn't be first American in Kona.
Yeah, that's right. And, it's going to be a great discussion to have once we, get to Kona on October 6th, and we'll see that race unfold in front of our very eyes there, Matt. You and I will be on the ground, Michael and Didi in studio, obviously, and we'll be covering the VinFast Ironman World Championship coming up October 6th for our women and October 7th for our pro women and pro men, respectively. All right, so Sarah True is about to hit the hardest part of the course. She's going to be going uphill, and it is steep. It's almost about 13% heading up that last part, making the left-hand turn onto the main street, and then out toward the special needs and the turnaround at the halfway marker. Sarah True has had a great day so far. Very good in the swim. She was just a few minutes down after the swim ended there in the Roka swim course. Then on the full gas bike ride, she ended up taking the lead of the race just after the halfway point, and then never lost it. Onto the run course here right now. Sarah True is just running away with the competition. She was equally matched in the first part, in the first few miles, by Heather Jackson, but now True has turned the tables. Her average pace is around about 5 seconds a mile faster than Heather Jackson. So we'll see what happens on the Hoka run course when we come back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And here we go, back on the Hoka run course and back with our women's leader, Sarah True, as she runs by. Maybe she gets a little bit of motivation from this little My Little Pony unicorn on the side. That'll get you going for sure. Great fan support here in Lake Placid. Love it. One of my, again, favorite places to race. Awesome spot. Sarah True running quite well in the lead of this race in front of Heather Jackson with a 7-minute gap at mile 8.2 and 14:55 on Didi Griesbauer in third place. But Sarah's looking smooth and very much in control, and you can tell very, very comfortable at this point. And it's going to be a hard one to pull this win away from her, especially with the momentum moving a little bit away from Heather Jackson. It's kind of all up to Sarah True at this point as far as who's going to win this race, because as far as the quick runners, there's nobody really, Jody Robertson is, about 20 minutes back. So there's nobody really that has the ability to close besides Heather Jackson. And again, we see her just fading just a little bit. We'll see on the second half of this marathon, Greg.
Good stack of firewood on the side of the road there. Probably nothing that Sarah's thinking about right now, because she is a local, lives not too far away. She's not going to be chopping wood anytime soon. Sarah True continues to lead the Viewpoint Ironman Lake Placid right now, and she is leading it with a contentious pace at the moment, and she's doing a great job of it. As you can see, that a very stoic look on her face right now. The pace is even. The arms are in a good carriage there, and she looks to be in a good space. The hard part of the course is just about to come up with a steep ascent to the main street of Lake Placid, and then you're going to be on flat grounds for a couple of miles, about 3 miles on flat grounds before heading downhill for the second time on this course. And it looks like Sarah True in complete control, just making sure that those Morton gels are going down the hatch nicely.
Yep, again, making sure she works those aid stations. It seems like when she has the ability to get a couple good cups of water and, have a good opportunity at that, she's not stopping. And then if she's not getting it, then she's stopping at the end of the aid station. So there we go. She's talking for one in the mouth, one on the head, and keep moving through. Right now, just because we just had some updates come through in the men's race at 16 miles, Mikey Weiss has gone through 4.5 minutes down with Cody Beals at 5:35. So Cody Beals closing, again, the fastest runner on the course at this point, not making up a ton of time on Justin Metzler, but definitely the fastest mover out there, as is the woman on the screen. Sarah True just went through 10.8 miles at a 1:15. That's a 7.5 minute pace.
The two gentlemen in the lead of the race are trying to punch their ticket to the Ironman World Championship, and at this pace, they'll get the job done. But as Cody Beals, who also needs qualification, he's in third place, and he's chasing down the second place athlete right now. That is Michael Weiss. But the leader at the moment, Justin Metzler, is leading just handsomely at the front of the course right now, out on the River Road. He's out to the turnaround point here just a little bit. He'll make a U-turn and then come back into Woodtown, where he'll only have around 6 miles to run. And he's had a great race day today here, Matt. He's had a good swim. He was in that lead group, and then onto the bike course. He's worked his way toward the front. He was a part of the pace setting early on, but it was all him at the end of the bike ride. But Michael Weiss, he closed within 1 minute and 30 seconds, and now the gap has gone out to 4 minutes and 30 seconds for Michael Weiss. So Justin Metzler, he's been steady all the way, so slow and steady winning the race for Metzler, and he's gone out. His goal was to go out there, be patient, yet be efficient.
And one thing I want to point out, Greg, is in my belief, Justin Metzler is certainly in how he's running the first 3 quarters of this run course. He could have ridden 5 to 7 minutes faster. That's something he had in the tank. You could tell he was riding smooth and steady. And he had the ability to do that because he swam well. He was at the front. So he's like, okay, Mikey, I'll give you 6 minutes gap on the swim. You work to catch me. That doesn't mean you're a better cyclist. That just means I've paced myself better, and I put myself in a position where I don't have to depend on the bike ride, right? Like, he can use his strength as a great cyclist to be fresher on the run.
Yeah, and he was incredible that last, 5 miles or so, Matt. You and I saw that he was purposely slowing down, just to get those legs spinning at a higher cadence, get the blood flowing a little bit better, and just a little recovery, and also get the breath back a little bit, and also putting that nutrition down to get started on the run. Then he had a fantastic transition anyway, which set himself up for the first part of the run. Made up a few seconds in transition from Michael Weiss, and then got stuck into the job, and doesn't really look any different than when he started. We saw him up on Mirror Lake there halfway into the run. Looked like he slowed down just a little bit.
Yep.
Shoulders were starting to sway from side to side. You can see that they're swaying from side to side, but that's just his arm carriage. It wasn't swinging from side to side where he was dropping the shoulders like up on Mirror Lake. So now it looks like he's found his pace again. He's into a very, very good rhythm, and as long as he just, sort of keeps a very, very strong mind and do what you said about an hour ago, break this race up into about 6 sections. The first part is the downhill to River Road. The second section is River Road. The third section is the climb back up into town. Break it down into sections. Don't think too far ahead of yourself and stay in control.
Totally. And depending on the course and your competition, you race things differently. I think some people, there's a misconception that if you're a professional triathlete and your strength is the bike, then you have to do it on the bike every time. Don't tell my brother I said that, but sometimes you're good on the bike, so that means you don't have to ride that hard. Or if you're a great swimmer, you can swim easy in the front of the group, right? And then that puts you in a position to maybe perform in your weakness a little bit better. But I think Justin's done a great time of being patient and leaving his cycling ego out of it. And you know what they say, Greg? Bike for show, run for dough.
Yeah, well, I've heard that in golf before, drive for show, putt for dough. But that's a great way of putting it, Matt. All right, Sarah True has reached the highest part of the run course right now. So she's gone up the ascent here, getting off the River Road. She came all the way back up the huge ascent. Then she made that left-hand turn onto the main street. Now a right turn onto the drive here. She's going to be picking up her special needs in around about 60 seconds from now. But look at this. She's up onto the highest part of the course. This is going to be a flat 2.5 mile section before it's all downhill back down to the River Road once again. All the tri clubs, you can see all their tents out there right now, giving a big cheer to their favorite athletes and all the tri club athletes in the North American Triathlon Club Championship here. We got 20 countries represented here today and 1,266 athletes in our tri club challenge today. So Sarah True just about to come up onto the special needs area, and that's going to be good for her. She'll slow down. She'll make sure that she gets all of the, special food that she's put in a bag. And what will you find in that bag there, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, special needs, it's up to everybody, right? I think, I'm a paranoid person, so I would often have an extra pair of socks. As we see Melanie McQuaid on the screen, that might mean she's moved into third or she's chasing up on Didi Griesbauer. But that's an athlete she's in fourth still currently, but an athlete that's chasing for sure and great on these hard courses. But back to your question, yeah, I would put socks in there. Don't tell anybody because you're not supposed to, but I put shoes in there a couple times because I was paranoid about it. But in the end, you put maybe if you like a special mixture of nutrition or your special nutrition. I would always say, certainly on the bike and sometimes on the run, I would treat your special needs as the one place you can help yourself. And for me, it's a worst case scenario thing. So it's if you're on a bike ride in training and you go into a servo, as your people would call it, and
that's true.
And you're cracked, and you go into a servo. Where are you looking? Are you looking for a pie? Are you looking for
would that be a meat pie?
A candy bar, maybe a meat pie, but whatever it is that you go to when you're cracked, put that in there, and it makes you feel better. So if you crack that it's there, but if you do crack, it's kind of you felt like you helped yourself out a little bit.
Through the Red Bull Energy Zone, Sarah True goes as she makes her way out. She is looking for energy toward that turnaround. She's just moments away from making the U-turn and coming back in toward Lake Placid. Then she will have 13 miles to run. So 1 lap down, 1 to go on the Hoka run course. Sarah True leads our pro women's race. pro race in our women's competition continues with Sarah True from New Hampshire. She is leading the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid right now, and Justin Metzler on the men's side of things. But look at the turnover, Matt, of Sarah True right now. And I tell you what, Mr. Lieto, she looks absolutely fantastic, and there is not a hitch in their step there. She goes through 25 kilometers on the run course, around about 15 miles.
No, and I mean, you know, we pointed out earlier how light she looked on her feet, and this was an hour ago. And she looks the same now, right? There has been no degradation. It's clear that she's broken this race up, as you've said, into, you know, 6th or 8th or whatever it is, but she's running the course, you know, and she's been holding back, and you know, she's paced herself well throughout the day. And you know, this shows again kind of what we were saying, like she's an athlete that is worth being in the conversation for best American athlete. But Sarah wouldn't care if we just said that. She'd be like, we'll talk about it on race day. Like she doesn't
just say
care
thank
about
you.
it.
She's that polite. Yeah, I caught up with her in St. George earlier this year, and she was out there just you know, checking things out and running around the place. But it's great to see her back after, you know, the birth of her baby with Ben, her husband, and great to see her back at the top of the sport as well. She doesn't have too many more meters to go before she'll do that U-turn and then come back into town. She'll get a good look at the face of the second place getter right now, and that is going to be Heather Jackson. And then it will be third in Dee Dee Griesbauer, but Dee Dee is losing a little bit of time right now. And in fourth place, you know, coming right up from behind there, you know, right behind Dee Dee is Melanie McQuaid. Now, Melanie McQuaid was doing great coming up the hill, but look at this. This is the Morton move right now. This is Cody Beals getting past Michael Weiss. It was Michael Weiss that got off the bike in second place today, but now it's the Canadian. He's on his own. He come down to Lake Placid on his own. He's doing it all on his own, and right now he has just secured second place. So now those 2 places are up for grab for the Ironman World Championship, and now Sarah True has 1 lap to go as she makes her way down back toward Lake Placid.
Yeah, she sure does. A lap and just a tiny bit to get back down to that oval. But yeah, we saw that for a second. And Cody, you could see maybe what I was referring to back to Melanie McQuaid. He opened it up because he had another gear. So when he passed Mikey, he didn't just pass him at the rate that he was running. He put something in. And here we go. You can see he has that, like, his wrist come a little bit more out to the side. His feet, you know, his heel drive comes a little bit higher, and he opens it up. So this is a different gear than what we saw earlier for Cody Beals.
Look at the head. The head is back. The shoulders are forward. You know when somebody's given it 100% there.
It's awesome.
And there was no reaction from the Austrian then. That was the Morton move so far on the men's pro course here in Lake Placid. And what a great move it was from Canada, overtaking Austria. That was Beals from Weiss, and now second from third it goes over to Beals. So now back to our live coverage here of Sarah True as she makes her way back past Mirror Lake right now. You can see some of the age group athletes just completing their second lap of the bike course, just about to start their run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, yeah, she's running super smooth. And this section of the course is awesome on the first lap. On the second lap, it's kind of brutal because you like run past the finish
Knowing
line.
that you're going to have to go and do another one of those brutal laps.
Yeah, and especially if you're in a race, because we've seen this come pretty tight a few times, and it's like, wait, I have to like race the last mile and a half, and like the finish is right there. Can we just finish? But she's loving it right here, having a great time, getting some cheers from folks on the side of the road. As you said, feels like a hometown race to her, but so excited to see Sarah having a great race here today. And yeah, on that pass by Cody Beals, you know, did it with fashion. And again, I do think probably from mile 8, Justin Metzler was like, okay, I'm racing Cody. And he was right in that, and my assumption of that, and that you know, he has some work to do, but you know, Cody is at least 5 minutes down at this point, so there's some space, but Cody's, you know, the one that's making moves, and you know, it's good to see him come out of that, and again, especially after knowing how tough of a week he had as an athlete to get in a physical accident. You know, it's hard for you to believe that your body's going to come around, and you know, maybe that's why we saw him falter a little bit at the end of the bike ride.
Sarah True over the last couple of miles has gained 34 seconds on Heather Jackson, who is sitting in second place right now. Didi Griesbauer still secures third from McQuaid from Canada. Zelinkas, our early swim leader, is in there still with Robertson. Then we've got Angela Nath from Canada. Smith is in there as well as Alberts Watt, and Morales has now dropped outside of the top 10 for the first time today.
Yeah, there we go. And Karpinski as well through 5 miles, as well as Amy Van Tassel getting out there and having a good race as well. As we see Sarah on the out and back section with one of our amateur athletes as she's going underneath this arch. But again, fantastic and very smooth performance from Sarah. Again, going through 10.8 miles with 7:35 lead. Now she's through 12 herself at 1:24.24 at a 7-minute pace just for that last split.
Well, she's going to be happy to see this Red Bull Arch on the last lap, that's for sure, because that means that she's going to have about 1 mile to run at the end of the race today. So at 7 hours and 24 minutes on the race clock for our women's pro athletes, Sarah True continues to lead, running along at a very, very nice clip, just under 7-minute mile average pace, and the turnover is there, and the pass is going to happen just in moments' time. So we'll see Heather Jackson running one way and Sarah True the other.
We actually just did. It was just on the corner of the screen. You could barely see it. But so Heather just went by. So they're on that out and back section. We're going to see Heather go through this mat here just a few minutes, probably about 6 minutes. But she's, they're in a battle right now. But Sarah clearly in the right spot. And, it's hard because, Heather, I think she always gives it her all, but when you already have a Kona spot and you're in a spot, it's hard to dig, especially if you've got that in your head from last year. Like, oh, the last time I gave it my all to try to catch somebody, I walked, right? Like, that's hard to get past, but it's fun watching these two women fight. And so another split just came through with our men's race. So Cody Beals, 4:36 down now, so making up more time. So he's made up about 27 seconds in the last split. And when I was thinking like 6 miles ago, I was looking at, man, if at mile 18, if one person goes one way with energy, if Justin goes one way and Cody gets into that other gear, about where it's going to be is about 30 seconds a mile. And that's about what they've got right now. It's a little bit more than 30 seconds a mile. We know that changes the closer you get to the finish line. Maybe it's 20 and then the last few miles it's 40. But this is within reach. It just Justin has to fade. And Cody has to have that gear.
Well, look at this. Just as we started talking about that, it was going to talk about 21 seconds a mile. It was different, from Justin Metzler and Cody Beals. Yep. Now, Justin is just having a little bit of trouble here, just running out of gas a little bit. So we'll see what he can do. He might be reaching into that pack there to get some salt pills or, something like this and, get it back into the system. So maybe a little bit of cramping happening from Justin Metzler. He's been our long-time leader out there for quite some time today, just over the halfway mark in the bike ride. So there goes Metzler. He's trying to talk to himself. Yep. He's trying to get himself up onto his feet again. Couple of salt pills down the hatch, and off he goes once more. We'll see if he starts walking one more time, and that will indicate that he's got some cramps happening. Matt?
Yeah, and I do think, Greg, when you see an athlete that's running that well, that comes to a walk, not at around an aid station, and certainly when he confirms and grabs a little bag out of his pocket, he's either cramping or he's feeling them coming. And I think it's the feeling them coming thing where once they get there, then you have to it's a whole different process to uncramp and then get better again. If you can cycle through it before it happens, and he has time. He has 4.5 minutes, and he knows he can run as well as Cody when he's running well. So he just needs to that happened. The job now is to get past this and fuel yourself, just like Nick was saying. It's the athlete that adapts, like Cam Wurf did in that race that he won, is you put everything you need inside you to make sure that you can have that battle, and he's got a little bit of time to do it. But right now, Cody is rolling, and pretty soon he's going to see this, and blood's in the water, Greg.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Happening at the front end of the pack here, and we can tell you right now that Cody Beals is running the fastest out on course. They're on the River Road here. This is the last road that they do before heading back into town. The catch, it's going to be imminent, but the pass imminent as well. That's going to be coming up in a few moments' time. But now Cody Beals is running so much faster than our men's leader. Justin Metzler over the last mile has had some cramping issues. There he goes, just heading the other way there by the look of it. And Metzler now showing a little bit of pain on the face. He's having a little bit of cramping issues. He's been reaching into the salt pills, as we seen just before we went off to break there. So Cody Beals is just about certain to run into the lead of this race coming up in the next couple of miles or so. They're inside of 7 miles to go, so it's now closing down on the finish line. Michael Weiss still sits down around about a minute behind Cody Beals, but Justin Metzler is leading the race by 4.5 minutes, but it is coming down.
It is for sure, Greg. And I think it's, at this point, it's a, kind of as you allude to, foregone conclusion. And I think what Justin needs to think about, especially when we get this out and back and they can see each other, is he's fighting for second. He's not fighting for first anymore. And, you know, there might be a temptation if you're cramping and this athlete comes by you that you're like, I'm still fighting for the win. I'm going to try to hang with him as long as possible. That's done. That's the past. Today didn't work out as we wanted to. You just can't come back from that. But like Mikey Weiss is also struggling. And Pamphile Perrin hasn't shown that he can run low 250s or mid 240 on a course like this. So you've got a big gap to the athletes that are going to take that Kona spot away from you. It's not going to be easy to stay in front of an athlete like Mikey Weiss. But like I think right now, when Justin sees Cody Beals, he needs to think, okay, I'm going to do my best. If I can keep moving and hold it to 3 minutes and like stabilize, sure, let's see if we can beat him. But if it's going to take a deep fight, his body isn't there right now. If he's cramping already, you can't get in a fight to win a race like this, 1-to-1 with a runner like Cody Beals.
He's running like a man possessed right now, and look at the pace that he's got going out on the River Road here. An undulating, twisty, turny road. Absolutely gorgeous down there. The scenery, well, they're not going to be taking too much of that in today. What they're going to be looking at is what's ahead and what's behind, because what's ahead is the lead of the race for Cody Beals, and what's ahead of that is a qualifying slot to the Ironman World Championship. So Cody Beals has got a lot to gain out of today. A lot of money's at stake, a couple of spots to the Ironman World Championship, and also world rankings. So as we see Metzler now struggling once again, just walking as he's talking to himself and just trying to get himself going. There he goes once more. It's a very difficult and brutal challenge that lies ahead for Metzler. He's had the lead for the last 3.5 hours, and now it comes down to this. It is a game of survival. It is a race of survival. And as we now see Cody Beals, he is now seeing what's ahead, and now he is building the pace.
Yeah, and Greg, he looks so composed and so comfortable, and you can tell that, you know, he was the fastest runner that first half, but he was holding back, and now he's not. And I think he does have that gear, and he's not like overly using it. He clearly used it in the mile that he passed Mikey Weiss. And I think now he's settled in a little bit, but you can like look at him. He looks like he's breathing through his nose. Like these two athletes are telling very different stories. This athlete has room and is stoked he has room to run more. This athlete on the left wants to be done as soon as possible.
Sort of see a little limp, happening from Justin Metzler too. So I'm not sure if an injury or a cramp in the right leg. It looks like he's dropping that right hip and definitely cramping. Look at this. He's reducing to a walk. There is definitely cramping happening at the moment. He reaches across for anything that he can possibly get his hands on. He wants the sponges. He wants everything. He wants water over the head. Cool the system down. But now Cody Beals is on the hunt. He can see what's ahead, and now there is blood in the water. Cody Beals from Canada is looking like the flag colour. Look at that red. I see red, and I am on the way to getting into first place as Justin Metzler, now our early leader, has been reduced to a walk.
And you can tell, Greg, it is cramping, but it's a heat thing. He's overheating, right? Like, even if you're cramping, you would even pour water on the muscle that's cramping to give you a little bit, but he clearly feels very hot. He's putting the ice under his hat. He's putting the ice on his back and in his jersey, but he's doing what he needs to do. Okay, I feel okay right now. Run, because at any moment, the athlete behind you could give up too. I don't like telling stories about myself in racing, but I raced Jason Shortis here once, and we had a battle, and we were both giving it pretty hard on this section of the course, and he got it, and he ended up getting away and running away from me. And after the race, Greg, he turns to me and he says, "Man, if you would have kept that pace up for literally 5 more seconds, I would have stopped and walked." And that's, you just have to keep moving. It's a poker match, and these athletes are putting their best cards forward. And hats off to Justin for moving through this pain but staying as far up as he can, because you never know if that's going to happen to Cody.
All right, whether 5 days or 5 years ago, the feeling of an Ironman or an Ironman 70.3 finish stays with you forever. Relive the emotion of the finish line with a permanent memento, the Breitling Endurance Pro Ironman Finisher Timepiece. Featuring the signature black and gold accents of the Ironman Finisher Collection and embossed with Finisher Series on the back, this watch offers precision timekeeping in a lightweight luxury form. It's the perfect way to commemorate your achievement in a lasting and momentous way. You've shown yourself that anything is possible. Wear the Breitling Endurance Pro as a reminder of this anytime. Discover more online at ironmanstore.com.
There you go. On the left side of our screen, Justin Metzler going up one of these little rises, doing his best to keep things moving as he gets to the end of this run course. You know, he's near that 20-mile. You know, they talk about that's where the race starts and where the piano might be thrown on your back. And he's feeling that a little bit right now, but great shot of Cody Beals as he's hunting, right? And he you know, he can see Justin up the road, I'm sure, when things get straight, but right now it's just empty roads and Cody just going through the motions very smoothly. Two cups of water, getting through and moving on.
Yeah, not slowing down. He is increasing. You know, the gap is coming down right now in between Cody Beals and our leader, Justin Metzler. So it won't be too far away before we see a pass. And that's where Metzler will be able to look across the other side of the street and see Beals and what he's all about. If you want to learn more about Cody, check out the Quest for the Ironman World Championship presented by Gatorade Endurance. That posted last week on the Ironman Try YouTube channel, so get across there and have a look at that, because Cody Beals is one of those guys. He's a tough nut. It does a lot of it on his own, and today, with no support, he is just about ready to strike and go into the lead of this race. Does he have enough? Does he have enough real estate? And is Justin Metzler going to be able to hang in and face those demons that are sitting on his shoulder?
And right now on screen, we have Sarah True in the lead of this race. Another split has gone through at 12.1. She's extended her lead. Again, not quite as much, but 12 more seconds on Heather Jackson. So Heather Jackson at 7:47 down with about a half a marathon left to go. That's going to be a big swing that needs to happen. And to be honest, that swing is at this point only going to happen if this athlete on screen fades dramatically.
Well, we know what's happened, you know, in the latter parts of the races in the last couple of years with, you know, Sarah in Frankfurt and some other races. It become very, very difficult at the end. And then also for Heather Jackson, even last year, you know, she ran out, you know, like a bull at a gate and it didn't work. She was cramping, and now, you know, she's facing a 7:47, you know, deficit. So, you know, Sarah True right now, she's running very well. And here we go. Let's go back to the action. This was just a moment ago where Melanie McQuaid has just overtaken Dee Dee Griesbauer going into third place right now. So Melanie McQuaid is making a bit of a run at it into the podium position as she makes her way up the very, very difficult climb back into town. Come on, Dee Dee, hang in there, girl.
There she goes, and she, just as I was saying earlier, you got to hang in as long as you can, and that was as long as Dee Dee could hang in.
If you're going to walk, this is the part of the course to walk. This hill is extremely tough, and you can see the turnover by Melanie. She's now pointing her shoulders down toward the ground. She's got her chin dropped, which is the right thing to do. Why work against gravity when it can work for you? Point yourself down toward the ground. And Dee Dee Griesbauer now just trying to get a few deep breaths in there. There goes one of the Morton gels. And now back to our men's race.
And here we go. We have Justin Metzler, and I'm not seeing quite yet Cody Beal. So Justin, like when he gets moving and he loosens it up, and that's one thing with the cramp, like if you can get moving again, and you can't get moving again until you do the things that Justin was doing, like take the salt, do all the things. Like it's not going to change on its own. You have to fix whatever the problem is. You're either pushing the muscles too hard, you're overheated, or you have an electrolyte imbalance of some sort. So he did at least two of those things, right? He did all three of those things. He stopped, he walked. That changed the effort he was putting. He added electrolytes that changed, that balance. And he put a bunch of ice and water on. So he tried everything he could, and sometimes that works. And right now he's moving forward.
And also he's got to keep his head into a positive sense as well, because a lot of the time I've experienced this before in Ironman races, that if you're going to get a cramp and you think about getting another cramp, it'll happen. And
Totally.
it's just the nature of the beast. And if you're thinking about it, it's going to happen. So take your mind off it. Do whatever you can, to break the race down into, quadrants or sixths or eighths or whatever you want to do. Make sure that you're using your salt pills. Make sure that those gels are going in. As we reduce to a walk again. This is a really painful situation that Justin has to go through. You can see that he is definitely cramping with the hands on the quadriceps like that. A very, very tough bike ride today for Justin Metzler, and now the cramps are now starting to come in. Very humid out there as well.
For sure. And those are the tough ones, Greg. Almost the IT band, that part of the quad, when that starts cramping, it's a really deep, at least for me, a very painful cramp. And it's not always like that cramping of the muscle. It's this deep, deep, deep fatigue. And those are really, really hard to run through because you can't really get away from putting weight on the quad. But again, he's putting in the electrolytes. He's doing what he has to. He has resigned himself a little bit. He knows he's not winning this race anymore. That's what when you move out to the middle of the road to look back, you're trying to see how much room you have. But when you move out to the middle, it's like a big spotlight to the athlete behind you saying, hey, this is me. Where when you have lapped athletes, you can't always really tell, right? So Justin isn't concerned about whether or not Cody is able to see him or not. I think he's resigned to the fact that unless Cody goes through some of these issues like he is, which he might, it's gonna be a second place at best for Justin, and he's doing a great job. And it's worth pointing out, I think part of the reason Cody is running so well, Justin said this feels like the Rockies. It doesn't feel like the Rockies, this humidity. Right? It's not as hot. Maybe he's been training in Boulder at 90 degrees and it's only 80 degrees here. Totally different situation in the humidity and the heat, especially if you're a bigger framed athlete like Justin.
The men's pro race here at Lake Placid is changing dramatically in the closing stages as we make our final push to the finish line on the Hoka Run course. Metzler is starting to fail a little bit as Beals, the Canadian, is fast charging toward the lead.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
The ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid continues, and it is all full of action this afternoon because Justin Metzler, the longtime leader on the bike course today, the full gas bike course, is now the leader on the Honka Run course. We are coming to a close in around about 6 miles, 6.5 miles from the finish line at this point in time, but it is getting tough. He is losing his lead. He was 4 minutes and 30 seconds up at the 13-mile mark now, just past 19 miles. That has now shrunk to 1 minute and 24 seconds as cramps are setting into Justin Metzler's quadriceps and his calf muscles. They are just like bricks on either side, concrete blocks, call them what you will, but he is suffering now. He is trying to reach into those special needs. He's been downing the salt tablets and taking extra electrolyte, but nothing seems to be working right now because his muscles are absolutely cooked.
Yeah, but I mean, good on him, right? Like, he's moving whenever he can, Greg. And I think, like, for mile 18.6, you know, he was 4.5 minutes up, and now he's 1.5 minutes up. With all the walking we've seen and what he's going through, that is an exceptional way to hold it together. And I think if he continues to do that, he has a chance of holding on to this second place. Again, I don't think first place is going to happen, but bad news for him is Mikey Weiss has kind of started holding it together. He's only 2:15 down, or was over that last split, and just 45 seconds behind Cody Beals. So what's hard for me to believe in Justin being able to hold this on is that the toughest part of this course is still to come, and it's in the last 5 miles.
It's still to come, but Matt, you know what? I just want to make this point is that as we see now, Beals just behind Justin Metzler, this is going to be the Morton mover we've been expecting for quite some time, and there goes Sarah True on the other way, just heading back out on the course as well, but this is going to be the Morton move of the day. Sarah True's got an 8-minute lead on Heather Jackson, but Cody Beals is now closing in on our leader, that is Justin Metzler. Now, Justin came off that steep downhill, and as you know, the downhills are extremely hard to run when your legs are cramping. It's going to be better for, you know, someone like Justin to be running the uphill back into town, but he's now running out of real estate because he's about to turn around and head back toward the main road that heads back into Lake Placid as Sarah True heads out the other way. So now you can see that Justin Metzler, he is up and running, but he's got a fast charging Beals from Canada right behind, and now he feels it. He can feel the fishing line. It's reeling him in at this point in time, and the Canadian is just about to get the lead of the Lake Placid Ironman.
Yeah, he is for sure, but man, Justin is fighting, and I love to see it as they hit the end of River Road. They're going to take this right-hand turn and get to this hilly section of the course. Cody Beals is working to get this too, though, right? So, like, he's not necessarily in the driver's seat as we see Justin Metzler walking. So I think we're going to see some encouragement from Cody Beals. I think they're allies at this point. They both want to try to get that Kona spot. And Justin Metzler hopefully is buoyed by Cody Beals coming up on him. A little encouragement. He's talking to his buddy there, encouraging him to run if he can. And Justin doing the best. And you can tell shorter strides. And you make a great point, Greg. When you're cramping, the shorter strides and moving up, you can use gravity, lean your body forward, pick it up. That's all you're doing. And Cody's he's pushing the pace still to make sure he's putting kind of the final nail in the coffin. But, you know, Mikey Weiss also struggled on this hill. And if Justin can keep running and Mikey doesn't see that he's walking, he still has a chance to get second place.
Well, Mikey is still on the River Road right now, is where we see Cody Beals just gone past the ski jumps with just less than about 4 and a bit miles to go right now on this incredible day here. And I tell you what, this is going to come all the way down to the finish line for Justin Metzler and Michael Weiss, because they're both looking for qualifying slots, as is this man, Cody Beals, for the Ironman World Championship. And look at this. He's really working the uphill here. He's going to win this by a significant margin. But now, Justin just needs to keep it together. It's been mentally challenging. It's going to haunt him for quite some days, but he is really struggling. He's got to keep his head in the game. And you know, Matt, as well as I do, that's the difficult part. Talk yourself into it. take those salt pills. Just look at this. Look at the lean. I absolutely love what he's doing. He's got the short arm carriage, a very short stride. Just keep your head in the game there, Justin. Just keep on making forward progress, and look how hard it is for him. Those cramps are just absolutely annihilating him right now, and mentally, this is tough.
This is tough, and I think the writing's on the wall here for Justin, and I think he's a very tough athlete. So if he's gotten here, he's pushed through a lot of pain that we haven't seen yet, right? So I think this is going to be a long last 5 miles for Justin Metzler. And, if he can hold on to the podium, that's going to be a fantastic performance. You'd see a lesser athlete be outside of the top 10 here pretty quick, as we see Mikey Weiss just over his shoulder. But he's going to try, and he does not want Mikey Weiss to beat him. So he's going to go as deep as he can to try to do that. And again, to your point, the hills are good for him right now, and that might allow him to work through, but he needs another aid station. He needs some more fluids and electrolytes.
Yeah, I mean, the pounding of the muscles going downhill as opposed to uphill is twice the force of the muscles going downhill. And you can see that going up the hill, he's got a nice little stride going, but he's just doing a little bit of walking and a little bit of running, and that's all he can do at this point in time. This is all coming down to very deep into his soul at this point, because he's down talking to himself going, okay, I've got a problem. How do I deal with it, and how do I keep going? As Michael Weiss looks better than what he did at about this time last loop. So Michael Weiss has found the fountain of youth here, and also, got the nutrition in as he gets a little bit of a tap on the elbow there to say, come on, Justin, hang in there, mate. And Justin is just really suffering. Hard to watch.
And you can tell, Greg, Justin's ticked off. He's ticked off right now, and he's disappointed because he's put a lot of work in, and it's frustrating when mentally, clearly, he's super strong. And he did, as we said, he did everything right today. There's Heather Jackson.
Yep, just going the other way. And Cody Beals makes his way back in toward town. And there's the horse shows, the Lake Placid Horse Show and Horse Grounds there on the left-hand side where they have the prize giving down there. That will be tomorrow, where they hand out the 45 age group slots to the Ironman World Championship, and also the 2 to the pro men and 2 to the pro women. As they go past John Brown Avenue just there on the right-hand side, that is now telling us they are about 4 miles away from the finish line here. We're coming up toward the magical 8-hour barrier. This is Michael Weiss. He's just gone into second from third place, overtaking our early leader, Justin Metzler. What does Metzler have left in the tank on the Hoka Run course? We're going to find out on the other side of this. Well, everything's changed in the final miles of the men's pro race as Michael Weiss is looking around and saying, who's behind me and who's in front? Well, he's only got one person in front of him, and he's just overtaken the leader off the bike today, Justin Metzler, who hails from Boulder, Colorado, saying that he loves racing in the mountains. But now we see on our women's side of race here, this is Jody Robertson now coming into the four. She's moved into third place.
Yeah, Greg, and this is, I mean, she is a powerful runner, and this is the type of course, she was a collegiate runner. She's a fantastic runner and a very strong cyclist, which allows her to have this type of dynamic running. But she's run through and run up to third place, 19 minutes down, so she's got a lot of work to do if she wants to move up.
Well, there's the Morton move there, just passing Melanie McQuaid to go into third place, as Melanie had passed Judy Griesbauer already from fourth to third, and now it goes Jody all the way from fifth into fourth and now into third as she makes her way through Lake Placid as she attempts to make her headway now into the second lap of the run course here today. So we got 2 races just hotting up toward the end of the race today. Things have changed. When we always talk about in the early parts of these Ironman races, Matt, how much do they have left in the tank at the end of the run course? How much energy do they, disperse in the first part of the bike course?
Yeah.
Does that make any, influence on what happens in the latter part of the day? Well, I think that we're learning that, yes, it does. So we need to readjust our, the way that we conform to not only the differences on race courses, whether if it's a challenging course or whether if it's like something within you, if it's nutritional wise or wattage outputs.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this shot. It shows how strong she is. Look at her leg drive. Like that knee isn't going anywhere. She's got a little bit of ankle movement, but she's so powerful and has kind of a wide stride and then moves forward on that
not only a wide stride, but a long stride for a short athlete.
Yeah.
This is what impresses me with the short athletes with the long strides. And Marinda Carfrae is one of those athletes that I'd like to point out, because Marinda Carfrae and even Laurie Bowden and the great Heather Fuhr. Heather Fuhr won this race more than 5 times. I want to say it was 6 times that she won on the Ironman Lake Placid course. Used to break a own record every year up here. And she was very, very difficult to beat on this course. And she was one of those athletes that came from behind as well. But she relied on this very tough run course. And I saw Heather come back from 25 minutes down on the bike to win this race, quite some years ago. But that was the great Heather Fuhr. And now we see, just reduced to a walk now. So things are getting real out there for Sarah True as well. This is where we know that the race really starts on the marathon, and that is in the second part. Just like Justin Metzler, just got to walk those aid stations and get going there, Sarah. And just showing that it's a little bit hot out there today. So Sarah just unraveling the top part of a uniform down to the hips there and just reducing now. She has to go to the bathroom, and then she'll get back out on course. So that is a break that she probably needs to take to keep that pace on the way back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And my only worry there is that if it's humid and you go into one of those little green buildings, it gets really hot in there. And if you're already on the edge, it's
I don't think she's
challenge.
planning on spending much time in there, man.
I think you're right. You're probably right, Greg. So I think she's good. Again, we haven't seen her walk outside of an aid station yet. If she knew she was going to stop anyways, let's get some ice, some water, go into that hot little building. Cody asking for some input from somebody out on course. He's hurting a little bit. And Greg, I will say, the last split we had before Cody caught Justin, he was only 45 seconds in front of Mikey Weiss. So this is still very much a race. And the last time we saw Weiss, he looked good, and he looked like he was fighting and chasing. He wasn't looking behind anymore. He was looking forward.
Yeah, I like the way that Cody looks, actually. I still love his, squareness of the hips. I love his knee drivers there still in his arms. Well, that's about the normal thing that Cody does. Maybe he's whipping it across the body with the right hand just a little bit more, but I think he's comfortable. I think he's going to be okay. Michael Weiss, he's a tough nut, and he doesn't give up, but I like what Cody's doing right now and just putting the pressure on. He's keeping that average pace going. Michael's not making up any ground, so to speak, but he's overtaken Justin Metzler to go into second.
He's putting himself in a position where Cody can't mess up. And that Cody had, like both of these athletes, what's the last thing you want to do the last 3 miles of a marathon in an Ironman? Race somebody. And you just want to finish. And if both of them are thinking about they got to finish in front, like that allows the ability for one athlete to mess up. Don't get me wrong, 100% think Cody is still in the driver's seat here. He looks fantastic. Just like I said with Jody Robertson, look at his knee drive and his heels. It's perfect. He's not swaying. Again, that is kind of his style. Like, this is what he'd look like in a 70.3 is where his run carriage is. That just means he's fatiguing a little bit from where he was before. But I think Cody looks great. And I think maybe now's the time where he's he's using that energy he was talking about.
Yeah, he doesn't show much emotion on the face there. I just think that he's he's dead set on his focus, and his focus is just stoic at the moment. I think that he's got a great I think that his body language is telling us the story. Look at this. I mean, he's back up on his toes again. He's got a nice little pace happening there. He's not spending too much time on the ground there. He's got a nice little uphill that's going to challenge him in around about half mile's time, and then he'll make that left turn back up onto Main Street, the out and back onto Mirror Lake Drive, and then all the way back into the finish line. So I think that Cody, is doing awesome. And look at that. I love that turnover, that women athlete as well.
Yep, absolutely. She looks great. One of our female pros running through there. Cody Beals opening it up now on this downhill, right? So he's not. He's got energy left in the tank. We do have a little update on the women's race through 16 miles. Heather Jackson still in second place, 8:30 down. So just in the last 3.5 miles, just lost another 30 seconds. So, and that's that's not inclusive of that last little stop that Sarah True had. So it might even out by the time we get on the other side of this next timing mat. But those two women still running a little over a mile apart.
Cody Beals now, he's going through one of the last aid stations that he will see out there. He will go up the hill, which is approaching him now. Fast approaching is the steepest hill on the course, and then he'll be in the highest part of the course where it's all flat for a couple of miles, and then downhill as he comes past the last part where they ran out of the swim earlier on this morning. He will approach the oval. He'll do a half a lap of the Olympic speed skating oval and come on into the finish line there. Will Mike Riley will he call him an Ironman champion? Will he call him an Ironman finisher today? We will have to wait and see, because we're only around about 10 minutes away from seeing our athletes coming into their finish line right now. So at 8 hours, yep, the magical barrier has passed. I don't think he cares about that one little bit, as now you see the steepest part of the run course. Look at the style now. Look at the arms. They are working and thrashing over and over. And look at Michael Weiss. His turnover is increasing. Is he catching up? He is taking precious seconds out of a leader right now, Cody Beals, and we have a race to the finish line today.
We certainly do, and the stride that Mikey Weiss has going up this hill is a little bit better for this grade of climb, but you can see the building he just passed, Cody just passed seconds ago, so it seems like, without knowing, it's still around that 45 seconds. We'll see up here possibly the moto that's with Cody Beals. Can't quite see it there, so Cody's probably right around those stoplights or just turned left around there, but it's tight, and Mikey's just looking at the ground, trying to get that turnover up, trying to move those arms as much as he can. Again, I think once we get up, we might see.
He just passed it about 75 meters ago there, so he's got around about 200-meter lead on Michael Weiss right now. But if you put that in a straight line, that only equates to about 1 minute 25 seconds. So Cody Beals is now just going to hang in there for this race victory today. He knows he's being pressured from behind. Michael Weiss is he's not just going to give this one up without a fight. Now, Cody only has a couple of 100 meters. He'll make that right-hand turn, and right to the very top of the course he goes, Matt, and then it will be flat and a little bit of respite for a while.
And I think you're right. And I think if I'm betting on these two athletes right now, and it's different than the first lap, I think Mikey was running this hill better, but I think Cody is going to run the flats better. His lopey stride and the way he's running with that little bit quicker pace is, that's suited for that flatter section of the course. And we can see Mikey going up this hill. We just talked over Cody going up. So he's ticking him over. He's doing his best, but he certainly has his work cut out for him. But both these gentlemen are going to be racing hard to the end. And that out and back at the end of Mirror, they're gonna be getting after each other.
Yeah, you're referring to Mirror Lake out there today there, Matt. Once they get out to that turnaround, they will get one final glimpse at one another, and then they'll be able to tell what they have to do. Michael came around that corner and he looked behind, right? So he's still worried what's behind him, but what he should be is worried about what's up front, because now he's taking a few little seconds out of Cody Beals here from Canada, and Cody now just showing that he's just a little bit stressed, and it's just a little bit, rocking and rolling again. So Cody is just about to get to the top of the hill here. That's exactly where they ran out of the water this morning from Mirror Lake there down into the transition area. So a couple 100 yards to go, and he's at the very, very highest point of the course here today. underway. The crowd is gathering. The Tri-Club tents are out. There's 1,266 athletes from 20 countries represented today, getting after their opportunity to become the best Tri-Club in North America. Here is Cody Beals as he makes his way to the highest point of the run course.
Yeah, so they've gone through, we had that refresh on that timing mat, Greg, so 23.7 miles in, just over about 2.5 miles to go. Cody Beals has a 52-second lead, and through that last section of course, about 2 miles, they ran exactly the same pace. So these athletes are fighting for sure, but it's slim difference in pace.
The pace now is just 1 second better for Cody Beals over Mikey Weiss, and you can tell that it is a 4:10 kilometre pacing as opposed to a 4:11 pacing from Mikey Weiss there. So that is in the metric system. They are running just over that 6:46 pace at the moment, but that will come down because now they are on the flats of Mirror Lake, and now you can see swinging that arm forward, trying to gain as much momentum as possible as Cody Beals edges ever so close to the finish line here. But the pressure is on from the Austrian. Who is going to come up champ today? We're going to have to wait and see, but neither is giving an inch, and it's coming down to the very last miles of the run.
And you can see Cody is not running an extra inch. He's running these tangents on this course, running on the yellow line as it turns, but then straight back over as the corner turns to get some more fuel, some more hydration. He knows. He'll be getting told on course or even by anybody nearby what the gap is or that Mikey is coming. And often when people tell you that, they make it seem like it's closer than it is. So like if anything, he's going to seem a little bit more urgent. But I'll say 52 seconds with 2 miles left in a marathon is, I mean, that's an inch.
Gone out to 53 again now, so just one more second goes in the favour of Beals. As you saw the urgency, Matt, in that last aid station. He didn't slow down one bit. No. He did it on the run. He knows what's at stake here. He knows the prize money. He knows what's at stake with the, earning that, very well qualified, spot into the Ironman World Championship. So Cody Beals, not too far to go, has to hang in there. He's fighting it now. He's got to mentally put himself into the strongest focus that he can over the closing miles of the Hoka run course here. Yep. It is time to fly as Mickey Weiss goes through the aid station that Cody Beals went through just a moment ago. And look at this, neither of them giving an inch, neither of them slowing not one little bit.
No, not at all, Greg. And we see Mikey Weiss making sure he gets every little thing nutrition-wise or hydration-wise or just cooling-wise to feel better as he goes through. But he certainly can see Cody Beals up the road, and he can see the moto that is next to Cody. You see right at the edge of kind of our vision here. And Mikey is running well. And, again, he does look better than he did earlier in the run, kind of like what Nick was saying. Specifically talking about Mikey is that, he just has to do all the things. And if he's doing all the things right, then he has a chance of coming back. And the way he looked 10 miles ago, I did not think he'd be fighting for the win here at mile 24. But these guys are getting close, and we're going to see kind of this out and back section, this out and back pass here pretty soon, and game on.
Early race leader Justin Metzler is now 5 minutes and 18 seconds down, so unfortunately succumbing to the cramps out there today. A very hard bike ride. The humidity may have done it, and a lack of electrolytes. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see when we talk to him a little bit later on. But Mikey Weiss right now is chasing down our leader, and that is Cody Beals of Canada. And Cody Beals just inside of 1.5 miles to go right now. We can see that Mikey Weiss is now still on the charge, but running equally as good as each other. There it is, 53 seconds to go with just 1.5 miles to run here as they are over the 24-mile marker at this point.
And through 23.7 miles, Greg, Pamphile Perrin also went through in 6:38 down, so just 1 minute and 20 seconds behind Justin Metzler.
Probably going to get that spot on the podium. What do you think, man?
Yeah, no, it's probably so. Probably so. He's running a good race and staying consistent. In the women's race, Heather Jackson still runs 8.5 minutes behind. Sarah True has gone through the 18.5 mile mark. Haven't gotten a split to Heather Jackson yet, but her pace between those last two was 6:34. So that little stop did not slow her down much.
Well, those two ladies are running along at a very good clip, and it wouldn't surprise me at all that Sarah True is going to go very, very close to being one of our top athletes overall today in the men's and the women's pro divisions here. So Sarah's having a great race. So too is Heather Jackson, but so too is Michael Weiss here as he gets to look on the other side of the road and see a fast charging. That would be Cody Beals as he makes the turnaround. He'll be able to gauge how much time he's either won or lost against his, competitor here at the moment, and that would be the man that is sitting in first place.
So Cody has gone through the 25.1 mile mark, 6:12 pace of that last section. So he's gone through that mark in 2:39.41, and we're going to get the site here real soon, unless we might have just missed it. But Cody is going to be on for a sub 250 run here at Lake Placid. So we did miss that pass. We saw Mikey pass that female pro earlier. So I believe that's happened. Nope, maybe not. Sorry. Here we go. We have Mikey Weiss, Cody Beals on the right-hand side of the screen, Mike Weiss on the left. Nothing given to each other in that moment at all. Race is on.
Race is on for the finish line here as Cody Beals is now going to probably run under that 250 mark, and Mikey Weiss, not so much. Mikey put a lot of effort into that bike ride today and does zap your legs for the run course. Cody Beals was a little bit behind Mikey Weiss getting off the bike, but has allowed himself to have the run of the day, and now it looks like Cody Beals is going to take it all the way in to the finish line. He's only just got over a mile to go right now as Cody Beals is now charging toward that finish line here at Lake Placid.
And we were right, that kind of flat section of this course has suited itself to Cody Beals. I think Cody probably heard that Mikey was coming and opened it up a little bit. So at 25.1, it's up to 1 minute and 15 seconds when it was just 50 seconds just a mile and a quarter prior. So Cody Beals in the position to take this race for sure.
Yep, he looks pretty good at the moment. It looks like he's throwing those arms back and forward. The knees are still going just fine. He's placing those feet on the ground. You can see that he's pronating a lot with that left foot there, so might want to look into a little bit of biomechanical work on that left foot there, maybe a set of orthotics, or, just clean that up a little bit, and might help him stay upright a little bit more and actually put another inch into his stride. Who knows? But I'm no biomechanist, that's for sure. I'm just a silly commentator. All right, as we see our athletes coming into the finish line now, getting off their bikes and heading out onto the run course, it will be the end of the day for Cody Beals. He's already done 2 laps of the swim. He's already done 2 laps of the bike. Second time through on the run course here. He's going to be very happy to finish this race up. It is a very, very tough run course here in Lake Placid. There is Mirror Lake on the right-hand side. Mile to go for our leader, Cody Beals.
Yeah, and he's going to love seeing that. There's nothing better on this course than being on this section, knowing that you just have a little turn to go to that oval. And, one of my favorite finish lines in the sport as an athlete and been out there on course working as well, just that oval, you get time to enjoy yourself. Yeah, again, you can see that stretching out. Mikey Weiss looking for a high five from a coach or a supporter out on course. So he's excited. Clearly, he was there for a Kona spot. You can see he's excited to get that, giving a lot of high thumbs up and fist pumps out there, or maybe he just thought he was down and out. He wasn't going to be able to finish, and he's done it. But he's excited for his performance. But Cody Beals will be even more excited with the win and going back to Kona. He hasn't had a result there that he wanted. And, Greg, let's not forget, nobody's gone to Kona in a while. So I think it means a little bit more than maybe it does on most years.
Yeah, that's right. 2019 was the last time that we were in Kona, and seems like forever ago. Can't wait to get back there and witness the big show once again. But now it's coming down to the final mile here. We can see that Cody Beals now has a 1 minute and 17 second advantage over Michael Weiss. So Mikey Weiss lost a quick 23 seconds there as we now see Justin Metzler. He's still hanging in there. Come on, Justin, just keep going. He is doing a great job of the day. He's going to get my vote as most most combative, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And, way to hang in there. He's going to get my MVP of the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he's most likely been passed. We haven't seen it on screen, but almost certainly passed by Fimfil Perrin. At this point, if he's been walking, he just had a little lead on him at that last split. So Justin Metzler still making his way to the finish line, but definitely going to be a bummer for him, and we're bummed to see the body take the athlete down when the head was so strong. But an athlete that has both the strong mind and strong body today was Cody Beals. I mean, to be honest, Greg, when we saw that gap on the end of the bike ride open up so quickly, like, oh man, Cody's not on the day. But maybe is what I was saying, like his body didn't have it for some reason on the end of the bike, but he did all the little things and got to the point where he could push and race on the run and get there. This is textbook performance on how to push through.
Now we can see the Morton move was put on there earlier in the day. That was Justin Metzler going the other way. Mikey Weiss going in toward the finish line. Justin doesn't have too far before he turns around and heads home with 1.5 miles to go. So we'll see how Justin goes there as he makes his way toward the finish line. So Justin Metzler, can he stay in that third place position? We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Cody Beals using every piece of energy he has left in the tank. Now it's downhill. It is either downhill or flat to the finish line, Matt. You know what it's like. With 500 meters to go, Cody Beals is going to become the 2022 champion right here in Lake Placid.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is one of the best spots for a finish line. You kind of go around this oval. You got grandstands, which we don't always have in Ironman races. He takes one more look over his shoulder to make sure Mikey's not sneaking up onto that shoulder to cruise as he goes by the oversized Adirondack chair. He's going to take this left-hand turn. Here we go, Greg. Let's watch him enjoy this last minute, get the fist pumps going. And Cody knows he's got it. He is pumped.
Well, Cody Beals of Canada now, he's going to be coming home to a packed house in the grandstands in about 150 meters from now. The ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid is coming to a finish for our first place athlete here today. Canada's Cody Beal, he was in the lead pack getting out of the swim. He rode a solid race, but it wasn't until the run where he unleashed his power today. He's almost certainly going to take the fastest run of the day, but today, the 2022 ViewShow Ironman Lake Placid Championship and also the North American Tri-Club Championship are part of the VinFast Ironman US Series. Champion goes to Cody Beals from Canada.
Look at that, Greg. He's pumped. He's stoked. There's emotion there, a smile, and definitely relief on the face of Cody Beals. And 2:46.28 on that run course is something else.
Yeah, there's not going to be too many people breaking 2 hours and 50 minutes today. As a matter of fact, I'll go out there and say maybe one. But let's just give it up for Cody Beals again, because that was absolutely incredible. He's down there with Mike Riley, but this is Mickey Weiss now. He's making his way back toward the finish line as well. And the gap is going to go out to about 1:30 probably toward the end of the day today. But Mickey Weiss had a great bike ride. He was only 1:31 down off the bike, and that was to Justin Metzler. Unfortunately for him, he overtook Metzler, but it was Metzler that started struggling. But then he was overtaken by Cody Beals from Canada. So just when you think you've got it in the bag, somebody else comes and snatches it from you and heads off to victory.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anything can happen in these races. And to be honest, I thought Mikey was going to be out the back door when we saw him struggling earlier in the race, getting passed by Cody Beals and not bringing himself back up to Justin Metzler. But here he goes, giving some high fives with the flag around his shoulder. Mikey Weiss going to get second place here in Ironman Lake Placid.
Good enough for second spot on the podium today and collecting an Ironman World Championship qualifier. He's from Austria. His name is Michael Weiss, and today, after a good swim but an even better bike ride for the fastest split of the day, and now in second on the podium right here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, Michael Weiss.
There you go. Gets himself under the finish line in 8:17.04, 2:53.34 run split, which on this course is a great run, just an exceptional one by Cody Beals.
Yep, well, there you go. Again, 2:53 for Michael Weiss and a 2:46 closing marathon for a fast-charging Canadian, and it was good enough for the victory today. Justin Metzler still out on course. We're waiting to see what he's got, on the way back. He's still about a mile away, so about 5.5 minutes until we see Justin Metzler. Let's see if he can hang on to that podium position. Now as we see Sarah True, she is making her way out on the River Road here, and now in first place. She's been in first place race for quite some time now. She got that lead halfway through the bike today, and she has been nothing short of impressive all day long.
No, absolutely. And I agree. I mean, she does look as good as she did the first 4 or 5 miles of this run. Like, that turnover is fantastic. You know, she's not on her feet very long. She looks very soft on her feet. Her arm carriage is great. Like, there's literally nothing we could say to criticize the way that she's running. And she's well in the lead, over 8 minutes in front of second place and almost 20 minutes in front of third place.
Well, such a class act is Sarah True. She gave it a great crack at the sport. She's now in the late 30s, but I tell you what, she's been nothing short of incredible over her career. She represented her country at 2 Olympic Games in triathlon. She was 4th place in 2012, where just off the podium, and then she decided after the Rio Games to give it a shot on the longer distances, and she's been great. And now today, after coming back from, you know, having a child over the last couple of years, and now right back at the top of the sport, she just needs to hang in there for a few more miles to bring it home for another victory. And this time it's going to be good enough for a 2022 victory here in Lake Placid. And Heather Jackson, she's given it a solid crack as well, sitting back there in second.
Yeah, Greg, and I don't want to say, because I don't know anything about coming back after a pregnancy and childbirth, but Sarah clearly was very methodical about her approach. And I've had the opportunity to speak to her a fair bit over the last 18 months. And she was never trying to bite off more than she could chew. She was doing the work that her body was allowing her to do, clearly with the priority being, you know, learning how to adapt to this new lifestyle of having a child and to be the best mother that she can and support her husband through his career. So all these things, but making sure that she never tried to do too much too soon as far as getting back to the
champion
sport.
here from Canada, Mr. Cody Beals. Cody, I'll tell you what, you said afterwards that this was the toughest victory you ever had. Was it the toughest Ironman you have ever had?
Oh, absolutely. I've never been pushed like that. Mike, it's been almost 3 years since my last full distance win. It's been a really challenging 3 years. I almost quit the sport a lot of times, but I just kept showing up. And also want to add, my grandfather died exactly a week ago. He was a big fan of mine, had a poster of me, liked to brag to his friends about it all the time. And he was on my mind all day. I just wanted to honor him with that performance. And it's really, really emotional.
I got a feeling Grandpa was doing a little pushing from behind, huh? No doubt. So 3 years, you know, you wanted to get out of the sport. You stayed in. What was that thing that kept bringing you back, Cody?
You know, I retired for a month last fall without telling anyone other than my partner. I did some landscaping. It was very therapeutic, and I realized I'm so not done with this sport. I have so much more to give and so many more days like this ahead with any luck.
Well, Cody, you got a lot more to give. As a matter of fact, he's doing Ironman Mont Tremblant in just a few weeks. And how come you want to back it up?
Oh, you got to remind me I'm racing again in 4 weeks, Mike. Well, you know, I think we can call it chasing the three-peat there. It's been 2 years. The event hasn't happened. I won the last 2 editions when it did happen. So I wouldn't miss it. For me, it's even more than Kona.
Well, Cody, I know Grandpa's proud of you. We're all proud of you. To come back after 3 years of the ups and downs, this is an amazing up for you. Cody Beals, our ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid men's champion.
Well, thank you very much, Mike Riley, there with our champion for 2022. That is Cody Beals from Canada down there in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone. And I know that he's going to reach over there, Matt, and grab one of those Hyper Volts and get stuck into his muscles because they are absolutely screaming right now. He might want to run out onto the course and give one to Justin Metzler to get him across the course because he's out there with just a little bit to go as Mike Riley now is standing by with Michael Weiss in second. We can see third place here coming in from Belgium. And I tell you what, Penfield Raymond today has had a great race, and he was able to overtake Justin Metzler in the closing section of the run course today. Unable to unseat Big Metz today, just suffering out there with cramps, and that's what will do it to you after a strong bike ride, swim, and a run course here. The run course is absolutely brutal here in Lake Placid, but it is a fun one. You've done it many times, Matt, and I tell you what, this young man right now, Pamphile Peyran, is having a great day. He's going to take that smile all the way into the finish line. It's going to be good enough for a podium position today. Had a great swim. He was in the lead group. He was on the bike in the lead group, and then the pace was a little bit too much. But on the run, he stayed steady, and right at the very last mile, he was overtaking. That was Justin Metzler to go into third place today. So the Belgium is going to come in and collect third. So first goes to Canada, second goes to Michael Weiss, and it looks like he's had a little bit of a tumble in third place. So Pamphile from Belgium.
Yeah, no, great performance, very consistent run for him coming across the finish line on this very, very tough run course, 2:58. You can tell that means a lot to this athlete pushing through. I don't think he thought he was going to end up third place. Justin Metzler came backwards the last half of that marathon, and Pamphile Perrin was able to take advantage.
All right, so the Hyper Ice recovery zone right now, you can see down there, the Wahoo Watch was saying 8 hours and 17 minutes. That was Michael Weiss's finishing time. As we go back to our pro women's division here, 8 hours and 21 minutes on the clock right now. And Sarah True continues out on the River Road to lead our pro women's race. She is not too far away from the finish line right now, and she has a good solid lead of over 8 minutes. Heather Jackson is sitting in second place at the moment, but the bragging rights for first US finisher at this time belong with Sarah True.
Yeah, they certainly do, Greg, and I think it's going to take I don't think anything's going to take this win away from Sarah at this point unless tragedy occurs, but it looks like she's running super smooth, and again, she's paced herself well. I think she had a lot more in the tank as she goes past mile 21, so we'll get another split on her here pretty soon. But she's having a fantastic run. Yeah, there she goes through 21 and 2:08. 55, 6:34. So she is cruising and definitely putting her hat in the ring for fastest American, and she's going to get the win here today.
The fast-flying Sarah True leads the pro women.
Michael Weiss, second place, ViewSport, Ironman, Lake Placid from Austria. Tremendous day for Michael. You know, a little while ago, we thought you were chasing Cody down. Did you think you had him at any point?
I tried it, but to be quite honest, I finished second at Ironman Austria 3 weeks ago.
Turn around.
And I just didn't have that real punch. But Cody was simply the better one today, and huge congratulations to him.
And you were living here, now you're living back in Austria. You've got 2 children there. You're getting married in like 3 weeks or so. That's going to be an Ironman yourself, you know that, don't you? What's on the schedule for the rest of the year?
Well, the plan C for the Kona qualification would have been Ironman Sweden. I'm already signed up, but I think I will reconsider. That's in 4 weeks, with the wedding in 20 days on August 13th, everything will be a little bit rough, with the hangover and so. But, of course, Kona now, I'm so relieved that I got the Kona slot today. There was only 1 slot at Ironman Austria, and I finished second, so I was really bummed. But now I'm massively relieved. And I want to dedicate this success for me to my family, who supports me 100%, and to Wolfgang, my coach, who traveled here together with me.
Well, I tell you what, you've raced had a long, good career. And this victory, how does it rate for your career?
It's a good one. I think it will have good points at the PTO ranking for the world ranking. And I don't know. I'm going into every race like it's my last one, and so I'm appreciating it much more, and I'm enjoying it, and it's much more intense nowadays.
Yeah, it is. It's competitive. Michael Weiss, second place, ViewSport, Ironman, Lake Placid, 41 years old, getting it done.
He did precisely that today, Mike, and he got it done in second place and good enough to qualify for the Ironman World Championship as we get third place coming in here just in a minute, where Mike will get over and have an interview with him.
And here we go, kind of the most combative athlete, as you said, of the day, Greg, and fan favorite and heartfelt for Justin. Tough day for him. Put himself out there to try to get that Ironman victory, and body was not there in the end when it comes to the heat and the cramping. And most of us have been there, and we feel for Justin. But, man, kudos for him for getting to that finish line And again, Greg, for holding these athletes off as long as he did. And look at that from Perrin coming over and helping his fellow competitor cool down a tough day in the end for Justin Metzler.
That's going to be really tough for him to get off the ground there. He is really suffering, and what a way to go. That 3:05 marathon with, with everything that he was facing there. I mean, the adversity is absolutely incredible. So well done. Justin Metzler finishes in 4th place. All right, over to our pro women race. We have Sarah True in the lead, and then we have also Heather Jackson. She's chasing down our leader at the moment, just losing a little bit of time, but we know that Heather is in 2nd place.
Yeah, she is. She's running on one of the quicker sections of the course, but she's about to get to some hillier running here in a second. We are going to go down real quick to Mike Riley with our 3rd place men's finisher.
Pamphile Perrin, 3rd place ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid from Belgium. You must be very proud of this race today.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I was hoping on a top 6, top 5 with a very good day. And 3rd place, it's unbelievable. It's one big surprise for me. I didn't expect it, and I'm top of the moon.
Well, it's only your 4th Ironman of your career, and this is the highest finish you've ever had, correct?
Yeah. Last year it was my first Ironman in Lanzarote, and then Cozumel. And earlier this year I did Texas, and I was in Cozumel and Texas both 8th place. So today the 3rd place, it's my wildest dream comes out.
Well, it did. It came out today because you had a good bike and run combination out there. That's your strength.
Yeah. In the swimming, it was going very well. I was first out of water, and then on the bike, together with Justin and Cody, it was going good, hard, but it was okay. But the last 30K with the wind and uphill, it was very hard. And on the run, after 8K, it was immediately survival modus. And I was thinking, just do your own race, everything can happen. And at 39K, I just saw Justin, and I can't believe my eyes when I saw him.
Well, you saw him and you did it. So 3rd place, congratulations to Pamphile from Belgium. And we just brought in Matt Russell, our 2000.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mike Riley, and Matty Russell just getting in across the finish line there. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to get a podium finish today, but he would have been running like it was like he was a man possessed to try and get one of those podium slots after seeing what was happening to poor old Justin Metzler, who's across the line now, but in 4th place, unfortunately. But what a great effort today is. He's got that effort of never give in. I'm just going to, do my best. And he was reduced to a walk many times, and that's because his legs were just cramping, and he just couldn't do anything about it. But not so much for Sarah True right now. Looks like she's just plain sailing as she makes her way back toward town and doing a very, very good job of it. She's 8.5 hours into this race, and I tell you what, she's not too far away.
No, she really isn't, and I've said this like 20 times at this point, but she looks just as good as she did the first couple miles of this run. And it's very rare to be able to find that in an Ironman athlete. It's certainly one that was able to push the bike ride, have herself a lead coming off of the bike and then continuing to push up. But she's performing really, really well, trying to get to the front of this race first. And the athletes that did so in our men's race are waiting for us down at the podium.
All right, very good. So here goes Sarah True. She's going to make the right-hand turn past the ski jumps, and there we have it. We got our winners there with Cody Beals. They're in the hyper ice recovery zone, and they look exhausted right now. It was a tough race out there today, Matt, and the headwinds they were talking about over the last 30K, climbing back up into Lake Placid, really did, give them the ultimate challenge today, and then you know what happens on the run course as well. All right, so let's go over to our finish right now. This is our podium presentation, the Athletic Brew presentation right now, going out to 3rd place, Pamphile Perrin from Belgium.
2nd place, out of Austria, had a day of 8:17:04. Let's welcome 41-year-old Michael Weiss. and your men's champion out of Guelph, Ontario. He swam 50:34. He rode 4:33.25, capped it off with a 2:46.28 run. Total day of 8:15.11. Let's bring up 32-year-old Cody Beals. All right, yeah, put it up in the air. Be proud. Looking good. Let's hear it for our podium. Top 3, yeah.
There you go. There's the men's podium. Cody Beals at the top step. Love to see it, especially after the last few years. There we go. A little bit of athletic brewing over your head will cool you down, refresh you. Oh, Weiss gets it in the face. Nice work. That was a nice work by the Belgian. He knows what to do with a beer. Good work, buddy. But there you go. Great men's podium, great celebration. These athletes are stoked to be finished. And yeah, it was a great show they put on. But yeah, that women's race, Sarah True still out there giving it her best, going through 18 miles now at 9 minutes up on Heather Jackson, 19:49 on Jody Robertson. So Sarah continues to have the fastest run of the day, still 2 minutes faster at this point than Jody Robertson and 3 than Heather Jackson. And don't forget, she started that run with a bit of a head start that she gave herself with a great swim and a great bike ride.
Heather Jackson coming up to 5 miles to go, whereas 4 miles to go for our first place getter right now. That is Sarah True from the United States. She's from New Hampshire, where we see Heather Jackson right now. She is training out of Bend, Oregon, and also Tucson, Arizona. So we know that Heather Jackson is in second place and making her way toward that finish line. This is the pro women's division here right now at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, the North American Tri-Club Challenge, and also a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series. Don't go away. Heather Jackson is running toward the finish line, trying to chase down Sarah True. Is it possible? We'll have to wait and see.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
The ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid continues here with Sarah True just approaching the horse show grounds right now at Lake Placid. That is indicating around 4 miles to go. She now has a bit over a mile lead on second place getter. That is Heather Jackson from the USA as well. So we know that Heather Jackson is trying to close it up here, but Sarah True on her race back, after having her child and, a 70.3 just a few weeks ago in first place. This is going to be a great comeback story here, and Sarah True is looked good all day long.
She certainly has, and she's doing the work to get that lead of 9 minutes at this point through 18.5 miles. Jody Robertson, 19:49 back, and it's pretty tight through third through fifth, with Melanie McQuaid just another 4 minutes back, and then another minute and a half back to Rachel Zelinskas, who's holding on quite well.
Yeah, great for our early swim leader there today. Top 5 would be incredible in a Ironman up here in Lake Placid in the second year as a pro athlete. So Sarah True, there it is, 10 minutes and 17 seconds. So it's just gone out a little bit more. So Sarah True is really running away with this race at this point in time. We saw that, just a few miles ago, she had to have a brief stop and, a nature stop. And we saw that she slowed down there and then she come out with all guns blazing. So we know know that she is now in control of this race. She's got a great pace going, and she's got one more long drag uphill to get herself into that finish line. So Sarah True, not far to go as we see our spectators out there, undoubtedly sitting in their Adirondack chairs.
As one does up in Lake Placid, New York, no doubt. But great side-by-side of our two women's leaders, Sarah True on the left-hand side in first place, Heather Jackson chasing strong in second place, or holding strong in second place. 10 minutes and 17 seconds down our last split through 21.2 miles. So they're kind of, at this point, the race is going to be what it's going to be. It's going to be first and second place. I don't think Heather thinks she's going to catch Sarah, and I think Sarah knows she's got it at this point. So it's just putting their best effort forward to getting across that finish line. Jody Robertson most likely has that third place pretty well secured as well, unless she's done a little bit too much too early in this run.
As the women close in on the finish line, you just said it, Matt, and I think they're going to be happy to come on into the finish line in these positions today, because it's been a brutal run out there, brutal bike out there as well. The swim was great this morning. They swam very, very well, but it was Zelinkas that actually took the early lead, and she wasn't caught on the bike until around about the halfway mark. And then after that, it was all Sarah True, and it's been all Sarah True since then. On the run course, she's just accelerated away from the competition. The only woman that was able to take a little bit of time out of her in the early part was this woman on the right side of the screen there, Heather Jackson, as she just dunked her. Well, you don't dunk a three-pointer, but she just did a three-pointer into the trash can there, and that's exactly what to do. So well done to Heather Jackson, but she's just running out of real estate right now. She makes her way down toward that 22 miles, and Sarah True, she is well inside of that 4 miles to go right now.
Yeah, she certainly is, Greg, and yeah, she has some hills to contend with still. As far as her day, there's still plenty of work to do, but she's got a comfortable lead, no doubt. But again, her stride, looks like her energy hasn't changed at all. So I don't think these hills are going to be too much of a challenge for her, but it's definitely going to take some work to get up there. We do see, the only thing I've noticed is I think maybe that hat's come a little bit lower over her eyes, and that just means you're focusing a little bit and you're just trying to get through. But Sarah True is making good work of this Ironman Lake Placid course here today.
As opposed to Heather Jackson turning the hat around, and just the floppy part on the back now, you can see that Sarah True, I just want to make this point, Matt, see what you think about this as well. A couple of years ago when I saw Sarah True in Frankfurt, she took off a lot faster than this, as opposed to what she did today in the marathon. So I don't know if she's got a different tactic of, just going out a little bit slower in the first part of the run to be able to, have the pace at the end of the run and staying hydrated and staying up with nutrition. But it certainly looked like to me today that she's had equal amount of power all the day through.
No, I think you're right. And I think if anything, it looks like at least her effort-wise has been, near a negative split. So we'll see what happens actual time-wise, but we've definitely seen a lot of low or mid 6 minutes, 6:30 pace this second half of this run. She went through 13.5 miles in a 1:33.23, so about a 1:30 half. So we'll see where she ends up. But man, on this course to be near the low threes after that kind of swim and bike is impressive performance.
Yeah, it's probably going to be, just over a 3-hour marathon time today, but it is one of those courses that a lot of climbing and a lot of descending as well. So it's very tough on the muscles, but we are not having a tough time here in studio. It's been a pleasure to watch today. Don't go away. We'll be wrapping up the women's race here when we come back. All right, Sarah continues to lead the Lake Placid Ironman here in New York State in the Adirondack Mountains. And she is doing a magnificent job, Matt. She's looked solid the whole way through the run today. But what was equally as impressive, she did the whole swim on her own this morning. She was in second place with just a couple of minute deficit. Then it took her quite a long time to catch up to the leader. Then she overtook it. And then from then on, she has looked rock solid. And look at that beautiful turnover right now.
Yeah, Greg, I mean, and essentially, I mean, she did have a solo race all day, right? So, obviously she wasn't off the front, but she was racing as if she was an athlete off the front, pacing herself all day. And I think it's hard sometimes not to go a little bit too hard when you're in that position. But Jody Robertson, another athlete that's really doled out the effort appropriately, is Jody Robertson in third place, having a great run. And again, there's something that's so powerful about, this isn't a textbook running style, so to speak, especially over a marathon, but it's just, she's so strong and she looks so strong when she runs.
Yeah, I love the stride length, for a smaller athlete. I love it when you see, that stride, again, going back to the Mirinda Carfrey, Heather Fuhr days and the turnovers that they have are really good. But look at the size of the stride. It's sort of like, Mirinda Carfrey-like. And, she's doing a great job of it, going into third place. She's overtaken quite a few athletes on the run so far. She faces a healthy deficit of around about 18, 19 minutes behind our race leader at this point in time. But our race leader, Sarah True, she is way up the road and closing in on the finish right here in Lake Placid. But look at this, she is just happy to get along, and you can see how tough this run course is, with the amount of age groupers walking alongside of the road.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, this is an athlete that is going to get a Kona spot after today as well, because Heather Jackson's qualified. So she's going to get that second spot as Sarah True does what she's been doing this whole time, making sure she takes her time to get some fluids in, to get a little bit of calories in. But man, you can tell when she starts and finishes, this should be obviously, but she's working hard. She's tired, clearly. Like she's not doing this easy. You can see that on her face, but she's not really letting that go when she's out running. And clearly with her biomechanics and just her stride and everything, she looks fantastic, but she's about to get up, bring herself up some hills.
All right, the next 400 meters is the toughest 400 meters on course right now. We get about 300 meters on this side of the road. We'll make a left-hand turn at the light up Main Street for about 100 to 125 meters. They'll make a right-hand turn up toward Mirror Lake, and then it's going to be cruising on cruise control all the way down to the finish line today, because that's where the highest part of the course is and the flattest part of the course. But this is it. Grind it out. Drop that chin. Throw those arms forward. Shorten up that stride and get to the top of the hill as best to the ability as you can, because it's going to be tough. Now going through the horse show grounds right now here at Lake Placid, almost a mile and a half behind is Heather Jackson. Now, Heather Jackson is wanting to stay in second place here. So we got someone coming, from behind there. It's Robertson, but in second place, it is Heather Jackson.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She's running well. I think Jody Robertson.
Were you pointing at the Lederhosen?
I did. I was pointing at the Lederhosen. I didn't know the correct term. I forgot for a second, so I appreciate that. But we always appreciate a good kit. The sublimated Lederhosen is a good one. But yeah, Heather Jackson chasing well, I should say holding well, not really bringing anything back on the athlete in the lead. But Jody Robertson also trying to just chase down Heather Jackson, but I think that's going to be too big of an ask with this little bit of time remaining.
All right, that was about 4 cups of water that Heather Jackson just down to the aid station there. Losing a little bit of time to Sarah True, but I don't think that she's too worried about that at this point in time. She knows she's in second place, and that's probably going to be it for the day today. She knows she's far enough in front of third place, around about 10 minutes in front of third place as well. So as Sarah True makes her way back in toward town here, she's making that left-hand turn coming up here in just a little bit, and then it'll be the right-hander up past Mirror Lake and then in toward that finish line after she does the turnaround. So Sarah True dropping that chin and driving those knees toward the line.
Yeah, she certainly is. And, last few moments of this run, 15 minutes feels like an eternity at the end of an Ironman, but she's pretty close. And I think this is going to feel special to her. It's been a while since she's won an Ironman. A lot has changed in the world and in her life since the last time that happened. And I think she's going to be going into Kona as a more confident athlete than she has in the past, because that previous she had to kind of chase a little bit. She's had one good performance there, so she's, she knows what you need to do on that island, and I think she's going to be excited to be out there in the new format with the separate men's and women's race for the pro field. And she's going to have a good amount of confidence after this win here today. And the gap, let's not forget, Heather Jackson's been on the podium in Kona. She's still at the top of her game, or near the top of her game, and she's got her 10 minutes in arrears. So that's quite a performance.
Yeah, quite a performance today from Sarah True. She is just on the comeback trail after having her child just recently, and now she is making her way toward the last couple of miles of the run course here today. So it's going to be an incredible finish from a very, very popular champion out here, and she hails from just a couple of hours away. And I tell you what, she's having it all of her own way at the moment as she makes her way up toward Mirror Lake in the highest part of the course, coming up in about 100 meters time from now. So Sarah True, she's just having it all of her own way at the moment. She was our early leader on the bike, and now she has led all throughout the run, looking absolutely fantastic. So just a couple of weeks ago, she was in Eagleman, where she took the first place back over there in 2020, obviously, just after having, just before the child, and, a second place. But 2019 wasn't the year that she wants to remember. There was a couple of DNFs, one in Hawaii, one in Germany, and one in Cairns. So it was one of those years that she wants to put behind her. That's why we're saying, like, the comeback race for Sarah.
For sure.
In her late 30s and doing just such a great job. I tell you what, if she puts up this type of performance in Kona, she's going to be one to watch as well.
No, for sure. And as an athlete, when you have that lack of results or lack of what you're capable of, and she did get a second place at 70.3 in both 2020 and 2019, in an Ironman in 2019, a lesser athlete would start doubting that you still have it. And when you've done it for long enough, you're like, is this it? Do I still want to do this? She's gone back to school as well. I don't think that has ever for her been meaning that she was not going to race anymore. But she's moving forward in her life, maybe parts of her life that she wasn't able to move forward in when she was going for the Olympics, having a child, going back to school. So I think at times that might creep in, like, do I still have it? It's been so long since I did have it. And I think a lot of that for her was after that 2019 and the 2020. And I know for her, COVID was challenging, just regionally where she was, not wanting to travel, especially, being pregnant, having a child coming. So I think this is the first 6-8 months where she's been able to have consistent training, feels like herself. And she's right back at it. And let's be real, Greg, when you don't have results for a while, and I don't know this about her at all, but sponsorship is harder. The reality of being able to make a living is harder. Again, I don't know if that's the case with Sarah or not, but this type of result helps in your back. Our memory in triathlon is short, and this is a memory that people are going to have going into Kona, and that's a great thing for Sarah. And she's just got a few more miles to go, and when we're on the other side of this break, we're going to see her cross the finish line as a champion. I can't wait.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Well, with just a few miles to go, Sarah True still leads our Ironman here in Lake Placid. And I tell you what, it's been nothing short of stellar, just making her way back into the sport after a couple of tough years. Well, one of the tough years was back in 2019, where 3 DNFs were, in there. And that's not a good taste in anyone's mouth when you're professional. And Sarah didn't want those. But that year in August, she did get second in Ironman Mont Tremblant. She was sixth in Ironman 70 Point in California down in Oceanside, but a DNF in Germany, Cairns, and Hawaii. It was not what she wanted. But today, it's going to be the comeback story for me of the year, and she deserves it.
And even more brutal to that as an athlete in her own mind, 2019 having those DNFs, it's February of 2020, and you're like, okay, this is the year I'm knocking all that stuff off the results book, and it's new, COVID hits, nothing happens. Right. So for her, I think that was kind of like the air out of the balloon a little bit. So now to have perseverance for 2 years to push through life changes, to be able to get yourself forward at the top of the sport again. And she's going to be 2 for 2 this year. And again, I think that speaks to how smart and patient she is, and how smart and patient her coach must be, and the support around her to be like, don't rush, like just wait till you're ready. And she's waited till she's ready, and she's going to get 2 W's.
I've seen Sarah grow up through the Olympic distance ranks, when she was, 4th place in London in 2012. In 2016, unfortunately, she had a DNF where she actually cramped when she hit her handlebar with her leg, and it was, something that took her out of the race.
Oh, wow.
But then after that, she, focused on some of the 70.3 races. She was 4th place, in 70.3 Worlds, all the way back in 17. And then in 18, she had a great race. She was second in Ironman Germany. And then in 18, she was like 4th place in Ironman Hawaii, running under 3 hours, which, who gets to say that in the women's field? Running under 3 hours in the marathon. As we now look across to Heather Jackson now, she's found a pace again. She looks pretty good once more. She's up on her toes and got that stride happening right here. She's going to run out of room at the end of the day, but she should be very proud of herself, coming down from around about 14 minutes, leaving after our leader out of T1.
No, I think you're right. And I think, this is an athlete that's been low 3 hours in Kona, but I don't believe my memory serves that she's been under 3 hours, and she's gotten on the podium, been top 5. And, she's a fantastic athlete. And I think that shows that Sarah, and again, maybe that goes to what I was saying earlier about our memory is very short in triathlon and sport in general. And Sarah was the up-and-comer, the one person we thought, could podium in Kona, and she still has that. And, maybe she's even matured a little bit as an athlete over the distance and mentally with her experience. So there's no reason to think that she can't go up against some of the best athletes in the sport here in October.
Well, Heather Jackson's had quite the storied career. Her fastest running Kona obviously is a 3:04. She's done it a bunch of times at the 3:07. She was 5th place in the Ironman World Championship in 2015. She was 3rd place in 2016. She was 4th place in 17. And then she was 14th place in 18. Sort of fell, on the wayside. But then she came back in true Heather fashion, ran a 3:04 for her fastest Ironman time in Hawaii in 2019. We'll have to wait and see what she can do in 2022. We cannot wait for October 6th. It couldn't come fast enough for me as we now look and focus our attention back to our race leader. That is Sarah True, as she makes her way back toward the finish line. For the very last time, she'll go through the Red Bull Energy Zone. She'll be, heading into the stadium right there at the 1980 Olympic speed skating oval. That was reserved for Eric Heiden when he won those 5 Olympic gold medals. Today, it's going to be reserved for Sarah True as she picks up her gold medal and becomes Ironman champion. What a great comeback for this young lady, and she's going to get very close to that 9-hour barrier too.
No, she certainly is. It's awesome. Yeah, she's going to come in maybe just a touch over 9 hours, but in about a 3:03, 3:04 run, if my calculations are correct. And fantastic performance for her. And I'm looking forward to the time where she can start enjoying this a little bit. But she's past that 25.1 mile mark in 2:56:41. That was a few minutes ago. So Sarah True, you know it's getting close to the finish line when you're getting that kid on, get that kid over the shoulders, get it zipped up. You don't want to do it too soon because it's hot in there. But Sarah True, being a true professional, making sure those finish line photos look good for herself and her sponsors, and to show to her new child maybe down the road, look what I did when you were less than a year old.
Mummy's making her way in toward the finish line as Heather Jackson just taken another cuppa out of the course, and she hasn't made her way up to the top of Lake Placid just yet. So Heather Jackson is now just, suffering a little bit. She's making sure that she gets all of the nutrition as she runs through the through the aid stations here as she makes her way up the last climb of the day. So this is going to be the toughest climb of the day, but she is losing time to Sarah True now. So Sarah most definitely is going to be crowned our champion today. Heather Jackson sits in second, and then also Jodie Robertson, who's sort of pretty much picking up the pace right behind Heather Jackson, only around about 6-8 minutes back. Not even.
No, she at the last check we had at 21, she was 10 minutes back from Heather Jackson, but it does look like that's probably come down a little bit just by watching those two athletes on screen. So we'll see that when Jodie gets through the 23.7 mile mark. But yeah, we know it's close now. The end of Mirror Lake is coming on the right side of the screen as Sarah does her best to move forward as quickly as possible, because no matter how fast you do an Ironman, you just want to be done.
You want to be done. You saw, the pain on someone like Justin Metzler's, face, but you could see his body was just in agony, all the way from it was around about the out and back on the River Road where he actually started, showing signs of cramping. So that's at about,
long way to go.
Yeah, that's around about 10 miles. About 10 miles to go.
It's a long way.
So, the out and back on the River Road, and then all the way back into town, up that very steep climb out on, Mirror Lake Drive right now is in what we're seeing right now with Sarah True. So she's got one more aid station to go through. She's already gone through the Red Bull Energy Zone, but now the last aid station, last chance for drinks as she makes her way through to the finish line here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, and the finish line is closing in for this young lady.
Certainly is, as she goes by the special needs zone on the way back into town, getting cheers from everybody. Everybody's stoked to see our first female pro come through, especially when you're the quasi-local, as Sarah True is, doing a great job. A class all day. And again, Greg, all by herself. She had a few seconds when she was around Rachel throughout the day, but Sarah was able to do this all on her own. She didn't have any carrots really out there for too long. And amazing performance. And I think speaks well to her potential in Kona and just the rest of her career, which clearly there's a lot longer left in it maybe than some people thought.
Heading past all the tri clubs, they've got all of their tents set up. They've got 1,266 athletes today competing for the North American Championship with the Tri Club Championship there. So, the 1,266 athletes finding an extra couple of inches in their step toward the end today. They're going to be battling it out for points. As Sarah True now, she battles it out for a Kona slot. She battles it out for prize money. And she's battling it out for American bragging rights today because she's got it over Robertson. She's got it over Jackson. And now with just half a mile to run, Sarah True can start, showing that smile. She hasn't shown it today. She's been all business, and she's not going to let her guard down. Look at this, all the way downhill to the finish line, Matt. There can't be a better feeling.
No, there certainly can't. I'm wondering if she holds that emotion until she gets around that final left-hand corner on the oval, but she's keeping it in for sure. She's all business. No real surprise to those of us that know Sarah, true professional, but also she really is one of the great personalities and special people.
2 hands up on her head there, Matt, just signaling that can't believe it. I've done it. This is amazing. And here's all the hard work. And my baby's going to be at the finish line with my husband, Ben, and family's here, to watch her, in this monumental afternoon for Sarah True. She's been amazing. She had a great swim out there today. She swam all on her lonesome. We had Zelinkas out there setting the pace early on. Zelinkas coming from a former swimming background. Sarah True, she was always a great swimmer in high school. And then she had a talent in running as well. child decided to go over to triathlon. In 2012, she was one spot off the podium with one of the fastest runs of the day in Olympic history. Then she goes over to 2016, didn't finish in the Olympics in Rio, but then had a change of heart. She went over to 70.3 with immediate success in a 4th place in the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and now she is going to become an Ironman champion once again. But today, she will become the 2022 ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid champion, and this is Sarah True from New Hampshire as she makes her way toward the line today. A great champion on the comeback trail, Sarah True.
There she is, your 2022 ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid champion, Sarah True. There you go. There's emotion. Yeah, she's past the finish line. She can show emotion now. Great job, Sarah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind betting that, the child and Ben are not too far away. The tongue comes out, and that's cheeky Sarah, as I know her. 8:23:26 today on the Wahoo Watch, and what a great day it was. The Wahoo Element says the time. She's in the hyper ice recovery now. Get one of those hyper vaults. She doesn't look like she needs it. I mean, look at this. She looks absolutely fresh as a daisy.
She doesn't. I love Sarah. Like, as she's just game faced for 9 hours, and as soon as she crosses the finish line, she's like, okay, here's my personality again. I love it.
All right, Heather Jackson just on the highest part of the run course right now. She makes herself out on Mirror Lake here. You can see that she's only got about 3/4 of a mile out to the turnaround, and then another 3/4 of a mile back, so about 1.5 miles. So she's just been slowing a little bit at the last part of the run course here today. But Matt, you were saying that she's been doing a lot of gravel riding too.
Yeah, no, she has been for sure. I think that's what she's enjoyed doing for a few years. Jumped into some of the bigger events. This year was a 200-miler and 5-day stage race, along with some others, and having a good time doing it and performing well as we expect her to do. But I think Sarah's one of those athletes, especially later in her career. Having fun is a big part of it, right? And I think that's helped for her.
That's what I was going to ask you. Is it important to incorporate those things into, keeping your mental, side of it fresh as you make your way through your career? I mean, Heather Jackson seems to me has been, doing this for a decade and a half at the very, very top of the sport.
Yep.
And, always doing something different is refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of, we were talking to athlete earlier today about how, that revival for her, Lisa, for that revival, doing something a little bit different, revived her and allowed her to get a little bit more motivation to go back and do triathlon better. And, I think that's something that Heather's getting. And, I mean, it's still endurance sport. So the more you do that, the better it's going to be. It transfers well. Clearly, she's a very fit aerobic athlete. She's showing that here today. But, triathlon is a sport that she loves for sure. And I think gravel is something that she's doing to go in to making herself better at this sport.
Let's go down to Mike Riley, standing by with Sarah True.
Your ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid female champion. Here she is, everybody. Sarah True, West Lebanon, New Hampshire. And Sarah, we just talked about it a second, 40 years old. And I said, you're back. And you said?
I didn't say anything.
You said hopefully.
Oh, hopefully. Yeah, that's what I said. I just finished an Ironman, Mike. Come on.
I know you did. Well, you had a tremendous day out there going 9 hours. And, you've had time off. You had your son, Hawken, who just turned a year old. Getting back into the training, what was that all about? I mean, because you've trained so much your entire life, but then you're coming back to the Ironman training. Was it tough?
I think it's kind of a blessing in disguise because I've been racing for so many years that it was really nice just to take a break and slowly get back into shape, not really have any sort of preconceived notion about this is the date when I'm going to be back racing. It took maybe a few more months than I would have wanted, but it's really nice to be back.
Well, it's got to be an honor and pleasure to be able to win your first Ironman at 40 years old. I mean, you've won 4th place at the Olympics. You've got ITU medals, the whole deal. How sweet is this victory for you?
I took a 3-year hiatus from Ironman racing between COVID and pregnancy. So, I'd like to think if that I just, everything was normal during those 3 years, this would have happened sooner. But, anytime you can win, it's really special. And, you know, coming back to the sport, I wanted to race with joy, for love of the sport. You know, this is all just kind of gravy for me. And, you know, winning's really nice. But ultimately, I just wanted to race. I didn't really care about the result.
Well, the result happened anyway, just because I think your passion is there and it's back. And it's fantastic to see. Did you struggle anywhere out there?
Yeah, you know, we're still building up the run. I know a lot of women after pregnancy, you know, we just have some issues. So we decided to take it really slowly. So, you know, I could have used a few more long runs in my legs, but, you know, it was an incredible race. You know, I grew up in upstate New York in Cooperstown. So this is really special for me. This is basically as close to a hometown race that I can have. So thank you, Lake Placid, for hosting this race.
And Sarah, is very special for us watching you and the performance you had today. Congratulations. Sarah True, everybody. First place, female professional, ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid.
The Wahoo Element says 9 hours and 22 seconds. And look at this, a beautiful overhead. Look at Mirror Lake right now and the tennis courts and all the recreational activities. There's golf in the area. There's everything that you can possibly think about. You can go ice skating. You can even do curling. So come on up to Lake Placid. It is one of those most beautiful athletic playgrounds.
How are you at curling, Greg?
I haven't done it yet, but
Yeah?
I want to try it.
I can see you doing
Next time we come here, we'll try it.
The sweeper guy.
Oh, I'm good on the broom.
Yeah, I bet you are. No, Sarah, I mean, I love that interview. I love Sarah. She's great. And I will say, Greg, it didn't look like she was tired at all.
I love the way that she spoke to Mike and just said, look, I came back slowly and may have taken a couple of more months than what I had expected or anticipated, but she didn't really put a date on it, which is great. Yeah. And then I love what she said also about the run today. She did a 3:04 and she's on the comeback trail. Now, she ran out, I think that she intentionally went out easy today and she just held that same pace. And that's what I think, that if anybody's going to take anything away from Sarah's race today, look at what she did on the run. Take it out nice and easy and build into your pace and just hold it. And that's what she did. And she said, I was not anticipating anything out there like a sub 3 hour or anything like that. So I just went out there and did my race. And that was good enough for, her first race back after pregnancy. So that's something that I've always been a proponent to. And that is to go out at your pace on the run. Don't go out and bust it, in the early part.
Yeah, and to put some perspective on it, just going through results here really quickly, most, I've seen a couple that have gone under 3:04. One, Jenny Hansen, I believe. Lisa Norton last year, 3:16. Heather Jackson, both times she's won this race, 3:07, 3:08. So she's at the top of runs ever on this course, and this is an athlete that didn't come back too soon, and this course is so tough. I've seen this race many years where the male winner was running a 3:04. Like, this is a very, very challenging course. And just to the fact that, she's kind of making a comeback to get here, but that she never seemed stressed. Like, if she had to, looking how she was at the finish line, like, she could have gone a 3:02, like if she was chasing or being chased.
Yeah, I think so. I think she had a little bit left in the tank. She swam a 55, rode a 4:55, and now running, a 3:04. Whereas, in comparison to the other women, Heather Jackson was the one that put the big hurt on the bike, but then, not able to sustain the pace on the run. So great tactics, from Sarah. Just get out there, ride your race, run your race, and it was good enough for her today. Looks like Heather's just struggling a little bit now. It's a very, very warm afternoon. We're in the mid-80s, and the humidity kicking up again at around about 70-72% at this point in time. So Heather Jackson doesn't have too far to run now to the finish line, around about a mile to go. So, a sub 9:20 today on a course like this. Heather Jackson's in second place, and she's just about to hit the last part of the run course. And now we see a lot of the walkers out on the run course just power walking it. And it'll do it to you. This course is quite steep. When it is steep and on the way down, it can be a quad cracker.
No, it certainly can, and we've seen that today. And it's that's the brutal part about a hilly course like that, is somehow it hurts your quads on the way up and the way down, and there's just no escape from it. And the flat sections become kind of your respite from that pain. But it was great seeing Heather. She's getting close to the finish. I saw her crack a smile a few times earlier. You definitely are excited to get to to the finish line at the end of one of these races. She's gone through the 25.1 mile mark at 14 minutes down at this point, and through that last check at 21.2, where Jody had also gone through, is 21.21. So she's not losing any more time really to Jody, but definitely falling back a little bit further from the time of Sarah True. But as a professional on these out and backs, if you see how far a gap you have behind you and in front of you, you're taking care of your body at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And I just, wanted to run the times by, one more time here with Heather Jackson. A 1:05 on the swim. That's 10 minutes down on Sarah True, and a 4:52. So 3 minutes faster than Sarah True. Pretty good riding by Sarah True today to only, give 3 minutes back to Heather Jackson today. But it was all in the run weather. I just think that the consistency of the pace was going to be the telling story for the rest of the day today.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I do think, Sarah is one of those athletes that, again, is underestimated on the bike, but maybe the fact that they took a little bit more time to come back on the run, they pushed her pace or pushed her effort on the bike. But 2 athletes still left on course for our podium. Let's go to break and get that podium on the other side.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Sarah True is your winner here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, but this is Heather Jackson closing in on the finish line right now. We're inside of 1 mile to go here as Heather Jackson makes her way down toward that line. She just a moment ago, high five across to her competitor there. That was Jody Robinson, as Jody keeps on continuing to run toward the turnaround at Mirror Lake. And now Heather Jackson, well, she's well inside of about half a mile to go there, Matt, and still looking pretty good. Just ran out of gas on the run today and just couldn't match the foot speed of the fleet-footed Sarah True.
Yeah, and I'm curious if, she had it's hard to put it lightly, but she had a huge gap after the swim. That was a gap that she would have been upset with. Certainly, if you've been given the split to the woman in the front, Rachel, that's 15 minutes almost. That's huge. 10 minutes to Sarah is way too much as well. So I think Heather was probably pretty disappointed, and I would find it hard to believe, especially with as much cycling as she's been doing, that she didn't push a little bit too hard on the first half or 3/4 of that bike ride. And I think maybe that kept her from having that oomph of that fast run split maybe that she was hoping she'd have.
Well, she's a favorite out there. As you can see, the other competitor went up there and gave her a tap on the back and said, hang in there, girl. And Heather Jackson, one of the funniest and one of the most lovable characters out there. She's always wearing a smile on her face, and she'll always tell you how it is. So Heather Jackson, she's coming down, one of the hometown favorites as well. She'll get a big round of applause as she makes her way into the stadium today. So Heather Jackson just not able to match that time. But Heather, I just want to get back to your point, Matt. She always makes it a point to think about, okay, I've got a deficit when I come out of the swim. So she's always got that, that focus. She knows she's going to be facing that. She knows exactly what faces her once she comes, into transition area number 1. She gets on the bike. She has to limit the amount of time that she is down. Don't try and make it all up in the first lap. Try and stay on nutrition, stay on your plan, and let the second part do the work. And then on the run, we know that she's one of the better runners in the sport anyway. But today it just wasn't her day, and she was just outraced by Sarah True, who's coming back hungry.
Yeah.
She said she took a 3-year hiatus. Sarah True did from Ironman. She's back. She's hungry. She's got a son now that just turned 1 year old. And I think that Sarah, at age 40, is now showing us that she is one of the contenders inside of the top 10 going into Kona. But for Heather Jackson, it was simply that she just didn't have the pace.
Yeah, for sure. And to be fair, her run is going to be better than it was last year. Even though she put herself in a position where she was maybe a little bit tired, her finish time is going to be 4 minutes, probably 3-4 minutes faster than it was last year. Yes, the course is 3 miles shorter on the bike, but again, I think a lot of that was in the swim. I mean, she swam 6 minutes slower, or no more than that, 8 minutes slower than she did last year. So that's going to be a big difference there. But she's, consistent across the board, and she's a smart athlete. As we said, 10 weeks out. She's going to have the ability to rest, absorb, and then do a Kona build like not many athletes know how to do. It does look like she's working through a little bit of a side stitch here at the end of the race, which is the last thing you need to want to have to do before you cross the finish line of an Ironman.
Second place in Ironman Lake Placid in 2021. It's going to be good enough for second place in 2022. Now she's just struggling a little bit with a cramp, possibly in the diaphragm area there right now. So Heather Jackson just at about 100 meters shy of the line, just cramping just a little bit. But a third place 2 weeks ago on July 10th, she was in Salem, Oregon, and now she is just reversing the cap. She's going to take second place at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid, and now she is going to be very happy to see the finish line.
She certainly is, and I could tell the inner dialogue when she was cramping just then was, seriously? Really? I'm 150 meters from the finish line? That's going to happen. But she got through it. Smiles are on. She's going to give the high five, and you can tell she's still in a little bit of discomfort, but she's going to get through with that smile on the face and give the fans what they want, and that's a happy-go-lucky Heather Jackson. Second place at Ironman Lake Placid.
As tough as they come, Heather Jackson takes out second place at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid this year in 2022 as she cramps as she gets across that finish line there today. So it's been a brutal day for some of our top athletes here. She's just cramping under the diaphragm. That's the worst one. We call it the stomach stitch, but I always like to refer it as the diaphragm because the diaphragm doing all the breathing, and when you're going up and down like that, it is quite painful. So Heather Jackson across the line, and this is the VinFast Ironman US Series as well. So Heather Jackson in second place, repeating from 2021.
Yeah, no, great performance from her, being consistent all day, working through some pain, obviously. Probably a little bit more than we saw even just then on camera, but gets that smile on the face as quickly as she can, gets across the finish line. She's going to get herself a nice little check and maybe some confidence, and again a good effort going into Kona. But two great American champions in Sarah True and Heather Jackson. But on screen now, another great American champion is Jody is coming through here pretty strong. It does seem like she's brought a little bit of time back on Heather Jackson through the last little bit. She's now 21-23 back, so it was just 7 minutes behind Heather Jackson. So we'll see her in just a few minutes.
Yeah, she certainly has. And have a look at those times through the first lap as opposed to the second lap, slowing down just a little bit, but she was very consistent in those lap times. If you can see it, 8.2 miles as opposed to around about, the 18.6 or the 16-mile marker. Very, very close in pace, just, dropping off around about 5 seconds here or there. That's not too bad. And you were saying she's a very powerful runner. She's, got the wide drive, but she's got those arms to push it forward as well. A tiny body from a tiny athlete, but with a long stride and a lot of power.
It's just such a steady platform with that wide stride. It's just so powerful. There's something about watching her run that is so satisfying. She's just very strong, very efficient. And again, I think this is a great run, but I think she has better runs in her, right? Like she's still building back, and I think we might see some good things from her the rest of the year and Kona if she decides to take her spot, because it's not a sure thing. It's possible this could go to fourth place finisher. We don't know if that's in the cards for Jody, but she is running strong into the finish and going to get on the podium here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid.
All right, well, no rain inside in Lake Placid, but no precipitation whatsoever. But what we can tell you is that there are showers out on course, and that was the showers that they get to run through.
Oh,
of
that's
course.
right. Yeah.
Some showers, some of the locals,
Yeah, you got to watch out for that.
set up, and they love to run through those. But Jody didn't decide to run through those. It's a nice little cooling station, though. Anyway, so Jody's not too far away from the finish line right now. As you can see, the town of Lake Placid in the foreground there. She's around about 600 meters away away from the finish line right now, and it is all downhill for this point. And this being one of the tougher run courses on the circuit, it is brutal. It's relentless. There's only a couple of times where it's actually flat. That is where she is right now. And the only other time is undulating to flat on the River Road.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we actually just saw going the other direction was Melanie McQuaid in fourth place. She was about 9 minutes behind Jody Robertson. She's going to finish probably over 10 minutes behind in fourth place. Rachel Zelinska still running through that 23 miles in fifth place, 30 minutes off of our leader. But on screen, Jody Robertson is going to get that third place position, and I think she's going to be pretty excited about that finish here at Lake Placid.
Yeah, she's going to bring home probably the second fastest or the fastest run at this point of the course here. Second fastest. Yeah, I think that, Sarah True's 3:04 was pretty impressive today on this course and, on the comeback trail, and also, after having her baby boy, 1 year ago.
And let's not forget that she wasn't pushed. When you could tell she wasn't pushing early when Heather was theoretically a threat. And then once Heather started losing time is when she was pushing a little bit, right? So I think if she had more pressure, she had a little bit more. And that's what's so impressive about Sarah's performance today. And she's going to do the work that she needs to do to be in a better position the next time she toes the line, whether it be 70.3 or at the World Championships in October. But another person that has the option to go to the World Championship who didn't as of yesterday is Jody Robertson on screen right now as she takes a left-hand turn into a right-hand bend to start the nice little jog around the Olympic Oval.
Well, they were here about 8.5 hours ago when they exited the water and ran down into T1 for the very first time. And now 112 miles later on the full gas bike ride and a 26-mile run on the Hoka Run course, the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid is finishing for the third place getter and the final spot on the podium for Jody Robertson from the United States. So it's going to be a 1-2-3 today from the United States, and this is great news, and it's a very, very healthy time to be in Ironman if you're a pro woman in the USA. So let's give it up for Jody Robertson as she makes her way to the finish line right now in third place. And what a great effort today. A little bit on the slower side on the swim, but a good bike ride and even better run, and that's good enough for third place and the final spot on that podium today, coming across the line in 9 hours and 22 minutes.
Yes, and a 3:07 41 run split. That's, again, this race has been won with that run or slower many times. So great performances by the top three women across all three disciplines to get to round out that podium here today.
Yep, and a great run here, as we can see that she got in over the line with a 3:07.41. She biked 5:04.32 and swam a 1:02.55, so just inside of, Heather Jackson. So that was Heather's little, rabbit to get earlier on, and then it was, up to, Jody to come back and use Heather as the rabbit as she made her way back along the River Road. She might have, thought that she stood a chance there, coming along the River Road and seeing that Heather was slowing down just that little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, anything to keep you motivated over a race of this distance, you're going to need to, kind of grab everything you can to keep motivated. And those athletes out there on course are certainly going to be helpful. And definitely looking forward to hearing what the rest of these women have to say. The second and third place finishers across the finish line. We're going to get down to Mike Riley here in a second as we see him work his way over with Heather Jackson, our second place finisher. She's going to make sure she's nice and cool and ready to go. She's still working through a little bit of that cramp we could see in that overhead, but looking forward to hear. I know the chuckle that she's going to say as soon as Mike asks her the first question. So let's go down to Mike and see what these two have to say.
I've got second place Heather Jackson with me here from Bend, Oregon, two-time champion of ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. And Heather, it's got to give you so much energy throughout this entire course because you're from this area that they cheer for you so loud and that you're a favorite out there. It's got to be a blessing.
Oh my God, it's literally the only reason I came, seriously. I wasn't necessarily fully prepared to do an Ironman right now. I've been doing a lot of gravel riding after St. George. I needed a break. I literally was like, maybe that's it for me. And I was like, no, Lake Placid, like I'm not going to miss this race. The people out here on this course, all the people cheering, the race director Greg and his whole crew, this whole town, the restaurants. I mean, I've been coming here since high school, training with the national ice hockey team. So it's pretty cool to be here now for triathlon. This was my, I think, 6th time here. And yeah, I literally just came for those people out there cheering. So a huge thank you to everyone.
Well, you know, we're all following you, and we're watching you do all the gravel races. You're in the mud, you're falling over, you're in 2nd place. And I'm thinking, well, I wonder if she's on her tri-bike at all. And it's like you weren't, were you?
No, I've been literally on my gravel bike, and I was literally just curious to see how the gravel riding and racing transferred over to triathlon, and I think it worked really well. I mean, I felt strong on the bike. The swim and run, I've got 11 weeks to Kona to bring those up, but on the bike was great, and I love this bike course. It's hard, it's hilly. Sarah True, Jody, all the females out there were pushing it all day. Just amazing field here, and yeah. Awesome day. I'm so grateful I came, and to everyone out there cheering and all the volunteers.
Well, Heather, it's always a pleasure to be around you and watch you race. I can't wait to see you in Kona again. Heather Jackson, everybody, 2nd place.
Yeah, well done, HJ. Coming in, 2 athletes, age group athletes, while that interview was happening from New York, Big Bill Harwick. Also from Herndon, Virginia, James Crosby. Congratulations. You did it, guys.
Great question.
3rd place, Jody Robertson. Jody's here, and as always, you capped it off with a fantastic run. You know, you were always trying to qualify for the Olympics and a marathon, and you got out there, came off the bike, I think in 6th or 7th place, and chased quite a few people down. Is that always your plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's never over till it's over, and I always going to push through to the end. So that's just what I did today. I hung on as best as I could.
And what do you think, you know, this Lake Placid, the crowds and everybody out here, is this a special place to race?
Oh, absolutely. I'm from Long Island, so there's a huge local community up here. So we have tons of people that support me day in and day out that I see riding every weekend are all up here cheering me on, and it's just a really special opportunity for me to share this with them.
Yeah, and there's so many tri-clubs from Long Island. It's amazing. It's like there's 2 million people on Long Island because everybody seems to be from there.
Pretty much.
So what's next on Jody's schedule?
I don't know. I have to figure it out, I guess.
Nothing yet. All right, I think you're going to end up figuring it out. Jody Robertson, everybody, 3rd place, ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid.
All right, so a great podium there, and we'll get set for our podium presentation coming up. But once again, it was Sarah True, our champion today on the comeback trail, which was unbelievable. What a great race, solid swim, even better bike ride, and the fastest run of the day with a 3:04, storming home to victory in 2022 right here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. And in 2nd place, it was Heather Jackson. She said that she's come here since she was a little girl. She was training with the national ice hockey team, and now, you know, completing the race 6 times in 2nd place today. Same place as where she was a year ago to Lisa Norton. And then in 3rd place, another American and a bright star for the future. That was Jody Robertson closing with a 3:07, Matt. Very impressive by our top 3 ladies.
No, super impressive work by all those 3 women across the board. You know, they each, I think, kind of shined for themselves in different areas. Sarah obviously being the most consistent over the 3 disciplines, but I think each of these athletes are going to have some good things to look back on today. And again, all 3 of these athletes get to go and race in Kona if they so wish.
Back down to Mike Riley and the podium presentation.
And now for our podium presentation of our top 3 professional female athletes here at the ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid. Let's bring up number 3. She had a day of 9 hours, 22 minutes, and 2 seconds. She hails from Melville, New York. Let's welcome 38-year-old Jody Robertson. receiver medal and the flowers and her Athletic Brewing Company Run Wild IPA. Second place, native of upstate New York, lives in Bend, Oregon, had a day of 9:16:23, a two-time champion here, 38-year-old Heather Jackson. What a day our champion had. She swam 55:37, rode 4:55:30, capped it off with a 3:04:07 run. Total day of 9 hours and 22 seconds. 41-year-old from West Lebanon, New Hampshire, your women's champion, Sarah True. There they are. Put those spoils up in the air. Yeah, clink the glasses. What a beautiful shot.
Well, once again, Jody Robinson takes third place. In second place, Heather Jackson, wasting no time getting stuck into the Run Wild IPA from Athletic Brewing. And from West Lebanon and New Hampshire, on the comeback trail, the comeback race of the year for me, that is Sarah True picking up another Ironman victory. We're going to run off to break. Don't go away. We've got some recaps coming right up. Glorious shots overhead right now. We're high up in the Adirondack Mountains in upper New York State, and it's been a wonderful day for our pro men as they got their day started nice and early this morning. Let's go back and take a look how it unfolded in the men's pro race.
And here we go on Mirror Lake. Earlier today, the men lined up on crystal clear, pristine conditions for this 2.4-mile swim. Let out very early by Matt Russell, but overtaken early in that swim by the faster swimmers. And they had a nice little group, Greg, of 5 to 6 athletes through that first Aussie exit.
Yeah, James Caparel was one of them. Cody Beals, another one from Canada. And also Justin Metzler was one of our lead swimmers before they hit the water again and went out for their second lap around Lake Placid. Caparel was one of our first to get out of the water, but it was our Belgian athlete that actually led, and that was Parrain, and he made his way into transition. Caparel in second, Metzler in third, but Metzler took no time to get through the transition area and hit the bike ride first.
No, absolutely. We had some bike changes, lead changes early. We had Hunter Lucy get all the way up to the front at one point, Caparel as well, obviously, and then a push through different paces all throughout the bike ride. And then nice vision here of Mikey Weiss midway through the run, chasing down Cody Beals after Justin Metzler suffered from cramps and went out the back of the men's.
Yeah, Metzler set the early pace, but it was Cody Beals that was the fast flying actor out there onto the the run course today as he went past Michael Weiss, and then a struggling Justin Metzler had succumbing to cramps all over his legs today. Unfortunately, couldn't get enough of those electrolytes in, couldn't control the salt volumes going into the body, and then it was Cody Beals that would eventually overtake on the final stretch, on the uphill stretch to the finish line, overtaking Justin Metzler, and he wouldn't look back from that point of time. But then it was Michael Weiss, the Austrian, that was flying uphill, a little bit of a tap on the shoulder and says, come on, mate, keep going. You can clearly see that it was cramping happening, but it wasn't going to stop Cody Beals today, because an 8:15 and a great run of 2:46 saw the Canadian coming in first, Michael Weiss in second, and it was good enough for our Belgian athlete in third today.
Yeah, absolutely. Pimfeld-Perrin was able to cross the finish line in third place. Great breakthrough performance from him, but a show by our men's leader, Cody Beals. Even though he wasn't in the lead coming off of the bike, he did his effort, and great show by Justin Metzler. I would say it would be hard for anybody not to root for him to hang on today, and he did hang on for fourth place. Not quite what he wanted, but fantastic podium here today in our men's race.
So finally, our leaderboard, that was Cody Beals. On top of it, Mickey Weiss was in second place. Pimfeld-Perrin from Belgium in third. And it was a hard-charging Justin Metzler that just couldn't get it to the line today with an 8:27.28. And rounding out our top five today, Matt Russell from the United States with an 8:28.54, just missing out on the top four there. All right, now let's take a little bit of a snapshot and a little bit of a look at how our pro women's race went today right here in Lake Placid. So we got off to a good start this morning, Matt, just 2 minutes after our pro men, and it was all Sarah True and also Zelinkas. Rachel Zelinkas came from a swimming background and now turning pro triathlete, wasted no time to getting off to a fast start.
No, she certainly didn't, Greg. Led about 100 meters into this race, and then obviously through the Aussie exit here, able to have a fast time all by herself, only getting outswam by our top five male pros. And then onto the bike ride, she did her best to hang on to the lead as long as she could, but I think she knew at some point she was going to give that up, and the woman that took that lead away on screen was Sarah True.
A fast start by Sarah True saw her getting into the lead of the bike course around about halfway. Didi Griesbauer was holding down to second place there for quite some time, but it was from New Hampshire, the USA's. This is Sarah True that wasted no time getting into her pace, but it was a hard-charging Heather Jackson that went out very briskly on the first part. Banana in either hand, and she was ready to attack the nutrition. It was Melanie McQuaid to overtake Didi Griesbauer to go into third position at the halfway point of the first lap, but it was then Jody Robertson from the USA to overtake the Canadian McQuaid and to go into the third spot on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. And, she put herself in third. Sarah True did everything she needed to make sure she kept that lead throughout the end of the race course, finishing with over a 10-minute lead over Heather Jackson. But these two women kept each other honest all throughout this race, no doubt.
Slowing down on the run there, that was Heather Jackson, but she had plenty of room by the hard-charging Jody Robertson, but it was nothing in comparison to what our winner had today. She had the fastest run of the day with a 3:04, so Sarah True becomes your 2022 ViewSport Ironman Lake Placid champion, a part of the VinFast Ironman US Series today. Heather Jackson struggling, Matt, as she gets to the line with cramps in the hips and also in the, the abdominal region as well.
Absolutely, but she hung on there, and Jody Robertson looked fantastic throughout this entire run. Just a super strong runner with a great form and coming across the finish line in third place. And your podium, Jody Robertson, Heather Jackson, and Sarah True at the top step, enjoying their athletic brewing in and on top of each other.
Yeah, there you go, in the Hypervolt recovery area there, and there goes the Athletic Brew all over the top of Sarah True, who takes out the race today with a 9-hour, 22-second victory. Heather Jackson, good for second, and Jody Robertson in third, and USA's top four, Rachel Zelinkas, Melanie McQuaid finishes out and rounds out the top five with a 9:34.32. It's been an incredible day here in Lake Placid. We're going to leave it with you right now. On behalf of Matt Lieto and the whole production team, we'd like to say thank you very much, and join us next time for Ironman Dresden. I'm Greg Welch, saying so long for now.